and getting themselves possibly a spot on the Challenger Series, which will kick off in at the end of April. And we're going to see some of those surfers that didn't survive the cut. And we've been watching Portugal unfold, and there is some surfers that are just absolutely dwindling down the back end of the ratings at the moment that really have to step up to avoid that mess. But yeah, it's going to be another big day of competition here. Ronnie Blakey, joined by Jess Starling. Jess, you're loving your time in Newcastle. You've been on an absolute commentary mission. And you've got to step up again today. We need you.
Yeah, here again, day 3. But I actually went and had a look at the waves before, and it just looks so fun. So I think we're going to be filled with another day of perfect waves, great surfing, and we're moving deeper into the draw, especially in the men's division. We maybe have the men's round of 64 on standby, which is when we see those top seeds start to come out. But we do have to get through, I believe, the round of 98, which is such a strong round as well, and then the women's round of 64.
Yeah, we're seeing those the first group of seeds come through, and really they're the first surfers that have a mathematical chance. It's a very much a long shot with a victory in this event of getting themselves maybe up into the 6th or 7th position and qualifying for the Challenger Series on the men's side. So that's an interesting story that's going to play out through the remainder of that round of 96, and then of course when we see those top seeds enter the lineup. But some great performances yesterday. Really impressed with some of the women that got out there in that first round and just looked to be so switched on from the opening round.
The thing I loved about some of the women yesterday who stood out to me is they capitalised, even if they were just one-turn waves, they capitalised on the sections, and I feel like they really stood out just with one solid turn rather than 2 or 3 maybe strung together. I feel like the women who did well yesterday had a really mature approach to their heats.
Most definitely, yeah. It was really clean for most of the day yesterday, which just allowed complete freedom on the rail. We saw some great carves laid down. And then as that wind kicked up in the afternoon and we got back into the Burton Automotive Pro, it kind of did become about those bigger committed turns. I mean, that's always the goal, but we did see some great moves laid down. And well, there's one guy that I always put a circle around when I see him in a draw. I don't want to miss his heat. Xavier Huxtable, he's kind of been really knocking on the door of one of those Challenger Series spots. Such a great surfer. He's I don't think his surfing would look out of place on the Challenger Series, and we have seen him in CT events before, so he's a guy for me who I kind of mark as one of our most talented, and I could see him going all the way.
Absolutely. Xav is one of those guys who's always been in those deeper rounds throughout every event, and he is so dedicated to getting a result here. He actually turned down going up to Burley and competing in the ABB. He said, no, I need to put my career first this year and get down here and get the reps in here at Merriweather. So Xav, yeah, I reckon he's going to be in good form this event.
Man, that's a really big decision to make. I mean, everyone wants to be a part of those team events, and you do feel the pressure, I think, as one of your Board Riders Club's best surfers to stand up and represent. But I'm sure that the Torquay Club didn't hold it against him, and they encouraged him to stick by that decision. So yeah, let's see if he can make it count. But yeah, great surfer, and yeah, looking forward to seeing what he can do. There's that stacked lineup, and all these competitors trying to just find their groove out here in this lineup before we get competition underway. We are going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with more from Surfest 2024, presented by Reflections Holiday Parks, right after the break.
Holidays, Ironman, outdoors, Ironman, whoa, Uber, suspension, lights, roof rack, camping equipment, recovery gear, under Ironman, mate, 100 Ironman. I can't do 2 things at one time.
Welcome to Sydney, a place to feel alive, to feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
Adam thought he'd never get Sarah camping. How wrong you were, Adam.
Wait!
Racecourse is not just a place to watch the horses thunder. It brings generations together to share memories and experiences that are close to our hearts and runs in our veins. Newcastle Racecourse. Home is where the track is.
Have to turn in those. Good morning once again. This is the morning show at Surfest 2024, presented by Reflections Holiday Parks. We're on standby to find out what we're going to get underway today, but most likely it'll be the completion of the round of 64 for the men. And it's a beautiful day down here at Merewether. Newcastle City really turning it on for us at the moment. Our competitors are getting set, getting prepped, limbering up, getting ready to hit the lineup. Ronnie Blakey with Jess Starling. Jess, we were talking about how good the performances have been so far in the opening days of competition, but we're going to dive a little bit deeper now and have a look at some of the big moments. But I think one of the things that we can, really look forward to this event is more surfing like this. It's a pretty promising looking forecast that we have, but this is 19-year-old Oceania Rogers. Her strong form really was on show, beautiful style, and she just absolutely just flowed through her rides and linked some big turns together, didn't she?
Yeah, it was amazing. And then that last wave that we saw of Taylor Green, that was the committed one-turn surfing I was talking about that I just loved. And then I feel like all of the women kind of built off that. This is Oceania again. She's one of those surfers who, for me, has definitely been most improved in the off-season. She came back looking stronger, looking more confident, and she's been banking some pretty big results in all the QS this region.
Yeah, awesome. Doing well in the Central Coast Pro. And really a dominant victory yesterday, a really healthy heat score. This was the wave, I think, probably the wave of the day in the women's division yesterday. Bigger set wave, and Oceania just timed her moves so carefully. Just pinpoint precision. Really did score well there.
Look at these waves, Ronnie. They just looked so fun yesterday. It was one of those days where if you didn't have a heat, you had a little bit of FOMO because Merewether just put on an absolute show. And then in the men's decision, it's the young guns who, I don't know, definitely stood out to me. They took it to the big dogs. So you see Huey Vaughan. He got a semi-final in this event last year and seems to be making some pretty good rhythm this year too.
Yeah, I was eating lunch when Huey was out there surfing, and he had one backhand float. We'll probably see it here in the highlight reel, but I almost choked on my chicken drumstick when he stomped it out on the flats. Really critical. I mean, it's not death-defying stuff out here at Merewether at the moment. It is beach break conditions, but these are punchy sections, and you really got to sort of absorb that pressure, and he just did so well with it. But a number of big performances from a stellar cast. This was the turn. Bang! Just absolutely planted that thing.
Oh, these guys it's scary how comfortable they look. And I just feel like as the heats progress, they look even more comfortable in those harder rounds. This is Dom Thomas. He is a Novocastrian, so Dom getting it done for the local rounds. And then here we go. This is Dane Henry, who's been setting the social media world alight lately, and definitely did so again yesterday. And he was up against Jackson Dorian. This was a hard heat, actually. This was one of the hardest I saw in the draw, but Jackson, he's here. He's travelled halfway across the world to be in this event, and he was here to prove a point.
Yeah, there's been some fantastic surfing. There's some amazing bloodline stories at this venue too. Jay Okalupo, Jackson Dorian out there in the water together. And Jay saving himself. Yeah, they look fantastic out there, and despite the fact that he's been a little under the weather, have a look at the approach from him. Just absolutely hammering that section.
You wouldn't even know that he's been a little bit ill. This is Sean Gunning, one of our international surfers, and he is looking on point in this event as well. So this heat was really impressive to watch. And Jackson, I love that he doesn't get nervous. You can travel all this way and feel the nerves and feel like you have to make heats, bit of a claim there. And he's feeling it. He's loving it down here in Newcastle. But Ronnie, this wave.
This was the big excellent score that we saw drop yesterday. Noah Arkfeld from the Philippines, from Cloud 9, off the reef and on the beach, and just absolutely relishing all those big sections that Merewether was throwing at him. Excuse me. Have a look at this turn. Unbelievable. So corked out. He loved the feel of it. he's said that he's not a guy that will throw a claim out, but we'll forgive him for that one because in competition, you know, in the heat of battle, he's stomped a beauty there.
He'd be really grateful to be here too. He gets a lot of support from the Shargow community, and so I don't know, I feel like he's just wanting to put on a show for everyone back home, and I don't know, that was definitely one of the highlights for me yesterday.
Yeah, he's in 25th position on the Asian men's qualifying ranks. You've got to crack the top 5. That might really be out of reach for him, but he's just loving the opportunity to experience, you know, competing here at Surfest, ticking a box there, and also obviously, you know, not just out there competing, but out there blowing minds like you wouldn't believe. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to have a look at the forecast that's coming our way this week right after this.
The Racecourse is not just a place to watch the horses thunder. It brings generations together to share memories and experiences that are close to our hearts and runs in our veins. Newcastle Racecourse. Home is where the track is.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all. And feel new.
Adam has taken a few losses at work this week. A loss out here, a little easier to take.
Wait! Holidays! Ironman! Outdoors! Ironman! Whoa! Uber! Suspension! Lights! Roof race! Camping equipment! Recovery gear! Under Ironman, mate! And under Ironman! I can't do two things at once, I know.
That's me. We got out. I love you, Dad.
300 kilometres to your destination. No beds for Michaels. Get to the Royal.
Welcome back. Merriweather Beach doing its thing. All the competitors out there, they've been doing their thing, trying to get themselves really sharpened up for another big day of competition. And we will be diving into some heats, getting the Burton Automotive Pro back underway, and we will be seeing some big names out there, which is going to be a lot of fun. Some fantastic matchups left to watch unfold in that round.
I'm excited for these back end 8 heats because yesterday the start of this draw was just exceptional, and I feel like, you know, these guys would have watched those heats yesterday and be like, all right, let's level up, let's keep the bar high, and they know that going into the next round they have to be surfing out of their skin. So I feel like we're going to see a lot of great performances this morning from the men, and then rolling into the women as well.
Yeah, I agree with you wholeheartedly. Let's have a look at the forecast and see what's coming our way today and what we can look forward to heading into the weekend. And, you know, for me, it's kind of much of the same. It looks pretty similar out there to what we saw in the morning, day 1, day 2. Pretty promising and building through Friday, obviously, and into the weekend, which is what we want to see. I mean, there's been challenges out there. There's been, at times, moments where the waves have kind of been quite straight, but it doesn't really seem to sort of hold these competitors back when you think about big numbers. It just becomes less about the combinations and more about the big individual turns, and that's fine by me.
Oh, it's fine by me too. I feel like these guys know how to surf in all kinds of conditions and capitalize on the best opportunities in whatever they're having to compete in. But I still feel like we're going to get 2 pretty good days of waves today and tomorrow. Friday might have a bit of a question mark around it. If you saw, it was pretty red on that Surfline predictions, I say. But the weekend, yeah, I think it's going to come down to maybe a bit of survival of the fittest, but ocean knowledge is definitely going to come into play too.
Most definitely. We got some great heats coming up for you. Really looking forward to the first two heats as we look to get that round of 64 back underway, starting with Thomas Cavallo, Casey Lane, Adrian Kovacek and Felix Burns. They're going to be up first. That's going to kick off at 8 a.m. We'll see you then.
It's in all of us. That craving to feel new again. To see something new that will blow our minds. Or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales. A place to feel free. To feel alive. And most of all, to feel new again.
Maddie's last night's sleep was spent trying to look up relaxing wave sounds. Tonight's actual wave sounds.
Holidays, Ironman, outdoors, Ironman, whoa, Uber, suspension, lights, roof rack, camping equipment, recovery gear, under Ironman, mate, 100 Ironman. I can't do two things at once, I know. Wait!
Effortlessly refreshing. Byron Bay Brewery Premium Lager. Go with it.
looking for a finish. Snap.
Had a similar approach. Eyes down the line, trying to find the section. Big alley-oop. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the show. Surfest 2024, presented by Reflections Holiday Parks. And we are going to get things kicked off here on day 3 of competition with the completion of the round of 96. Heat 9 is out there. It's underway, and it is a solid field with Thomas Cavallo out there in the red. Casey Lane will be in the blue. Adrian Kovacek, who surfed in the round of 128, he's out there in the white. And Felix Burns in the green. Should be a lot of fun. Ronnie Blakey sitting alongside Mark Occhilupo once again. Morning, Ock.
Morning, Ronnie.
Mate, you managed to get yourself out in the water yesterday, and the beautiful thing about Newcastle is just how many great little setups there are, how many options you have when you come surfing in this zone.
Absolutely. It's so good to be back in Newcastle. I had a surf, stubbed my toe, but I wrapped it up with gaffer tape. Too much gaffer tape, so I couldn't surf, but it was good to be out there. I won't say where I surfed, but geez, it was pretty
Fun.
good. Yeah.
Good little bang. You'll be back there this afternoon,
like a left-hand point break. It's great to be back in Newcastle. Thank you to Warren Smith for inviting me to come commentate. I'm stoked to be with you, Ronnie.
Oh, mate, it's awesome. And, that toe, I'm surprised. It must have been pretty fun because it kind of looks like a Rottweiler's tail at the moment.
Yeah, it's ugly in there.
Or nub.
I don't know what to do with it.
Just keep gaffering it up, and,
yeah.
and we'll get through it. We'll get through the week. But really fun week. We've mentioned it a couple of times, but you know it's worth mentioning again. Burton Automotive, 20 years in partnership with Surfest this year. Great supporters of local surfing talent, aspiring professional surfers in this zone. They get right behind Jackson Baker, which is fantastic, but right behind all the competitors really in their support of this event. So thanks to Kim Burton and his family.
Absolutely. 20 years is massive. It's what a relationship.
Yeah, it's cool. And it's sort of automatic too. It's like, it's a partnership that Warren Smith can lean into, knowing that he's got that backing, and it just helps keep this event at the level it's at, which is right up there when you consider its place on this regional qualifying series schedule.
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of looking like a left point almost here too. It's pretty straight. The tide is coming in. It's not easy to surf. I think we were talking before the broadcast, and when my son had a heat yesterday, I got down to beach level, and it looked so hard to surf on the high. And it's just straight. It's like definitely one move, two move, one big move will get you a good score, but that's what these guys are after. There's limited rights, but there are air sections, and there's kind of long but lefts, but they're fast.
Yeah, you can really do yourself some favours with one big committed turn. You can really get that work done, and not even really have to take the wave that far inside. So, hopefully we do see people finding the space for that one big move, and they get multiple shots at it, because you just know they're going to keep pushing and pushing.
It's funny, Ronnie, because I never surfed four-man heats with priority, but I mean, the obvious thing to do, there's a pretty big area here, and if it's just one turn, you could almost just separate yourself, because if you're all surfing closeouts, what's the difference between, trying to get away from someone and just get that little chip shot into a big closeout turn, and you could get a lot more reps without priority doing that, rather than it being one spot and then you got to sit there and wait your turn with priority. Here we go, blue up and riding, Ronnie.
Love it, Ock, and I just love just getting these little insights. It'll serve me well in board riders, these tactical sort of takes that you have collected over the years, as we see Casey Lane there finishing one off on the inside. So again, it's interesting. Surfer can go out there trying to find a corner, as Casey has done here. Nice little turn there, but this wave kind of tapering off. I'd probably say a closeout with the one big turn is probably going to score much better than that. Way
more than that, definitely. I would not be looking to do that. There are those little insider waves of 3s or 4s, maybe 5s if you rip the bag out of it, or, those size waves are probably, going to be rights that the boys can do airs on. But definitely those smaller lefts are definitely not the waves I'd be looking for. Thomas Cavallo in this heat. He's out in the lead. He's into the Snapper Rocks board riders. Has been for a long time. Since he's been a kid, he's pretty much grown up on the Goldie Thomas. I think he's got Brazilian parents, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, he's a great surfer. Really does have impeccable technique, great repertoire. He's good above the air. He's got a nice compressed kind of power pocket hit that he can throw at us. So looking forward to seeing what he can do here. But this is obviously the completion of the round of 96, and we're starting to see some of those seated surfers who were sort of within striking distance of perhaps those last few spots in the top 7 with a victory in this event. So a really important contest, the last major qualifying series event for this region. And that does, of course, include the Asian surfers that are here competing for the Australia Oceania surfers. They're counting their top 4 results, top 5 for those in the Asian region, as we see Dakota Walters there on screen. Obviously been out there for a lineup. He'll, of course, be in the next round, seated straight into the round of 64.
You saw a pink sticker on his board there. I didn't know he was allowed to do that. Only Ethan Ewing, and you know who else is allowed to wear those Billabong pink diamond stickers? Well, it was me first when I had my heat. That's why they bought him out. I had my heat against Tom Curran, the Heritage Heat last year at Bells. That's when they bought those iconic stickers out. And then Ethan loved them, so he's the top dog with them on. And then I thought I was the only other one that was allowed to wear them. Dakota, well, he's leading the ratings.
Yeah.
So I think he's got one on the bottom, not on the top. So he's progressing.
He's halfway there. He's halfway there.
He's halfway
He's
there.
been doing some brilliant surfing. Oh, he's looking so on. Like, funny thing about Dakota is he had a sort of a departure away from competition, or wasn't always completely focused on it. Really looked to sharpen up his free surfing, but he always had that kind of competitive kind of fire burning within. And now that he's really set his sights on getting himself onto that Challenger Series, look out, because he's I don't see him have bad surfs.
No, for sure, look out. I really believe the the Challenger Series will be a cakewalk for him. I think he'll nail it. But then the worry for me is when he gets on the big tour.
Yep.
That's the worry. But his talent is unbelievable. He never ceases to amaze me. He's definitely got to work on his big wave game. But I don't think the Challenger Series will be a problem for Dakota Walters, Ronnie.
It's going to be fun to watch. Of course, he won that first big QS 5000 over in Taiwan. And that, with a couple of other results, shored up his position in the top 7 on the qualifying series for this region, and he will be on the Challengers, but is here obviously to hold on to that number 1 spot, keep a good seed going into the Challengers, and all the best to him. 16 and a half minutes to go. No big scores locked in just yet, but Thomas Cavallo's taken the early lead here. But good heat, Ock. We've got so much coming at us in surfing content at the moment. We've got obviously this last big major qualifying series event. We've got the Championship Tour event unfolding over in Portugal. The semis are set for the women. Interesting story there. It's been a big flip from what we saw in Hawaii. All the veterans winning through to the semi-finals, and they're shaping up nicely, and the quarters are set for the men.
Yeah, last night it went on hold and I wanted to stay up.
Oh, me too.
I wanted to stay up, but I'm glad I didn't, because they didn't get back to it. I would have been a little upset with that last call saying it's off. Had a good sleep, but the Sabi, I reckon it's on, yeah?
I think I've already called it.
Yeah, they said they definitely need to run tonight, so exciting. We're going to be with you most of the day. Couple hours break. That's when you get to go for a surf, and then straight back into surfing. So, wow, how good.
Look at how many names are up there on that board, and it's just a treat for us because, we're seeing like I said before, you're seeing surfers already in this round of 96 who still have a slight outside chance with a victory of getting themselves into the Challenger Series. But also we've seen rising stars, the emergence of some, next generation talent pulling the jersey on here at Surfest this year. And there's been some great stories there. Kate Kelly's a big one for me. Local Grom, youngest surfer in the draw, getting the job done and making it through to the next round.
Yeah, I reckon we're in good hands. Really, Australian surfing's always kind of dominated, especially in the earlier years. But You know, there's been a bit of a decline apart from, you know, Ethan Ewing on the charge now and Jack Robinson. But, you know, when you think of guys like Joel Vaughan and, you know, like a girl like Ellie Harrison, and we've got some stars, Ronnie. We really have that I think, you know, in a few years' time can vie for world titles too. So, you know, I reckon, you know, Australia's, you know, looking good.
Looking really good, for sure. So yeah, in addition to the QS event, the CT event, and all that's coming at us with highlights there, we've also just got so much free surfing magic coming our way into our eyeballs at the moment, just via the gram. And oh my God, some of the sessions that are happening at your hometown.
Oh
at the
no,
moment.
Ronnie, don't do that to me. I like
that lungy slab.
Oh yeah,
barrel.
that drone one. Yeah,
Oh,
that
sure.
kind of looked more like it was up at Spot X.
It did, but
yeah,
that was amazing.
Yeah, but I mean, Kira, I've been trying not to look at Instagram, but I have, and I still haven't seen one of those long, perfect roping barrels at Kira. I'm sure
Looks fast.
It's so fast, yeah, and it has been, Ronnie. Back in the olden day, it was not fast. It was a proper wave that you could make every time, you know. But these days, it's a freight train, kind of glorified. Well, let's say closeout. I'm not writing it off because it's so photogenic.
Oh,
you know,
man.
like that's the problem. Like that, it's so photogenic, always will be. That it still looks like it's, you know, the best wave in the world, which it used to be. And I, you know, it's upsetting, but I would say it's not anymore because it's just so fast. But you know that, you know, that had to happen for us to have like the world's, you know, the Superbank, which is one of the best waves in the world and most consistent. So, you know, you kind of lose one and get another. You know, if Kira, you know, it could come back. You know, like I see some sand kind of movement in angle change a little bit sometimes when I'm riding my bike around there, and I dream that it can get back to how it used to be. It's not, you know, I want my kids to enjoy what I enjoyed.
Yeah, it's it is.
But you know, they're natural footers though, so they, you know, like I just get a bit grumpy because it's so hard to make that wave backhand. You know, it's almost impossible to. Some guys, you know, there've been some waves there that have looked as good, if not better. That, you know, when they're pumping down the line in some dramatic fashion to actually make that wave, and there's been a few, and I've seen them all.
Oh, look at that! There's your name.
Oh wow, yeah, well,
98, 86.
86. It was a while ago, but you know, such prestigious event to win. It's just been getting more prestigious, you know, as the years go on. And look at that name right at the top, Joel Vaughan. I was just talking about him. Yeah,
good. And we touched on it yesterday. You know that this event, it's somewhat of a crystal ball. It seems it just, you know, so often leads to you know, it's almost like a ticket, if you will, to the CT. It seems.
Yeah, I mean, if you win it, you know, it seems like that. You know, like I think you were mentioning the other day, just, you know, those really big pro juniors that used to be back in Sydney and at North Narrabeen, you know, international. Everyone would come for it, and if you won it, you were automatically. I mean, you still had to qualify.
I don't think there was a single surfer
that didn't make it the CT.
That didn't qualify after winning that.
Yeah,
and this event's similar.
Yeah, well, I mean, you didn't get on the CT for winning that. You still had to go and do the job qualifying, but everyone did it. So, yeah, something like it's a bit similar. Thomas Cavallo. Let's get back to the heat. He's in second. And this heat's just, it's going to be like this, guys. It's a grind. It seems to get better when the tide comes in, but, you know, it's great, you know, viewing because, you know, it's just so, you know, you really have to grind it out.
You do, yeah. And look, making some comparisons to previous years, like last year was even gnarlier. Smaller conditions, and it was really a small wave surfing spectacular, whereas this year we've got, you know, head high to overhead waves that the surfers can really attack, and you know, they're not having to manufacture their own speed, and it's not gutless out there. So we're going to see, you know, really high quality surfing at different stages, but just finding the room to move out there is difficult at the moment.
Yeah, I'd much rather this and that small stuff. For viewing is so much better. Thomas Cavallo then just manufactured a score. That's a typical kind of wave that you'll get today. Not a big one. It was medium size, but that's kind of what you got to do to manifest a score out here. We still haven't seen a right yet. You know, they're it's just one big ramp that I'm sure guys are going to look for, and we'll see it. But no one's found one yet, Ronnie.
In the context of this heat, Thomas Cavallo just dropped the bomb. Only a 4.33, but an important number for him, and one that he can really build on now. When you look at his rivals, no one's betted a 3. So he's already got kind of almost a 1.5 on his rivals. He's holding the 2 best scores at the moment. It's not like it's a done deal by any means, but Thomas is kind of building nicely. He's improved his situation with every ride.
Yeah, so it was just a little chip shot that he got, and nice turn, and it was just a little fade into it, chip shot. That's kind of what you need, because if there's not a little cap of whitewash, it's you can't kind of get into it early enough to get off the bottom and hit it. So I'd be looking for those little chip shot whitewashes. Either way, if you get that little roll in, you can go right or left, and
for sure
attack.
Love it. I love seeing the kind of evolution of performance of these younger competitors too. Thomas Cavallo, we've seen him over time, but he's a surfer that's kind of could get on a roll and get himself some big results in these kind of events. He hasn't kind of threatened to break into the top end of those regional ranks just yet, but he's capable. He's got some serious talent, but just thinking about some of the names that we've witnessed already, there's surfers in the mix who are doing world-class turns already, and one of them was in Jay's heat yesterday, Dane Henry. Some of the free surfing that he's been dropping lately is just mind-blowing. They're the kind of turns that could upset the best surfers in the world.
100%.
In a championship tour heat.
100%. He got good so quick. I mean, I've been seeing him since he's been a Grom. It was funny, Ronnie, because there was an event at D-Bar, and he surfs Kingy, I think, and Jay was, obviously surfs the snapper. I think it might have been a junior, I'm not too sure. It wasn't too long ago. It was last year or the year before. And, here we go. I'll finish that story green. It's an important wave, so we'll look at it.
Nice. Felix Burns.
Felix, we'll see what that score is. But Dane hassled the crap out of Jay. And we were bummed, and Jay didn't get through. And the tents were close, and I was kind of like, what's up with that? And everyone's going, he's never getting a wave at snapper, and I think even Jay said that. And I don't even, since then, I don't see Dane out snapper much at all. I mean, and it's fine, because we're over it now. This is a while ago, and he's gotten so good. Since
Obviously
then,
a fierce competitor
Since
too.
then, maybe that's what spurred him on, because, those airs that he dropped, oh my goodness, that would beat anyone in the world. They were next level. So what a click for him. And for the first time, I think yesterday, he actually said hello to me, and I told Jay, and he said, Jay's like, really? Did he say your name? And I said, yeah, I think he did.
Oh, you're Dane. Yeah, I think that's like, and we were talking about markers, like results are one thing, but like big turns will get the attention of kind of the broader surfing audience and also the peers. I love that.
Yeah, I love that. And I mean, guaranteed, like Gabrielle and Felipe have seen that, going, who is this kid, right?
Yeah,
for sure.
Definitely. Yeah, everyone chews up all the all the content that gets dropped. And if, a lot of people are sort of commenting on that stuff, it's inevitable. But, we've been talking about, trademark manoeuvres. And we were talking about that with Hoyo yesterday. And pretty awesome, and you've got your bottom turn on your backhand, your front side hack is also a very celebrated move, but Hoyo's rail turns, I showed you a photo this morning.
You showed me a photo that I actually have not seen that shot, and I'm blown away. That is the hugest spray I think I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Can you bring it up and show the camera? Can we come into us in the booth?
We might. I don't know if I'll be able to see it, but it's a huge turn.
Oh.
It's a huge turn. I put it on my stories this morning.
Did you? Okay, well, check out Ronnie. You got to follow Ronnie. I follow Ronnie.
Oh, thanks, mate. Yeah, cheers. I'll appreciate
Ronnie, it's
it.
just under your name, isn't it? Ronnie Blakey.
Ronnie Blakey. Thanks, mate.
Keep it simple.
Yeah.
And check out that turn, because it is unbelievable.
Yeah, I just love that when someone has that kind of trademark turn. It's like a signature move that that they're famous for, and I think we might see a bit of that as we roll through the draw, because there's some people that have really been ramping up, sticking out to me. You've got Sheldon Simkus. He's got those big kind of grab rail reverses that he just explodes out of the pocket with. We saw him do one on his way to a second place finish in the Challenger Series year before last.
Yeah, we did. But is
Joel Vaughan.
So Sheldon's in the draw?
Shelley's in the draw.
Because he was surfing Kira. I saw a clip of him yesterday.
Yeah, well, he's seeded into the round of 64.
Yeah, no, I realised that. But,
He's just cruising his way down the coast. Yeah. He'll have to come down to straighten his back out. He's always just heading on the forehand.
No, the wave I saw him on, he was standing upright in a barrel.
Yeah, of course. Big pit.
But let's just, what's a famous saying? I hate war, but don't mention the war, right? That's a famous saying, isn't it? You know what? I actually woke up this last night and I was going to ask you a big question because I was like...
Just came to you.
Yeah, I was going to ask you a big question and it was like, if you could change the world, what would you do?
Oh, God, that is a huge question. Can I get back to you at the end of the day? Especially considering it's only 8:20 in the
I hopped
morning.
in the elevator and I was like, I'm going to ask Ronnie that question. Anyway, you can think about that. Yeah, it is a bit early.
I will. I'll take some time. I'll have another coffee and I'll have a think about it. And the coffee in this zone is A1.
A1. It's excellent.
So talking about just Newcastle has so much to offer. I mean, Surfest obviously is the big event on the calendar that's worth coming down here and checking out, but just visiting this zone is something that you should put on your calendar, put on your radar, because great restaurants. Had dinner with Mitch Ross and his beautiful family last night, and it was incredible food. 3 minutes to go here, Rock. Thomas Cavallo still hanging on, and we mentioned it before in the context of this heat, that 4.33, it's a keeper. If he can improve on the 3.33, he'll be looking pretty good here as we see Casey Lane trying to, push the fins through the back of that one. Didn't come off for him.
Yeah, it's a big score. 4s and 5s today, unfortunately. Big scores, you've got to work with what's out there. The judges, they're not going to lift their scale because someone can boost,
Exactly.
a huge air. The 4s and 5s to the big turns, and,
this is
he riding
finish.
now? I don't think he rode out. I'm not too sure.
Well, it was messy, but Adrian Kovacek's in third spot, only needs a 3.8. So it's not a huge number, but the comparisons will be made to what Thomas Cavallo did on his wave. Is it close to that?
Yeah, it wasn't, as clean, definitely. And if he did ride out, it wasn't with a whole lot of control. So I'd be thinking, it's touch and go.
Yeah, it's borderline. Minute and 45 seconds to go. I think Adrian will probably get back out there, but yeah, a cleaner hit on that final section, and a nice little ride out of that final move. Could have seen him turn the heat, but numbers starting to roll through. Doesn't look like it's going to get him there.
Yeah, I was a bit worried for him there. Just not enough control riding out of that.
You said, Doc, that on these wider shots, you're kind of seeing corners, you see opportunity, but it's kind of like if you could teleport yourself to the end of some of these rides, to some of these corners, to some of these sections, you'd be scoring pretty well out there. But when you get down there at beach level and you start to really dissect where the scoring opportunity is, you can see the challenges.
Yeah, definitely, and we're going to see this replay. I think he actually clapped and claimed, but so I guess he did ride out. But what was his score there, Ronnie?
I'm pretty sure the number's in, and he only got a 1.63.
Oh, the judges are saying no.
Yeah.
Yep. It's a little smaller today, actually, than yesterday. So with this tide coming in, maybe that the rocks might start working. I know there's a bunch of sand over everything, and the swell is north, but like if the rip starts going through that rocks area, the right rip bowl could work. Keep your eye on that. That'd be nice.
15 seconds to go here, and you've got a couple of surfers chasing high-range three-point rides to get themselves in a qualifying position. Right now, though, Thomas Cavallo, he's safe. Felix Burns anxiously hanging on to that second position. Can he progress through? It looks like he will. And this one is going to be a wrap here. And Adrian Kovacek is running the event. Looks like it might be coming to an end, along with Casey Lane, as we wrap this one up. Thomas Cavallo making his way in. An impressive heat performance from him. We're going to take a quick break and we'll get Heat 10 underway. The round of 96 here at the Burton Automotive Pro right after this.
Holidays, Ironman, outdoors, Ironman, whoa, U-Bahn, suspension, lights, roof rack, camping equipment, recovery gear, under Ironman, mate, 100 Ironman. I can't do two things at once, I know.
Welcome to Sydney. A place to feel alive, to feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
Adam thought he'd never get Sarah camping. How wrong you were, Adam.
Wait!
The Racecourse is not just a place to watch the horses thunder. It brings generations together to share memories and experiences that are close to our hearts and runs in our veins. Newcastle Racecourse. Home is where the track is.
That's Thomas Cavallo making his way up the steps. Look, a heat win is a heat win. Is it one that he's going to kind of remember forever? Probably not. Opening round for him, round of 96. He's through to the next round though, and the dream is still alive. Not a massive heat score total for him, but we were saying that it's quite straight out there at the moment, and no one really kind of tapped into a solid punchy section to throw one big turn at us. That might change in this clash, and it looks like that might be the case with Ryan Slattery kicking things off with a 6.67. He's out there in the white jersey. Harry de Roth is out there in the green representing Great Britain. Tommy Whitpain is going to be in the blue. He's had a couple of rides already, nothing substantial. And Saxon Reba is out there with priority. Hasn't taken a wave just yet. Ronnie sitting alongside Ock. Ryan Slattery, what a start.
That is a great start. My goodness, can't wait to see the replay. Conditions glassy here at the moment in Newcastle.
Water temps
coming in. Water temp, I rode. I actually wore a spring suit yesterday. A little chilly for me. But I guess the water for down here is beautiful because, it is getting late in the year.
Oh, here we go.
Summer-like conditions. Saxon Reba. Love the way this guy surfs, Ronnie.
Yeah, nice style. And that was a really nice little combo to get things started here. And from the break, let's have a look. This is Tommy Whitpain racing his way down the line here. Tries to climb that foam and can't quite stick it. Behind him, this was Ryan Slattery. Big unit. Throwing that board around nicely. Clean finish. I mean, gets the canvas and executes the moves in the right part of the wave. Just solid stuff. But I feel like there's still an opportunity for someone to really max out on the scale if they get a similar kind of wave.
Oh, I think so too. Tommy Whitpain flying down the line.
Just moving well. You can tell at this point in the season, last event of this region's qualifying series run, that everyone's equipment does look pretty sharp underfoot. Even people we've seen, get bumped out of the draw due to falls or whatever, have been moving across these flatter sections beautifully. So everyone's kind of in tune for a big performance here.
Yeah.
But it won't be easy.
No, I mean, well, it's, they're all prime. This is the last event of our season, so everyone's in top form. That wave, that Ryan got, Slattery, that was the best wave of the morning. He had 3 turns, and you're kind of looking for a wave with that angle, a real northerly angle that's running down. Otherwise, you're dealing with a big closeout. But I agree with you, Ronnie. I think, there's, we're going to see some bigger scores. It's on average, the 4s and 5s will get you through, but that big turn or that big air, it's going to definitely be a big score.
Ryan Slattery, probably surfed at a potential excellent score down a little bit, but I think it was a pretty smart approach. He didn't make any mistakes, but he wasn't moving at an incredible pace and kind of throwing the tail around, but he didn't really need to. He just got the gift of just such a beautiful open wall, and he just got the job done. I've seen Ryan surf a lot harder than that, but I do think strategically it's probably a pretty safe move.
First wave of the heat,
you're
definitely going to serve it like that first wave of the heat. And I thought he served really nice.
Yeah,
but I know
just
what you
measured,
mean.
really smart surfing. I think that's what we've seen a bit of in the opening days of competition. There was some surfers probably going, I've only got one section, and they overdid it a little bit. And we saw a lot of falls on tricky sections, and they went the low percentage play. And, to their credit, they were aggressive, but maybe cost them a place in the next round. Just over 18 minutes to go. Winning through in the first heat of the morning was Thomas Cavallo. Thomas, not one of your best winning heat score totals, but I'm sure you'll take it at this point in the competition.
I'll take it for sure. First heat out of the way. It's always tricky to have the first heat of the day. You're trying to figure out everything. So, I'll take the win.
Most definitely. I know at these events, you've got to bring a high standard of surfing, but you've also got to adapt to the conditions, and it was kind of tricky out there. It didn't feel like anyone really had an easy task chasing down good scores.
Yeah, it was really hard to find the ones that would allow you to get, 2 consecutive turns. I saw Ryan Slattery just get a really good one. So I was just trying to, play it smart, play my priority smart, and that allowed me to get through the heat. So
most definitely. Newcastle is obviously the big event on our region's qualifying series schedule. Big goals for you, obviously, coming in, not quite at the top end of the rankings. You going after the W here, mate?
Hopefully. I'm just trying to get through consecutive heats. It's been a while since I've gotten that roll going of heat by heat by heat, so that's what I'm trying to do, and if it ends up in a dub, then I'll be stoked.
Awesome, man. And what about your time in Newcastle? You've been down here a couple of times before.
Yeah, I always love it down here. I've been here for a week now. I've just been surfing my brains out. There's waves all up and down just this beach, and I know there's there's a lot more beaches, so I always love it down here, and hopefully this next week provides.
Awesome, mate. Well, congratulations. A nice start to the event for you, and we wish you all the best for the next round.
Thank you very much.
Thomas Cavallo is putting it together and getting the job done in that first heat of the day. We're back into the round of 96, seeing some of those seated surfers. Harry de Roth getting a nice little backhand hit in there. Oh,
it was a nice hit. What does he get for that as a score in yet?
Yeah, 3.83.
Yeah, that seems like about right. Tide's coming in. Seems like, I think I was talking earlier, from the wider view, it looks like it's kind of, a lot easier than it is, even though, obviously it's closeouts, but I'm trying to look at rights, and I think I said yesterday I got down to beach level and it looked difficult, and the tide's coming in, so you think some rights might open up, but we have not seen one yet this morning, Ronnie.
No, not really, and I am seeing out the back at the moment is some dolphins, which is nice. Ryan Slattery's out there holding on to a 6.67, and he'll be pretty selective, I'd say, with this priority. He's got to be sure to back up that solid number, because anything he adds to that is obviously going to put a pretty big Big space between himself and his opponents out there at the moment. Saxon Reba's got a 4.5. That's the second best score out there at this stage of the game. Big thanks to Reflections Holiday Parks. They are the presenting sponsor of Surfest 2024. Incredible venues that they have up and down the coast. They manage 43 reserves and 40 holiday parks across New South Wales. As we see, Ryan Slattery, and he's just in rhythm out here at the moment. And, oh, I thought he was going to stick that.
I just talked about, haven't seen a right yet. And there it was, first ride of the day, and that was going to be a massive score, Ronnie.
Well, even with 14.5 minutes to go, I think if Ryan Slattery sticks that, he's into the next round.
Guaranteed.
So a fall, he'll still probably get a pretty reasonable number. He does a 2.73, and that does put quite a bit of more distance, added distance between him and his rivals here, as we see now. Tommy Whitpain whipping one out of the top and can't get the finish. It looked like he really wanted to bust that tail free.
That's a nice little pump there, Ronnie. It's almost like what you're talking about, Willis, right?
Exactly. But yeah, nice little carve.
Oh, that was nice.
And he's somewhat pacing himself, but maybe didn't lean into that final section quite hard enough. He sort of lost contact with the lip and went down. But Ryan Slattery's still in a good position here, but that was a missed opportunity to bag maybe a 5 by sticking that turn. The squad on hand watching this one unfold. Getting a read on the conditions. Saxon up again. Beautiful bottom turn. What a hit off the top too. Did really well to hang on to it. Kind of got surprisingly difficult halfway through that turn.
It did. That was excellent to ride out of that. And somehow I've just said there hasn't been a right today, and now they're starting, and it's great to see.
Let's test this out. Maybe like there hasn't been a 5-second barrel yet this morning.
It's like magic wax, right?
Yeah. Yeah, the opposite. Well, he did so well, Saxon, to hang on to that move. Kind of busted the tail free and then had to ride down through the rapids. But I love the bottom turn, just the way he opens up those shoulders and just drives up into that section.
Always really like the way Saxon Reba serves. Here we go. We've got someone fading. Can you believe the
I
sunset
like
fade?
it. There you go. Ryan Slattery. I mean, earlier on he got a 6.67 for a nice combination of pretty solid turns. That was a much better move. Only the one manoeuvre. I think that blows his 2.73 out of the water, though. He'll definitely add a point, you'd think, because he faded, he got critical, and he bust the tail out.
Got to love the sunset fade. No, that was, I'm calling, it's definitely in the 5-point range. There it is. That's it already, right? A 5.4?
5.4, and yeah, the fade was beautiful because it was a nice steep section. Love that from Ryan, and he's been the benefactor of finding 2 quality waves prior to that one. That was just the one section, but he made the most of it. So he's holding the 2 best numbers of this heat so far, and Saxon Reba's holding the next best in his score line with a 4.5 and a 4.57 now. So those two are kind of streaking ahead at the moment. Harry DeRoth needs a 5.24 to get to second. He's out there with priority. And Tommy Whitpain, he's after a 6.74.
So today we'll be finishing off these 16 heats, right? And then, 16 heats. And then going into the women next round. So we won't be going into the round of 64, I believe. 8 and 8, 16 heats. Nice, Ronnie. We're just taking it at a gentleman's pace. This whole event. We've got 2 swells in one window. Can you believe? We've had this nice north swell, and then we're going to get a south swell, I believe, on Friday at some point with strong wind. But it's another swell, nevertheless.
Here we go. This is Tom Whitpain, Tom just not able to stick that one, so he'll head back out. It was just the one section. 10.5 minutes to go here. Yeah, look, Warren's given us a bit of space to work with, so we can pick the eyes out of the conditions.
2 swells in one window is always good, though.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, this one's hanging strong too. Still getting some great opportunities for our competitors out here at the moment. Ryan Slattery's just had a a great heat rhythm-wise, or just prior to the heat, really identified a section of this sandbar that he thought he could count on, because I'd say he's been on the 3 best waves.
Yeah, he has.
It's kind of hard to do when there's 3 other surfers in the lineup.
It's super hard to do. It's a dial wave. That's what we call it. He's really had it on dial. There's always been guys on tour that you can do that consistently. Like it's. I think we were talking about it earlier. How some guys,
Yeah, just read the ocean beautifully.
Yeah.
I always heard amazing stories about one of your great rivals, Tom Curran, and his ability to sort of see something in a lineup that other people couldn't. And, paddle down the beach and his rivals would be going, where's he going? And suddenly a beautiful, perfect ride that no one had seen breaking would just come his way.
I always tried to learn that from him, and it's something that you just can't learn. It's, I feel like, in heats, it's really hard. Free surfing, you can really put yourself out there, and like just let that rip take you somewhere, or just go somewhere thinking it's going to break because the tide's coming down, and you might have to wait for it. It's not going to happen during a heat, but to do it, it is a risk. When you're going to go somewhere different in a heat, and if it happens right then and there, it's a real risk. But he seemed to take that, and it used to just happen for him all the time. Here we go.
On another set wave, and it looks pretty decent here for Ryan Slattery, and he's just been ramping things up as this heat's worn on. He surfed his first ride, his best wave, to a 6.67 without really having to push too hard. He's just kind of been building. He's had less room to move, but he's been pushing hard on his turns.
Yeah, it seemed like his competitors were looking around going, how's he doing this? They're just seeing spray fly out from everywhere, and the other ones are struggling to get a turn when he's just arcing, and it's crazy. Really impressive.
Doing well at the moment. As we see Kate Kelly heading down.
How old is he?
The Grom, 12.
You're kidding me. I was listening to the news on the radio when I was driving, and it was sport after the news, and they were talking about a 12-year-old, and I was like, there's not a 12-year-old in the event. There is.
So cool. He's just such a little unit as well, an absolute classic. Funny to have a chat with. And let's see how he fares. He's got a tough draw. Kobe Johnson, he's going to be up against him. Macklin Flynn and Alex Carrotta in that next heat.
I'm going to go down and have a really nice breakfast down at one of the establishments just down here, Ronnie. I don't know if you had brekkie yet, and I'm going to watch this Grommy.
Perfect, mate. That sounds lovely. But yeah, this is fun. We were talking about Tom Curran before and his ability to sort of pick apart a lineup. Let's talk about your final with Tom here, because that was one of the great strategic plays. One of the, you got to have your team in the field. You got to have people watching your back from, on the beach, but also from miles away. And you had it that year, Rock. I love that story. We'll get back to it in just a moment. Let's see what Saxon can do. He's going to punch through this one. Maybe something on the outside. Surfers looking to get into position. No one's going to look at this. But, tell us about that final with Curran and how you got the jump on him.
Well, it's funny because they've got the footage. So on Friday morning, on the morning show, they're going to play that final with most our waves in it. Yeah, but
bring it on.
The southerly buster came through, and I had I had the call from Cronulla saying it's just hit here, and
it was a shocker, right? It was like howling.
Yeah, it was a southerly buster, like it was 50 to 60 knots. Yeah.
Yep.
So
my mate, the final.
My mate rung me just going, it's got to come through when your final's on. And I'm like, really? Yeah, I'll get a quick start, and I did. I went out there, had a 7 and an 8, and it wasn't even 5 minutes. And I couldn't actually see the southerly. I wasn't really looking for it because it's Newcastle main beach. There's 20 to 30,000 people there,
yes.
And it's on. But I'm like, if this guy's right, I'm on right here. And before you knew it, it came through and it blew it to ribbons, and you could not get more than a 3 out there. There's a big story to that whole tale, and I'll probably tell it on the morning show on Friday because it takes a bit long to tell it because I came from Western Australia the day before. I was out Rottnest Island, And I was coming to this event, and some crazy stuff happened.
Oh, beautiful.
I'll tell it.
Yeah, hold.
I'll tell it more. But it was
that was the perfect entree.
Yeah, it was a spiritual win, and you'll if you want to watch the morning show, I'll tell you more. But here we go. This is important, Ronnie.
Oh, I'll do more than watch it, mate. I'll sit here and next year I'll host it. How's that sound? That'd be fun. But that's unreal. I think that's so classic.
You could make a movie on it, seriously.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's get back to that because I think that could be the score. Like, just for what this heat's kind of gone, how it's gone, I just think let's have a look at the replay. Geez, it was a late drop.
Stayed composed, Harry, didn't he? I mean, he's chasing a number, 4.55.
That's a toughie.
Throws his hand up and throws the claim at us.
It was a little lateral, wasn't it? You know, it was one of those check speed turn floater, all lateral. What do you think, Ronnie?
He needed he needed a bit more than that actually to climb up into second. He got a 4.53. Still needs a 4.55. He's narrowed the requirement, Harry, but he's got 4 minutes to get back out there and get himself another number. Saxon Rebus still hanging on to that second spot at the moment. He is back out there quickly too. So Harry's well within striking distance. I mean, Tommy Whitpain, it hasn't been his best showing. We've sort of seen him take a couple of falls, so he's got a little bit more work to do. This guy, Ryan Slatter, he's just in cruise mode. His last wave matched his first, 6.67. Gets a little tangled up there and goes over the falls, but he's on fire. And you know, almost has doubled the heat score total that we saw from Thomas Cavallo in the first heat of the day.
That looked fun. Body surfing in that lip over the falls.
Yeah, heaps of fun.
But he came straight out the back. I was like, that kind of made me feel like going for a body surf right there. Let's have a look at it. It's been getting all the good waves. It was kind of a nice snap, but this one, he slipped off the bottom and his fin just went out and he went, nice body surf over the falls. I went for a walk this morning down there all the way to Merriweather Baths there, when those pools, and beautiful down there. Oh. Beautiful.
Yeah, all over the Aussie East Coast, but in particular
pools,
Sydney, on the beaches of Sydney, and also up here around Newcastle, beautiful ocean baths, and Newcastle's, I think, got the biggest ocean bath in the Southern Hemisphere, and yeah, it's awesome.
It's not a bath, so to speak of, because people around the world will be like, baths? What do you mean?
Ocean pools.
Ocean pools. Well, overseas, you know, like in Japan, there's like actual bars, hot springs that you can, well, we don't have them in Australia, do we? But I remember in Niijima Island off Tokyo, we used to compete over there, and they got these beautiful hot springs you just sit in. They're so hot. Where else did we go to? The Azores in Portugal. There's hot springs there. But I love those things, man.
So good.
The Azores, they used to have
you got a bit of stank on them though. They get a bit sulphury, bit eggy.
You know, where's that Rotorua in New Zealand?
Yeah.
Oh man, that's stinky.
Yeah.
I lived there for a little while. When I was about 1 year old. All I can remember was the smell.
Epic.
That was a Kiwi accent right there, bro.
Yeah.
Or should I say, bro?
Bro. Tommy Whitpain there. He's trying to get himself off the bottom of the leaderboard here, and I think he's going to do it with that one. He needs quite a big number. He needs to match what Ryan Slattery's been throwing at us and add a little bit more on it. 6.7 is what he's chasing. Harry, though, is really looking for the opportunity. Much better ride for him. Made sure he got the finish this time. Just hasn't been that sure-footed this morning, Tommy Whitpain.
I know, but he should have went bigger because, you know,
You got it.
You got it, right? At the end of the heat, that seemed like it didn't seem like he really knew what he needed because you had to go big.
Yeah, it's like a boxer that's been sort of falling behind on points but hasn't been knocked out yet. They got to start throwing haymakers. You know, like if you're getting jabbed with 4s and 5s and 6s by your competitors, you're going to have to throw the killer blow, an 8-point ride to jump out of trouble. And he just didn't hit hard enough on that final section. Here we go, Ryan Slattery. He's just on fire out here at the moment. Couple of mid-range 6s already. Not a big section there. Huge turn. Oh, he almost reeled it in. He kind of reminds me of like a an old school kind of Anthony Poles or something, just a bigger guy
No
who's
way.
got those huge turns.
That's a great call. He looks so much like Polsey. Yeah, that was a good call. Whoa, is he going to make this? Because if he does, he could get the score.
Yeah, he chipped away at the requirement, didn't he? He narrowed it, Tommy Whitpain. His last ride came through at a 3.47, so he gave himself a shot. He's devoed. And, you know, these competitors, even though it's the end of the season, you know, you want to put in a good showing in that final event. So I feel his pain, but, Tommy Whitpain is going to have to bounce back when the QS resumes next year. But a great performance from the man on screen, Ryan Slattery. Big win, great heat score total, 13.34. Saxon Reba held on to that second spot. They're both moving through to the Red of 64. We'll take a quick break here and we'll be back. And we're going to bring in a special guest, Mitch Ross, and one of the local heroes. Don't miss it.
It's in all of us. That craving to feel new again. To see something new that will blow our minds. Or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales. A place to feel free. To feel alive. And most of all, to feel new again.
Maddie's last night's sleep was spent trying to look up relaxing wave sounds. Tonight's actual wave sounds.
Holidays, Ironman, outdoors, Ironman, whoa, Uber, suspension, lights, roof rack, camping equipment, recovery gear, under Ironman, mate, 100 Ironman. I can't do two things at once, Wait!
Effortlessly refreshing. Byron Bay Brewery Premium Lager. Go with it.
Beautiful looking day down here. Surfest 2024 presented by Reflections Holiday Parks. A couple of good little lines rolling on through, and it looks like we're going to have a bit of action. First wave of the heat, the surfer in blue, nice little carve there. That's Macklin Flynn, as we welcome Jackson Baker into the booth. How are you, Jacko?
Good, Ross. Thanks for having me.
What's new?
Got a broken foot and pink hair. That's what's new. But good to be sitting in here with you. It's kind of different. Usually you'd be scooting in and out of heats, trying to help me get through a few heats here. So, it's nice to be on the other side of the camera. Something different.
Yep, good times, huh? How's your foot feeling?
Still broken, but it's coming along. Probably 5 weeks down, another 4 to go.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully be back for the snapper changers. So that's kind of the trajectory.
Looking fit.
Cut a few kegs, 6 weeks off the drink, bit of extra training, bit of extra curricular training with Adam Tripaz.
How do you cut kegs when you've got an injury?
How do you cut kegs when you've got an injury? I'm fasting till midday every day.
Mm-hmm.
Don't eat until midday, so I have a long black or a nice long black or two before then.
Yep. And
I just eat 2 meals a day, mainly just steak and veg and chicken and veg. Don't take this as nutritional advice. I'm not that, but it seems to be working.
Yep.
I think just cutting that third meal out. I'm not exercising as much. Think about when we're training and surfing. You're training in a gym every day and probably getting 2 to 3 surfs in, and all I can really do is hop around on my crutches and go to the gym Monday, Wednesday, Friday. So, yeah, keeping busy, keeping on my toes. One foot of toes.
Hey, you're looking fit. Bravo to you, mate. And good heat, this one. As we see 4 new faces. But before we talk about these guys, we're going to cut to a quick interview with the winner of that last heat, Ryan Slattery. How are you, mate?
I'm good. How are you guys?
We're back. Hopefully this can keep on happening.
Yeah, hopefully.
Mate, ripped yesterday, ripped again today. Big total, 13.24 points, huh?
Yeah. I sort of lucked into like 2 chip-ins out the back. Let me have enough time to try and hit the section. So, yeah, no, it's fun out there. It's just got to try and find the right ways. That's it.
It's pretty obvious once again, right? You just got to find that, steep sort of section on your backhand, forehand. I saw you do a huge carve on your forehand today. I don't know what the score was, but that turn was massive.
Oh, cheers, mate. Yeah, I don't know. Just I don't know. I feel good and sort of a bit more power in the wave. So just get the back foot heavy. So just try and sink it.
And out there with a couple of younger guys, Saxon Reba, he was hot in your heels, but you just locked in some big numbers, and stoked to see you progressing through the rounds. Jackson, got any questions for the big fella?
So how's your pre-heat preparation going? I may or may not have seen you at the Prince of Merewether last night having a schooner or two. So
mate, taking it real easy.
I love it. If you keep, I heard schooners, they help with spray, so keep doing what you're doing, because like you said you like a bit more juice.
That's
Looks like the weekend has a bit more juice coming, so keep pumping through the draw.
Keep pumping through the schooners.
Mate, go to the Prince every night. I think there's a special every week. Just keep it running. Don't change
pub
this
specials.
Don't change this winning formula,
Yeah, copy that.
Did you partake in the trivia? I know Jackson hosted a trivia night down there.
Yeah, I heard you done real well.
Did you really?
Nah.
There you go. That makes more sense.
It was actually really hard.
Oh, yeah. It's a tough.
Some of the questions were pretty tricky, eh?
Yeah.
All about surfing?
We got 5th last night, so
top
5's all right.
Top 5, that's final 5 WSL. We take that. Tell you that, 100%.
How'd you like the Prince?
Oh, mate, love the Prince.
Beautiful.
So it's great place to go.
Mate, Jackson, you're an ambassador, so what can you tell Ryan is happening there tonight? What's the Wednesday night special? There you go.
I'm pretty sure tonight is burger night.
Oh, yeah, sum me up.
I shouldn't spill the beans, but if you are wanting to have a laugh today, I may be putting up a very silly photo promoting burger night, so stay tuned.
There you go.
I may or may not be standing in Speedos on the balcony.
Hey, Ryan, mention Jackson's name, you get a free burger and beer. There you go.
Oh, sweet. Done.
Cheers, mate. Congratulations, and we'll see you later on.
I'll see you there tonight.
Yeah, see you at the Prince.
He's a good surfer.
He's really good. Me and Ryan actually, growing up, he's only just from down Nora Headway, I think. We were doing all the regional titles and stuff around here and all the events, and he's still a big lad. He uses his power. That's kind of, these conditions today are perfect for him. So, like we said, with the weekend coming, it looks like we've got a pretty solid, juicy south swell coming.
Mm-hmm.
If he can keep himself in the draw, I'd say he's going to go a long, long way with that big back foot of his, front side and backside.
Nice looking wave there for Axel Corretto from Manly Beach, another good surfer. 3 other surfers out at the moment. It's Macklin Flynn, Kobe Johnson, as we check out the replay of the surfer in red. Nice little wave. Nothing huge happened, but to this point, it's probably the best score of the heat thus far. A couple of turns on the inside. Finishes strong.
He's got a good backhand on him. It's just a bummer. It seems really tricky out there. I just actually had a look before we came in here. There's the bigger sets, which almost kind of like mundle up the break a little bit unless you can find that corner. But then there is those inside smaller ones, which is kind of going to be a bit tricky because he kind of surfed that wave pretty well and he only got a 2.67. So judges are kind of telling us they're wanting kind of what Ryan Slattery did in that last one, even one major turn on a bigger section.
Yeah. Still waiting to see a wave surf from the man in green, local legend from the East End, just around the corner there at Newcastle Beach. You know him really well. Little Cade Kelly.
Little Cade. I think he was doing he's cutting a few hot laps around the East End down in Newey yesterday, Arvo.
Mm-hmm.
I think he had his dad down there filming. Mickle, the president of East End Board Riders, down there keeping a good eye on him.
He's only 12 and he's already a legend.
12 and a legend. And he used to have the sickest mullet.
What happened to it?
I don't know. Kind of like the fresh look, like kind of coming into Surfest, get tricked out, looking good.
Is he the youngest surfer ever to surf in the main event here
That's
at Newey?
a word on the grapevine.
Well, he's 12. It must be in
and
the
make
running.
a heat too.
Yeah.
Like, that's pretty huge. As he's looking at one here, let's see what he's got. Newey does have a fair few left. Let's see what the young fella's got. Whoa.
Can you remember your first sort of pro event?
Oh, I'd say probably the biggest one would have been this when I was young. I think.
You weren't 12, were you? Maybe 16
nah,
or something?
14, 15. I think I made it through the trials. You know how they used to do, well, before this became a regional QS, as we see Macklin taking off here on a nice little left. Nice little first turn there. Another one kind of like Axel's kind of going through the inside, a little bit smaller.
It's funny. You're better off looking for a closeout.
There's one big section, but I guess it's hard because it's pretty slow too, so you're kind of taking what you get. But back to the first event here, or first big one, I think it was here maybe 15 or 16. They had the trials up at Barubi, and I think I didn't do any good there. And then they do the trials on the Sunday pre-event when it was the international event before it was regionalised. And I remember sneaking through. I think I got second in the trials to Darren O'Rafferty.
Wow.
That's kind of how long ago it was. And yeah, I think I got in the main event and then...
And what did it do for you in your career at such a young stage?
It taught me a whole lot, especially just coming out of that next level. Even that was before I was probably even in the junior series, so kind of going to that really high level. As we see Cade, nice first turn there on a little right. Might be on the rocks bowl, Ross.
Yeah, it's a good little wave, just zigging and zagging.
He's looking light. He's looking lively.
Love to whack this section.
Oh, nice little finish.
He's ripping.
Oh, that was sick. Yeah, the Cade.
Comes from a great family.
Yeah, he does. He does.
Great local family. His dad rips, goofy footer.
It's kind of weird. Both the boys are natural, and Az is a goofy footer. So
yeah, big brother, also a natural footer. His mum's a legend too. She's actually works at one of the local banks and handles a lot of people's money. Does a really good job.
Hats off to
Tristan
her.
Kelly. If you need to borrow some money, go see her down at the Combank, as we see the replay here. Nice little wave here. Snap here was nice. Probably the biggest turn of the wave.
He did really well for such a small wave. I guess that's kind of going to help him being so small on those kind of smaller waves. But I would love to see him, as we see kind of one roll through the rocks there on the webcast. There's definitely a few when there's no sets. For someone like Cade, probably in this heat, if I was to give him a word of advice, or anyone in this heat, is to kind of maybe just sit there, look for a set, and just get one solid turn.
Yep.
As we've seen this heat so far, Macklin, Axel, Cade have all kind of surfed a wave really well, but it's been quite small.
Yep.
So judges are showing us that they want those bigger sets and those bigger turns.
Looks like the surfers are sitting, down south towards where the sort of rock breaks are. Interesting, because that didn't really happen yesterday. As we see a bit of a paddle.
Looks like Cade's at the rocks.
Having a look. Yeah, Cade is surfing the rocks right now. Full of sand. But sometimes when it does get, filled up with sand, you can still get a couple of good little waves.
Yeah, it looks like there's, like we seen on the first day, we almost had like a middle bank rip bowl, which for me and you that growing up here our whole life, that is a pretty mysterious bank. I mean, bit of rain from the bit of rain throughout the drain, kind of pushes out. That's the best wave of the heat. I think he jagged one. A nice turn before that. We'll wait for the replay, but that looked really good there from Macklin. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that will be the best wave of the heat, as we see Red taking off on a nice looking left too.
Gosh, it's hard to pick a wave that gives you a little bit of steepness. Tricky wave here, but it looks like Axel's actually found something down the line. This wave will sort of end on the rocks there as he kicks out of that one. Currently in second position with just under 12 minutes remaining. Big shout out to all those sponsors for making this event possible. Of course, a sponsor that also takes care of you, Jacko. Burton Automotive.
Mr. Kim Burton, Janine and the family.
Mate, a huge part of the surfing community here in Newcastle. You see the replay there, massive turn. Arguably the best turn of the heat. It was really big and solid. And I tell you what, Axel did really well here. I thought the wave was a bit of a closeout, but he got around it, got some work done. Unfortunately, nothing super square and vertical. But it will sort of consolidate his second spot at the moment. Looking to get a second wave score at the moment. So it's definitely going to make his situation a little bit better with just on 11 minutes remain, Jacko. Yeah, you've been on the part of the Burton family for, 3 or 4 years?
Yeah,
drive around a couple of the...
Yeah, I've been lucky enough to drive around a brand new GWM tank.
Yep. Thing's
a beast. But yeah, shout out to Kim, Janine, the whole family, everyone at Port Stephens Toyota, Maitland Toyota, and I think they've got a new one at Cardiff opening, a Cardiff GWM, which is exciting. But yeah, I mean, I think we touch on it every year. Without them, this event doesn't probably run, I mean, as smoothly as it does, and Warren as well. So very thankful for all that support. As we see Macklin's last wave come in, 417. So like we said, easily the best wave of the heat. Had those two kind of major turns on it. As we see Cade running through the inside. Oh, he's definitely at the rocks.
That was a sick little turn, that last one.
I wonder if he's got any of the boys in his ear. If he's looking at the rocks, there's got to be something.
How good is it? He's a member of East End Board Riders, and his big brother is a member of
Merriweather. So maybe Jai's trying to help him out here. I don't know. I did see him. I did see a few clips on the first day when he made his first heat. Jai and Azza were down here, and they were so pumped for him. It was so cool to see, especially with our young years.
So he gained access into this event because he won a junior event.
The Cadet Cup, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
A few weeks ago.
Which was really, really cool. That's so cool.
That's not an easy event to win either.
Nah. It's a trick. That's the coolest thing with this event. It's not just this QS 5000 men's and women's. We have the Pro Junior, we've got the Cadet Cup, you've got the High School Challenge, you've got the Evolution Charity Cup, like
the Indigenous event.
There's so much more than just this event, but this is kind of the pinnacle, the end. Mm-hmm. So really cool for Cade to win that Cadet Cup and gain a spot in this event. I mean,
you won this event 2
Yeah,
years ago.
Yeah, took a fair while for one of us Novocastrians to do it, but I was pretty happy to finally do it. Probably makes it a bit easier to sit here injured and talk about the event. I think if I hadn't got it yet, I'd probably still be sitting on edge wanting to be back out there. But
Yeah.
let's see if...
Big moment for you winning this one, yeah.
Big moment.
A lot of locals have tried.
Lots have tried. Ryan got second or tied with Julian. That was a tricky one that year. That was, in a weird way, I was kind of weirdly happy.
Don't say that.
Nah, don't say that.
I hope he saw this.
Who, Ryan?
Yeah.
Nah, Ryan loves me.
Not anymore.
Oh, he hates me. Nah. But, I mean,
but
when we were both in the final that one year, because it got condensed to the four-man, it got pushed to the four-man heats.
Yep.
Because we had the swirl later in that week. And
well, that was that event when it was surfed in 2.5 days.
Yeah, 2.5 days, and we finished at like 6 o'clock at night on the Sunday. And me and Ryan said to each other before we paddled out that even though it was a four-man final, there's still 50% chance the trophy was coming home. Let's just make sure it's one of us, not Hedgie or Billy. So I guess it worked out.
Yep, you got the flowers. We've got 7.5 minutes remaining, a little over in this one, and right now, man in blue out in front with some pretty low numbers. 4.17 or 2.63 is enough to keep Macklin in the lead. You just saw the man in green on screen. Cade is now looking for a 3. Axel's out in second. Cade Kelly looking for a 3-point ride to get up into second. And Kobe Johnson, who's been pretty quiet at the moment, just a throwaway score, has got priority. And even though he's only got a 0.73...
Here he goes, I think.
4.73 on this one. Here we go.
Nice first turn. He's actually on a really good wave. That second turn was spicy. Got a nice little inside link here. Let's see if he can finish her off. Oh. Wow.
You like that?
I really like that wave. I mean, we kind of missed the first turn. We'll probably get a replay here, but the second and the fourth turn, he got a really nice bit of spark out of the tail. Board looks good, looks loose, throwing fins.
Needed a 4.37 to move up in a second. It's going to be really close. The first turn wasn't super committed, but I think he kind of had to project so he could get down the line. So I think it was pretty smart surfing there from Kobe. That
was a good little finish there too. Like, I mean, you can kind of get caught up in, especially with backside surfing, just kind of windscreen wiping and hoping for spray. But he kind of was letting loose out the tail there, as we see Cade on a little left. I wouldn't be surprised if he's hitting the ladies bowl there. How far south he's gone there.
Someone surfed ladies yesterday. Ladies is actually the wave to the southest point nearly. There is bommies, but ladies is just tucked in behind the rocks there. And there was someone that surfed it for a moment yesterday. I think it was Angus Owens, another local bloke. As we're looking at the replay here for Cade, just getting busy on this one. Would love a steep section to finish it off, but unfortunately that wave sort of rolls in on the shelf there, a little bit dangerous. So he kicks on out. A 3.93 for the last of white. So now looking for a 1.17 to move up in a second. Really tight heat.
this last 5, they call it like the... It's going to be, last 5 minutes is going to be a lot of chops and changing. I'd say there'll be a lot of exchanges. And as we see, a few of the boys sitting down there watching. I think we've got Marlon Harrison, Sean Gunning, might be Saxon Reber on the far right there.
Sean Gunning was good yesterday.
He was.
Yeah.
He's kind of slapping a few. I think he might have unfortunately lost, though.
He was surfing good.
Really good. There was one, his first wave.
I think he was in Marlon's heat.
It was one of those earlier heats. I remember being around down here. I don't know if I commentated that one, but I was down here.
I think he lost on the buzzer to Oxon. That was it.
J-Ock. It was too. I think it was that heat.
Yeah.
Like we said, and that was another one in Jay's heat there was that one big turn on one big section, 5.43 or something I think it was. So that's still relative today, and I feel like it'll still be relative the whole event.
Bit of a set rolling on through. You can see Kate Kelly just paddling over a monster wave there. Conditions pretty solid again this morning. I was seeing last night a couple of maybe like 4 to 6 foot waves just rolling through here at Merida. The angle wasn't great, but as you can see, you can see Kate just poking around those rides. He's trying to find something against the nor'east swell. It's really easy to catch the left and roll down the beach with the swell the way it is, but Kate's just searching for those rights, and I get it. You can get a big section on him. Just needs an opportunity here with 4 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. The local bloke looking for something. As we see the current heat leader, a quick wave there for Macklin Flynn, who's in control of this one. Now looking at the surfer in red, having a look, Jacko.
Oh, he's a bit late, if he gets one nice... There we go. So he's got it there. He's clicked it. He's only looking at better a 2.43.
That's a big number.
That's a solid number. It was a really nice turn, really patient. I thought he might have been a bit too late. Looked like he almost got hung up there, but kind of teed up nicely. Nice bit of spray, perfectly timed. It's going to be his best single score.
Axel's from the North Stain Queenscliff area, and it's super similar on a nor'east swell out there, so I'm sure he feels really comfortable.
Yeah. Well, I was actually talking to a few of the boys, Georgie Pitar and a few of the boys before I come in here, and apparently he's all missoed up at the moment, so they're actually surprised he's in the water. So good to see him get one there. They're a bit worried about his surfing, but it doesn't look like it. Still looks like he's getting in the water more than enough. So that's good.
I think he's got a good score on the way. So waiting for last of red, and this was the last of white. I think he liked it, Kobe. It's nearly it's not a claim, but it looks like he's pretty happy with himself.
Feel like those ones, I'm pretty guilty for it.
You're one of the biggest claimers, I think.
Hopefully not, but yeah, I don't mind showing a bit of happiness. But I think with that, sometimes it's just that body language just to show that you're feeling good about it without the fist bump or anything like that. I think standing tall can be classed as a claim, but sometimes it's just that authority, like saying, I've finished this, I'm finished strong on my feet, and I needed this in that time. As we see, Axel's last one turner was a 3.93, so like we've said with the comparisons, Axel's one turn is a 3.93, and Kobe got a nice little inside runner before for a 3.93. So judges are definitely showing us what they want here. As we see Axel on another left here, maybe if you can get it up there,
and another one,
turner. See,
not quite as good as the last one, but still
he's getting it there.
Well, he actually needs a score right now. The situation has flipped, so needed a number here.
It's 2.73. So,
gosh, that's close. It'll be hard to punch in a score lower than a 2.73 for that.
So Kobe's last for that one he was pretty frothing on was a 2.73, and now
what's better? I don't know.
I don't know either. This is why I don't judge.
This is really close. I'd say Kobe's wave was bigger.
He's got it. 2.97 goes to the lead. So that's all it takes there. This heat, look at that. 6.9 to 6.8 to 6.66. And Cade's in fourth, not out of it.
Needs a 4.7. So, yeah, all happening as we see Axel up and riding on a right-hander. Big snap.
Was a nice turn.
That would have been a good still. That was a really nice turn there.
See if you can get a little inside link here. Summerbean. Oh, look at this little rip bowl bit.
Get there.
Maybe deep for it, though. See if he gets it up there.
I swear if he was having a free surf, he would have got around that because you wouldn't have that nervous sort of beating heart.
Well, you know, sometimes when you're stuck behind, you almost try too hard and you lose speed, but sometimes you should just stand there and you actually get around it. But in the heat, you're just like, I've got to get there. So, as we see Kobe, he's looking for a 2.88. 50 seconds on the clock. We've still got Cade down towards the rocks. Anything could happen here in this last minute. Kind of see a few lumps on the horizon, kind of pushing through. Could be a big finish here.
Yeah, just under 40 seconds remaining in this one. Cade Kelly to the right of the screen.
It looks
looking
like
for
he's got a ride here.
4.7. Here he goes,
He's
Jacko.
got one of the rocks.
Let's go. Good looking
Get up
wave.
there. Boom. Bit soft there on the first turn. He might get a good little link here. Shape-wise, this is probably best wave of the heat.
Come on, son.
Come on, get there. Big turn.
He needs a big
He needs
finish.
a big finish. Oh, little Larry.
Wow, he likes it.
He loves it. Good just to see him in that pressurised situation. Get the wave.
Yep.
Be in position and finish on his feet.
Giving himself an opportunity.
He's
So
giving himself the chance, as we see Axel.
nice combination there for Red. So, wow. Well, it's all happening. The last throw of the dice for the surfer in white.
See if he got anything out the back, but he's got a little link here.
So 3 of the 4 surfers catching waves at the end.
Yup.
What's going to happen here? It looks like the man in red went up into the lead. So all
I
of a
think
sudden,
he's fine. He's safe.
Yep. Macklin Flynn is now sort of
on the chopping block, but I feel like
there he is.
I really liked Cade's positioning and finding that wave, but I really think this first turn's going to let him down. Everything else was smooth, good finish, but just that first turn, the wave was...
He found one.
This is the rarest wave ever out there today. You got a nor'east swell at Merriweather going backwards and you find a 4-turn right.
He chucked everything at it. Unfortunately, the score that came in a little under, so unfortunately...
He gave it a good nudge, the young fella.
Yeah.
To make his first heat, to come into this round of 96, I mean, would have loved to see him come into the 64 with one of the big dogs. Imagine if he matched up with Morgs.
I know. Would have taken him down, I reckon.
Oh, yeah, Morgs would have been scared, I reckon.
But, yeah, great effort there from Cade Kelly. Unfortunately, bowing out along with Kobe Johnson. Moving through was Axel Coretta and Macklin Flynn as we go to a quick break and come back with more action down here at Surfest 2024.
Holidays, Ironman, outdoors, Ironman, whoa, Uber, suspension, lights, roof rack, camping equipment, recovery gear, Under Ironman, mate, and 100 Ironman. Can't do 2 things at once, I know.
Back home, the Wilsons always use proper dinner etiquette. Out here, the stick will do just fine.
Effortlessly refreshing. Byron Bay Brewery Premium Lager. Go with it.
The Racecourse is not just a place to watch the horses thunder. It brings generations together to share memories and experiences that are close to our hearts and runs in our veins. Newcastle Racecourse. Home is where the track is.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all. And feel new.
Holidays, Ironman, outdoors, Ironman, whoa, Uber, suspension, lights, roof rack, camping equipment, recovery gear, Under Ironman, mate, and 100 Ironman. Can't do 2 things at once, I know.
And welcome back to action down here at Merriweather Beach, day number 3 of competition, Surfest 2024, presented by Reflections Holiday Parks. Have you stayed at any of the Reflection Holiday Parks?
I haven't, but I've heard a few of the boys. I think Dill Moffat and a few of the boys over the last 2 years of this series, as they've been a partner, have been staying there.
They're everywhere.
They're everywhere.
They're incredible.
Quietly everywhere.
As we have a look at the replay, this wave happened whilst we're at a break. Pretty good surfing. Loves pink boards.
I love that. Joshy Van Niekerk, I love that.
You were big on the pink board thing.
I still kind of am. I just can't surf at the moment, so no one knows what colour. I don't ride any boards at the moment.
So you're going to get the pink going again?
I'm thinking I've got a bit of time on my hands to think of what I want to do this year.
How much time do you need to figure out what colour boards you're going to
Well, I guess the colour's easy. It doesn't take much, but as you can see by the colour of my hair at the moment, it is pink. But nah, I would love to. I just don't really want to change it up because of the purpose that I'm doing it for my mum. So yeah, I guess I want to mix it up, maybe do pink and something else, have a double colour or find another.
Flip it around, give us a look.
Want my hair?
Look at it.
You can't really see it. It doesn't really look that good there. You should have seen. I look like a like a fluoro pink highlighter you'd use at school. That's what I look like on Saturday. Had one of the boys' weddings on Saturday and rocked out with fluoro pink hair. So more washes and more water you put in it comes out. But
looks like it's back to your natural colour already.
Nearly ginger, eh? But nah. We're down here watching heat number 12 of the round of 96 here at Surfest 2024.
It is, yeah.
Wow.
Getting through it. You won in 2022?
22, yeah. And Jolie Vaughan last year. I think it was myself and Macy in 22, Jolie Vaughan and Bronte Macaulay last year.
Saw Bronte yesterday. She's got to town.
B-Max in town?
Yep.
She loves it here.
She's staying up the road at the Blatchfords.
The Blatchfords?
Yep. Local family.
They're too good.
Yeah, Bronte's stoked.
It's another good thing around this area with the...
She's been staying with the Law, Simon Law and the family for the last few days.
Yeah, up the bay.
Up the bay, so yeah, cruising, and got to Merida yesterday and was greeted with left-handers.
She's going to love this.
Goofy footers love left-handers. So
Goofy's love... Well, Goofy's find lefts even when there's no lefts. So
yep,
we've got this nor'east swell pushing down the beach here at Merewether. Like we've kind of mentioned before, it is a bit of a weird swell direction and kind of backwards. Usually be going right at Merewether, but everyone's finding rights as well. As we see Josh, he's got a good little insight here. Wow, that turn was sick.
That was big.
What a really good style.
Where's he from?
I'm pretty sure he is originally from down Torquay Way, the Surf Coast, with South African heritage.
Yep, that name looks very South African.
Yep. So I actually when I used to go down to Bells when I was super young, I knew Josh and his family really well. We'd be surfing and skating down there when I was super young. So I've known Josh for a long time. Haven't actually seen him for us. Probably the first time I've seen him in a while. Here we go. Who's this? Jimmy Wallace. Big end one-turner.
That was sick.
That was sick.
That was rad. Jimmy.
Maybe he was listening to us in the last heat. We did say one big turners. That was sick though. I'd love to get a replay. That was a big section.
That was one of the bigger waves I've seen over the last hour or so. Great surfing there from Jimmy. As we look at the replay for the man in, with the pink board, I was only going to say in red. This is Josh. Love that turn then.
That was really nice.
Yeah, second turn was big. First score for Josh was a 2.67. The one you just saw was a 3.77. And here's the replay for Jimmy.
One big turn. He got there, timed it well.
Loved it.
Just those turns sometimes, as much as in heats and stuff, sometimes you want so much more. But sometimes you just got to get out there and take those one big turners and just take confidence from it. Their first scores come in for Jimmy at 3.4. So one big turn there, and in comparison to Josh's kind of 3-turn combo with a 3.77. So I will say we will see a lot more waves in this heat. I think we're kind of getting to the tip of the high. So it may get a little bit slower. And then once that tide starts to churn back out.
I'd prefer a heated high tide, I think.
I would for sure too. I would love a morning heat.
I think it's a little bit more forgiving.
For sure. And like we've seen Cade in the last heat get the little rip bowl rights and then the inside left link up. So I think on the low, there'll be a lot of just big one-turners. There'll be nothing else, which I think we're seeing the Savo, the women go out.
Yep.
8 heats of the women's this afternoon, so stay tuned for that. We got a big day ahead and a big week ahead.
What do you think's going to happen with the south change later in the week? It's not that big, is it?
It's kind of been downgraded a little bit. I actually got asked this yesterday by Jesse, and I actually was like, I haven't actually looked at the surf report for 6 weeks because I can't surf. So I did have a quick look at it yesterday afternoon. And one of the boys did say it was looking really solid earlier in the week, but every day it's kind of downgrading, which is a good thing. I mean, we kind of want a good number around here would be around that 2 metre mark, not much over 2.5 metres with that south swell, because it will be quite washy. I think the winds and the weather don't look great, but I mean, come down here Saturday, Sunday, and there's solid 4 to 6 foot surf at proper Merriweather. Even with not that great of winds, it's still a world-class wave.
Absolutely. Checking in with the winner of that last heat. Hello, Axel. How are you, mate?
Good, thanks. How are you?
How was it out there?
Yeah, it was pretty tricky. There wasn't a whole lot of opportunity, but ended up snagging a couple in the last 5 minutes to put me through, so can take it.
Did you kind of figure it out on the fly that the judges just love one turn, one big turn? Like, you got a couple of waves that you did a couple of smaller turns, but when you got those sets and just blasted one backhand turn, the judges loved it.
Yeah, I noticed that at the start, like when I was checking it beforehand, that they're loving one turn, but I paddled out and then I started going like ones with the shoulder on them and just doing like a couple like open face turns, and they hated it. So I do stop doing that and just look for a couple closeout sections, and end up getting kind of like 2 back-to-back on the lefts, and yeah, figured that would be like a couple half-decent scores. Well, better than my 2.5, so yeah.
Similar conditions to what you surf with the nor'east swell down at home at Manly, right?
Yeah, it's pretty similar actually. Normally in a nor'east, it's not that straight at North Stain compared to this. Like, northerly swell's pretty good down there, but yeah, it's the same thing. You know, just beachy type stuff. It's pretty similar. It's good.
And I'm sitting here with Jackson Baker. I know he's got a couple of questions, maybe on your personal life, but what you're saying throughout the heat, mate?
Georgie P just wanted me to get in here and stitch you up about getting all shucked up with the missus. But no, he was actually worried you hadn't been surfing enough. But it didn't look like it then, mate. You were, especially in those tricky conditions, you turn the heat around really good. And, I mean, you get those ones, they get grindy, but I think you grinded that one out perfectly and good to come in with the win, eh?
Yeah. In the end, I ended up getting a couple, but it's good. She surfs as well, so I've been surfing just as much. George doesn't know.
GP's just probably jealous that you're not surfing with him. GP's just a bit like that, eh? Gets a bit jealous, I know. But I thought I'd have to mention that on the Webby. I think he'd love
classic.
it. But you handled it real well. I think that's straight back at GP. Your play now, mate.
Yeah, perfect. It's all in GP's hands now. We'll give him one.
No, hopefully I'll get GP in the next few days. I'll give him a bit of a peppering.
Yeah, I'll give you a couple questions for him.
Yeah, give me some spice on it. That'd be lovely.
Yeah. Bit of inside scoop.
Yeah, I love the inside scoop.
Unreal, mate. Well, congratulations, and looking forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Perfect. Thanks, guys. See you later.
Rest up.
Unreal. Good surfing there from Axel in that last one as we cross into Heat 12. A couple of decent scores have been locked in whilst we're on a break. 4.33 for Darcy Crump.
That's a score today.
It is. Well, considering Jimmy Wallace got a 3.4 for a wave that we liked, we didn't see Darcy's, but it must have been pretty solid.
Yeah, I'd love to get a replay if we could. I kind of might have actually seen it in the background while we had Axel on the interview there. He did have a nice first turn, so I'm guessing he might have got a really nice second one there as well. But yeah, I think Jesse Starling mentioned something yesterday when we were in the booth together, that Matty Cattle, super coach Matty Cattle from North Narrabeen, he'd been doing some averages of the total scores of guys making the Challenger Series last year. And if you were averaging 12-point heat totals, they were the guys that made the Challenger Series. So it's like today is probably average of 10s.
What would you guessed?
For that?
Yeah.
I thought it would have been higher, but I mean, like I said to Jesse yesterday, there is those heats there, though. Sometimes you do go 15 or 16, but then you go back to an 8-point heat total, like that last heat with Axel. Sometimes you have to get grindy. Like, sometimes you have the change of the tide or the wind comes up. Like, sometimes you don't get the best conditions. So
it's funny, if you're sitting there before the year started and you had in your mind that you needed to get 12 points, you'd think you're a pretty good shot of it.
Very simple.
All these guys can get 6s if they get a decent wave.
100%. I mean, that's the hardest part, though, with surfing where we're versing the elements. You've got 3 other guys out there to surf against, so there's a lot of stuff to go against. And sometimes the ocean doesn't want to work with you, and other days it works really well with you. You just kind of have good days and have bad days. But we're very lucky to have the conditions we have today. Clean winds. I mean, I haven't really seen the ocean too much lately, but I think we've kind of scored this week with conditions so far. This is day 3, and we're...
You know what? It's perfect conditions for, the final event of the series.
For sure.
You would hate to get here and it's flat, right?
Yeah, like super fitting. I feel like...
Plenty of opportunities.
There's no excuses for the guys that need points. Ample opportunity, big sections. I'm actually really excited for us to get through these rounds and actually start looking at the rankings. I haven't had a look at it for a while, but I think there's a few spots locked down. But it'll be interesting to see the guys. Wow, as we see Josh.
How familiar are you with the rankings at the moment? Good turn, good combo.
That was a really nice combination. I know that Dakota is pretty locked in, if not 100%. Jarvy's pretty much there too. And then I think, what do we got? I think it's top 7, as we see Josh. This was a really nice first turn.
Second turn was really good
Just
too.
smart surfing, not going too big on the second one, getting the completion.
Growing up around here, and living here, he was actually the first guy that I saw surfing leading up to this event.
Really?
Yeah, maybe it was the pink boards that sort of caught my attention.
I did actually see some photo. I guess it was like mid-Avoca event, and was it the Savley days last week when it was like that biggest roll?
It was a good week ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
his last score 4.1. He's in the lead now, so getting here to God's country a little early. He has he's playing in his formula right now. It's definitely working. So,
hey, any locals still in the draw? Is Ollie Reisenbeck still in the draw?
Ollie comes in the round of 64.
Okay, yep.
Then we'll have Morgan Siblick. I think we may have Ocean Lancaster as well coming up at... I don't know if he's 64 or 96. I think he might be 96 from memory. As we see Matt Boyle.
He's a good surfer.
Good surfer.
Big section.
Oh, sick little
Big
Larry
turn.
on the inside.
See you later. Easy.
Easy. Thanks for coming. Beautiful. That's all you need to do.
Waited 15 minutes to get that wave.
Yeah, and like we said, he's finding the little rights against the grain. Probably one of the harder waves to find out there, but he's looking good on this wave, looking spicy. Just kept the board going rail to rail, and then once he did get this bigger kind of section on the inside, drop that back foot Larry. And
He's in the heat now.
Yeah, I think this heat, everyone... Once this score for Matt comes in, everyone will have one in that 3 to 4 point range, and I guess this last 9 minutes is about backing that up and seeing who goes on to the round of 64.
A couple of big names in the draw, Georgie Pitter, Mikey McDonough, Morgan Siblick, Joel Vaughan.
Yup.
They're all qualified already. Is Joel qualified? Was he in the top 20?
I think Joel needs this event.
So he does?
I'm pretty sure.
So the other 3, they're fine. Because
Mikey... So you finish 10 to 20 on the Challenger Series the year prior. You're in. So that's George, Morgan, Reef Hazelwood, hence why he's not here, I'm pretty sure.
Yep.
Myself, and then, as we see, Jimmy on a nice
So
little
you're telling
lefty.
me Joel Vaughan needs... Oh, good combo.
That was a sick little combo, eh?
So Joel Vaughan needs this. He needs to...
Once we get a little break here, I'll get the rankings up. But...
I know it's only early stages, so we haven't, talked about rankings.
Yeah, because I feel like it'll come more and more into play. Well, Joel is in a qualification position right now. He's in 5th on the live rankings.
Can you give us the top 7 at the moment? As we see the replay here of Jimmy Wallace.
It's a nice first turn. Just real smart surfing here too. Like, nice little click there on the second one too. I guess it is hard today. Like, you don't want to be pushing too hard and risking a fall, because there's not a lot of these opportunities. So very smart surfing there. As we see Darcy, like we said, just pushing that little bit too hard.
Yep.
Josh Van Niekerk on this next one. This one on the wide camera angle looks sick. Nice first turn there. Might get a little inside link here if he kind of heads back towards the rocks. Wow, that one went Huntington. But back to the rankings, we've got number 1, Dakota Walters, Alistair Reginato in 2, Jarvis Earl in 3, and those guys are all on 9,000 points. So I dare say that's as safe as houses, with this being the last event and 5,000, and only one person will be able to get the 5,000 points. Then we go down to Tully Wiley at 7,800, so I feel like he's in a very good position too, as we see Matt with a massive first turn there.
Late charge.
Wow.
So he took 15 minutes to catch his first wave. Now he's taken about 2 minutes to catch his third wave.
Too big on the last. He overcooked the chook. But nah, I feel like the damage was kind of done there. The great surfing at the start there. Then we got Joel in 5th, Geordie Lawler in 6th, Oscar Berry in 7th.
Okay, Oscar
So
Berry.
Oscar's on the cut line. And then you go down to Caius, Dill Moffat, Jack Thomas, Xavier Harks.
Wow, there's a lot of this is going to get
down to Cooper Davies, Lennox Smith, Mikey Clayton Brown.
This event gets so fun in the last couple of days.
It's actually sick because
it'll kick in tomorrow. The fun.
Yeah, the fun kicks in tomorrow. It's kind of like it's not as fun. I mean, it's not going to be fun for them. It's fun for us. We get to watch it unfold. I say it's not fun because I've been in this position for qualification for the CT, and it kind of is the scariest thing ever. So, yeah, I'll be kind of excited to be watching it from the sideline and watch it unfold. Because I mean,
mate, those names that you mentioned down the back end, they're all good enough to win this event.
100%, and I think there's going to be guys that need a win to get.
I'm still surprised that Caius King hasn't. He's in
8th.
Yeah, I'm surprised that he hasn't had a huge, huge moment.
Well, he got second to Morgs in Cruy.
Yes.
So Morgs just went over there and went, hey, boys, I don't need the 5,000, but I'll take your points. But no, he was ripping. That was a really good final too.
Surfers getting ready for that next heat. William, Suter, Spicer, and William Pascoe. 4 new surfers out there next in just over 5 minutes' time. Couple of scores getting locked in. Jacko, a 3.8 for the last of blue. Wasn't enough to move up into the lead. Jimmy Wilson locked in a 3.9. So he consolidates second position.
As we see Darcy on a little right here, he needs
That's
a
that
score.
rip bowl.
As that tide, like we said, it's coming in. And like we said with Matt Boyle's last wave, he kind of overcooked the chook on that last turn. I feel like he'd be in a progressing position right now with that completion. It is hard though when you're going down the line on a wave and you slowly get better and better each turn and you get to the end and kind of overcook it. But still 4.5 minutes on the clock here in heat number 12. But like we said just before, the rankings tomorrow onwards, I mean, I feel like for this region is probably, I don't want to sound biased because this is our region, but I feel like we are the single-handedly strongest region in the regional series. For the Challenger series, as we see, Josh has kind of banged. He got to bang that one, eh? That was sick. But yeah, I think we do have the strongest region of surfers, and if not, could have more than 7.
Yeah, I think so.
So, but let's see who can get their way in there and get their way to Snapper and get their qualification dreams alive. That's kind of the next step. We got this, so you want to qualify for the Challenger Series. This is the regional QS Series, and then once you make that Challenger Series, you got a chance to qualify for the World Championship Tour. Where
was that a 3.51?
I'm no judge, but I'm going to say no.
Why? Because he sort of
kind of got a little bit caught up on there. The scores come in as well, 2.8. If he kind of got a bit more vert on that, he kind of...
You know what? We were talking about yesterday, me and Ock, and if you did a clean lip line, you probably get the score there. But he got caught up in the trough for maybe a second and sort of paused.
Kind of like met the lip at the wrong time and made it look kind of critical, but not, I don't know, like sometimes...
He stopped.
I think kind of stopped and then fell down. But if he kind of lip lined that sick and kind of had speed, it's guaranteed the score. Like, what is it, 3.51 needed, and Darcy needs a 2.97. So, I dare say the 4 guys in this heat, none of them feel safe. Even Josh out there in the lead with a 4 and a 3.7. So yeah, there's a lot to kind of unfold in this last 3 minutes that we've got on hand here.
Yeah, really tight. This heat's even tighter than the previous, which we thought was a tight battle, that last heat. This one's really tight, coming down on the wire. 2.5 minutes remaining. Huge shout out to all the sponsors for making this event possible. Reflections Holiday Parks, Newcastle Herald, Byron Bay Brewing, Newcastle Racecourse, New South Wales Government, of course, Burton Automotive, Solved, Tracks Magazine, Hit 106.9, a host of sponsors making this event possible. Of course, the Prince, the pub down there at, what street's that?
Morgan Sibley Street.
There it is. Going to be a lot happening at the Prince this week. I know Jacko Baker will be down there hosting some fun stuff, so keep your eyes glued on their Instagram for some updates. We've got 1 minute and 50 seconds remaining. A quick wave there I don't think that will change the situation, that one, as we come on down to the business end of this heat. Up next, another good heat. Bodie Williams will be out there along with Kairo Suda, Jacob Spicer and William Pascoe. You can see the man in green. Looks as though he's trying to looking up the beach for a couple of the competitors that are sniffing scores at the moment. It'll make things pretty uncomfortable, I dare say, for surfers below him. Right now, priority is with the man in white. That's the good news for Jimmy Wallace if he wants to hold things out. He's got priority. Great position to be in. Darcy Crump is in second priority.
If you're Darcy, you're staying clear of Jimmy. But
I even think, as you mentioned before, Josh is smart enough to know he should actually suffocate them as well.
Yeah, might as well get near him, but we've seen in a few heats before in other events you don't actually want to get too close if you don't have the priority. As we see Darcy,
no,
that thing just did. Now the boys are just going to swamp him like a swarm of bees. They're not going to let him have nothing.
Look at that. You see the heat leader, Joshy?
Oh, he's kind of got a break here. I don't think...
There's Jimmy. So Jimmy's using his
gone.
priority.
30 seconds. Can Darcy split away here? He's on kind of the edge of this here.
Well, this is the wave that he needs.
This was the one he should have... Or he's used prio.
Okay, so
Darcy has a chance here. 20 seconds. He's getting at a 297. What even is that? Like one kind of turn. Not even much.
I don't think he's going to get the opportunity. You can see him here. He's looking at this wave with 5 seconds to go. No, not going to happen. A bit of an upset there. The top seed of the heat bows out in Darcy Crump along with Matt Boyle. Progressing through the next round was Jimmy Wallace and Josh Vanderkirk. As we go to a quick break and come back with more action from Surfest 2024 presented by Reflections Holiday Parks.
Holidays, Ironman, outdoors, Ironman, whoa, toolbars, suspension, lights, roof rack, camping equipment, recovery gear, under Ironman, mate, and 100 Ironman. I can't do two things at once, I know.
Welcome to Sydney. A place to feel alive, to feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
Adam thought he'd never get Sarah camping. How wrong you were, Adam.
Wait!
The Racecourse is not just a place to watch the horses thunder. It brings generations together to share memories and experiences that are close to our hearts and runs in our veins. Newcastle Racecourse. Home is where the track is.
Well, there he is, Josh Van Niekerk, and he has just powered through to that next round with a solid performance. Gritty performance, getting the job done, and we're back into the round of 96 with Heat 13 now hitting the lineup. Ronnie Blakey sitting alongside Mark Ockalupo, the one and only Ock. And Ock, good lineup this one, mate. I'll take you through it. Bodie Williams out there in the red. Koyoshiro Suda of Japan is out there in the blue. Jacob Spicer is in the white. And William Pascoe is going to be in the green. Look at that shot.
Beautiful. Welcome, everyone. If you just tuned in, some big turn.
Koyoshiro Suda really nice little front side hit there. So it's kind of been an interesting morning. We've seen a lot of the scores falling into that 4-point, 5-point range. Some lower heat score totals, which does suggest that it's difficult to find those big sections out there at the moment. Some have figured it out better than others. Ryan Slattery, I think, with the best heat score total of the day so far. But, you know, as it goes with any new day of competition, generally someone will go out there in the morning and put together a performance which raises the bar for everyone. And we are kind of waiting for that to happen.
I reckon Ryan Slattery did it, because that was the best performance I've seen so far. This swell is quite northeast, and compared to yesterday, I feel like it might be a bit more east, which is making it more straight. I went down and had brekkie and kind of had a down on the beach level and looked
How was
at
it? How was brekkie?
Bacon egg roll was epic. Epic.
Sorry, broke your train of thought there. Here
Yeah,
we go. Replay. Bodie Williams.
Yeah, so it's these kind of lefts that they're kind of getting scores on. You know, they're running down, they're a bit flat. Gets a nice layback snap there and decides to go right. But, yeah, we haven't seen a whole lot of rights. The rights that we have seen have been pretty big scores because, you know, the lefts are running away kind of out to sea on these competitors, and the rights, you know, if you can find one that's open, you're going to get a meaty section coming at you.
Yeah, I like it.
That's what the surf is like.
I like the spark that I saw there from Koyoshiro, just on the forehand on that left. I mean, just effortless speed, you know, from the moment he got to his feet. Probably has bigger turns that he can lean into on those big individual sections, but it was crisp. It looked really clean, and he got himself a 4-point ride, jumps into the early lead here.
Japanese
competitor, and then we know that we've got that record number of Japanese competitors in the field here at Surfest this year, and a couple of reasons for that. Obviously, they're chasing points for the Asia region, so they're all out here on a mission to turn in big numbers. But even in the junior events and some of our lower rated qualifying series contests, you know, we had a lot of Japanese competitors out here, and I think relishing the opportunity to test themselves against the deep talent pool here in our region.
Yeah, for sure. I miss going to Japan, Ronnie. I'd like to say ohayou gozaimasu to, you know, all friends and fans over there. I really miss Japan. I competed over there for numerous years, and it's got such good culture and good waves, and I'll never forget just staying in those. You know, we used to stay in Japanese, you know, houses that would kind of what do you call it in Australia? Billet you.
Yep.
And so they just put you in their home, and it's like that, the floor, the straw floor, the futon, like what do they call their beds?
The futons for sure.
And then they're hard pillows. I'll never forget them. They feels like they're made of rice.
Yeah.
And your best sleeps in the world, and the sliding doors are so thin. You know, you could put your finger through them.
Yeah.
But it's like that old Japanese ancient style that you see in movies, and you can go over to Japan and live it. I mean, they live it. It's such
awesome.
a beautiful spot. The food, all time, miss Japan, Ronnie.
Absolutely. 18 minutes to go here, and we're going to check in with the winner of the last heat, Josh Van Nykerk. Well done, mate.
Thanks, guys.
Unbelievably hard out there to find some sections, but you did pretty well, mate. You just got to stay ahead of the pack, I guess.
Yeah, super grindy out there. I think I got really lucky, but yeah, it's definitely tricky. It's changing quite a bit.
Still beautiful though, mate.
Yeah, it's glassy. It's super nice. The wind's kind of backed off, which is really cool. And the sun's out, so yeah, pretty cool.
We've seen earlier today, you know, some surfers have kind of struggled to get those heat score totals up, but then, you know, you look at Ryan Slattery, he went out there and he just picked it apart. He just seemed to be in great rhythm, and he found a couple of mid-range sixes. Obviously, you were hoping to do the same, but you've got to kind of pivot, don't you, on the conditions?
Yeah, I tried my best to just adjust there. Ryan definitely found a couple out there, and they're definitely there. I think you just got to kind of be in the right spot, but Ryan absolutely destroyed that wave. I was watching it before my heat, so...
Mate, it's going to be the completion of a pretty big run of events for everyone, and, you know, obviously it's going to give everyone a bit of a welcome break, but you're not there yet, mate. You're still alive in the mix, and obviously you've got some big goals. What are they for this contest?
My goals for this year were just pretty simple. It's my first kind of full year doing the QEs, so it was literally just try and get through as many heats as possible, surf as much as possible, and learn from the mistakes, because definitely going to be making them, and definitely made a couple, and it's just great to be able to learn from those for the next year.
What did you learn in that last heat?
I think I definitely caught a couple waves that I didn't need to, and I think just adjusting to where some of those wider sets were coming through, I could have adjusted a bit sooner. But yeah, I think those are the two main ones that are sticking with me right now.
Beautiful, mate. That's awesome. And yeah, you've got to take those lessons, and especially with the opportunity to correct them as you move through the rounds. A really good effort out there, and best of luck in the next round.
Cheers, Ronnie. Appreciate it.
Yeah, Josh, just getting the job done. We've seen a lot of sort of similar two-wave totals in that sort of 7-point range, and he finished on 7.87, and it was pretty close. There was just over a point separating first from fourth, so, you know, nervous times for him, but we had a couple of waves during the interview walk, and this was Bodie Williams.
This was a good wave from start to finish, really.
Clean.
It's going to be at least a 6-point ride. Someone's just pulling in the barrel for fun.
It. Just lock in for the vision.
Just for the vision.
Love it.
Well, yeah, he got a 5, 6, 7, so I wasn't far off. Close to a 6-point ride. That's a good score today. I was hinting an accent from this man. Is he from anywhere, or was I dreaming when I heard an accent?
No, I heard a little bit of an accent there. And
what is it?
I don't know.
I thought Kiwi, South African. I was trying
maybe a little bit of South African heritage potentially. But here we go again. Live action. William Pascoe has picked off a nice little runner here. And he's taken this one through to the inside. And a couple of nice hits there. Well done. Good finish from William. 15 minutes remaining in this one. And yeah, we've been sort of talking about just how difficult it is to find a wave that kind of runs through to the inside at the moment. And William Pascoe has managed to find a gem here.
He has. It always kind of flattens out in that general area. You can almost decide to go right, but he decided to go left and tagged a nice section. He had the choice right there and went the right way. Yeah, he went left, but went the right way.
kind of found something there that we haven't seen a lot of surfers tap into, and that's just beyond the shore break. He found sort of like a nice steep section of wall where he's able to let go of a pretty decent turn. So I think it'll be his best wave as he makes his way back out, and it drops in at a 3.5, so he's jumped up into second spot now.
A lot of work for a 3.5, and a lot of work to run all the way up the beach. He sprinted back up the beach and jumped in a little gutter there with a rip that's going to take him out really quick. I think that's a good move. I actually looked up that way, and there are some lefts coming from real deep that the competitors don't go that far up. You can see free surfers up there. But that is in our contest area, and I've seen some lefts from there. So just take note of that. If he paddles out, maybe you'll find one up there, Ronnie.
Maybe he will. Yeah, no. There he is, punching his way through the shore break section.
He's jumped in with a set because he's not going to make it up there now. He's going to get swept back down pretty much to where he started by the look of it. So, tough, hard work.
Bit of a corner on the outside here for Buddy Williams. Just transitioning through to this final section. And just looking super composed. Doesn't rush the sections, just gets those 2 turns done. Already has a 5.67, looking to drop a 3.17 now to increase that lead.
Little check turn there. Probably, you know, still in that 3 to 4 range. You might better the 3.17 just by a little bit. Here we go. Someone's up and riding. Flying down the line there. What's he going to do? A nice kind of half snap floater, would you call it? It was, you know, in between a carve and a floater. I liked it.
Kaishiro there. He's got a 4, so the second highest number of the heat so far, and has an opportunity with that single turn to probably jump back up in the second spot with that wave. Let's have another look at it here. Yeah, just clean. Just a well-placed turn. Tried to combo it up with a little foam climb there. Just add any extras he can. They're crucial, those little turns on a day like today. You know, when you've got that compressed score line, any little extras you can add, even if it's like a quarter of a point, might be the difference at the end of the heat.
Yeah, you're right. Swell's still powering through there. Look at that right up there. That's a pretty nice right with a big end section if you wanted to launch or just do that huge turn there, but the competitors are not near there. Look, we've still got, he jumped out. It was Pasco, right?
Yeah.
He jumped out and he's still duck diving. He's
Oh.
pretty much come back to where he finished that wave.
He's looking around for the jet ski assist. He's saying, surely, punch me out there, but there is none. So he's just got to do it on manpower and manpower alone. 11 and a half minutes to go as some of those top seeds just start to assess the conditions and get a feel for things here on day 3 of the event window here at Surfest 2024, presented by Reflections Holiday Parks. They've got 40 holiday parks across New South Wales and a lot of them on the coast, and they're just situated in amazing places. And yeah, if you want to get a taste of the experience, Jefferson Park this weekend, go down, check out the food, the coffee. We've got a over 18s beer garden with live music that you can check out. Watch Surfest finals on the big screen this weekend. But yeah, they've got some amazing locations. Good family spots, all with mates.
You got a caravan, Ronnie?
Don't have a caravan, but I got a tent. You can kind of, you don't really need one. They've got cabins as well at Reflections, so you can kind of just tap into whatever sort of experience you want.
Ever been around Australia?
I've done a lot of travel around Australia, but haven't done the big kind of hitch the trailer to the back and check it all out. One day. What about yourself?
I have not.
Nah, sort of like me, just like...
I'd like to.
A lot of road trips. I've driven to South Oz a bunch of times. Obviously down the East Coast. That was the story of my childhood. My mum lived here, not too far from here, northern New South Wales. Well, a long way from here, but not a long way from where you live at the moment. Northern New South Wales, my dad lives sort of mid-north coast, so, and all my family is in Sydney, so we were just up and down the East Coast like crazy, and that's a much easier trip these days, and the cars are a lot more comfortable.
And the freeway's a lot better, right?
Yep.
I remember doing that trip a lot of times too, and I actually drove down this time for something different. It was nice. Freeways are so good. It was a pleasant drive.
Yeah, back in the day, I guess if you weren't sort of keen on a long, lengthy road trip, you'd probably take the flight from, say, Gold Coast to Sydney more often than not. But yeah, it's almost a hard decision to make now, because generally you get into the airport, right, about an hour before you fly, and if you're landing, say, in Sydney, you know, it takes you a good half an hour or more to get out of the airport, and you just hit the road. Could be in Newey with your wheels and get it done pretty easy.
It's true. If your flight's delayed, you know, like, it's easier to just jump in the car. You're so right, and I did it this year, and I like doing it. It'll be a nice drive back. Might stop in for a surf on the way. Jack McCoy, he might be listening. Big shout out to you, Jack. He lives at Scott's Head, which is perfect. Halfway, I might drop in for a cup of tea maybe.
You're going to be spending a lot of time with Jack in the not too distant future as you tour the documentary around the country, and there are tickets available for a screening here at the Event Cinema at Katara. You can go to jackmccoy.com and get your tickets. I think they'll get gobbled up pretty quickly. May 9th is when the screening's happening, and yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. Hands down, one of my all-time favourite surf movies. Just such a cool dive into your story, and done in the Jack McCoy style, and yeah, it's super interesting, light-hearted in parts, really deep in others, and yeah, it's awesome. And I've kind of gone on about it a bit, but I do think it's got one of the best soundtracks ever for a surf film.
Well, I can't talk about the movie, but I can talk about the soundtrack, because I got lucky there. A lot of people say best soundtrack to a movie, because it costs a lot of money to get this type of music. But this was the early days, and the Foo Fighters and Powderfinger. I got
looked like
lucky.
fins in the bum.
I got lucky, but yeah. So please come along. We'll be doing a bit of a talk story too about about how we made it. But that did look dangerous, Ronnie.
Oh, just his board flipped over at the last minute. I think he's okay because he didn't even check his fins, so probably missed them. But
yeah, it looked awkward. It looked maybe like a rail to the neck.
Oh, I thought
You know, it always looks worse than it is because, you know, but yeah, rail to the bum maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, well,
He's all right.
He's dodged a bullet there if
Remember,
if he didn't come into contact with his fins.
Well, he nearly done a Tom Carroll, didn't he?
Oh,
Back in the day, Tom Carroll copped the fin where
right in
where
the target.
sun doesn't shine.
Right in the bullseye. And,
Stitches and everything. Oh, that would have been so painful.
Yep. Really,
Tom Carroll, wow,
really
Tom Carroll isn't he a smooth operator these days? That meditation that he
Oh,
does.
yeah, you got to jump on it.
I done some meditating yesterday afternoon, not with Tom, but
Yep.
just by myself.
Here we go, Bodie Williams leading this heat, trying to improve on a 3.67. Nice hit there, and he's out of there. That was nice, but Koyoshiro, he's showing some real positive signs out there in this lineup. Just surfs with a lot of spark, plenty of speed. This wave's starting to fade away, but he knows that you can add some important extras if you stick to this end section and get this shore break hit in, and he does very well there, so makes it worth it with the commitment to the inside section. And Jacob Spicer getting in the mix too.
There's a couple rip bowls starting to form, Ronnie, which is they break on the not the sets but the medium ones. We saw kind of the Japanese Suda find it there. So there's one down there up the beach, and there's another one in the rocks area that is kind of starting to work. So in between sets, if these guys can find them, and here's one here too, these right rip bowls can be pretty valuable, Ronnie, and you can get some good scores on them.
Yeah, I like this turn. Nice punch, plenty of spray released. He didn't bother with the shore break. I think he identified that wave was going to fade out, but this one was beautiful.
Yeah, so that's a wide angle, so you can see that rip bowl. We can get, it's a channel there, and the rip goes out, and as long as it's going through the right hander, it'll really make it loom up and bowl out and have good shape. And that's what you're looking for in free surfs and contests. You're looking for that good wave, obviously.
Yeah, that was, Jacob Spicer getting a little float in, not much else on that ride, so don't really see that factoring in too much. He got himself a 2.57. Still back in fourth position. Bodie Williams gets a 4.57, but Koyoshiro, he banked a 5.73. Best number of the heat so far, and he's got himself up in a second spot. Quite a bit of distance between Koyoshiro and William Pascoe at the moment, so two of the surfers sort of pulling away on the strength of that last exchange there.
Yep.
Yeah,
got lucky there, didn't he?
I don't know, but also we saw, I think for the first time, kind of like a nice exchange where there was multiple sort of scoring rides at one time. So hopefully that's a little indicator that conditions are starting to sort of improve out there at the moment with just under 4 minutes to go here.
Yeah, well, what time is high tide, Ronnie? Because it's important, the women are out next. What conditions are they going to have to deal with? The wind has not come up yet, which is great. Beautiful day here in Newcastle.
Unbelievable day, yeah. The weather's been incredible. First 3 days of the competition, and it just adds to the glory that is Surfest 2024. Absolutely loving
Beautiful clouds there, those whispery, what would you call, high cirrus clouds.
Go off.
Make a beautiful sunrise or a beautiful sunset, those type of clouds.
Yeah, high tide about an hour and a half away.
Ooh, it's got a fair way to go, which is good. There we go, those beautiful high cirrus clouds there. Newcastle. Talking to Jacko on who the Knights have got this weekend. They're going up to Townsville to play the Cowboys. Hard game up there.
Oh, that's a bummer. Usually it's a home game when Surfest is on.
I would love to go. I love my rugby league. Yeah, that'll be a hard game for the Knights. Yeah.
We've all kind of, made that part of our experience here in the past. When you're in town for the contest, head out and watch the Knights play at home. But
yeah, Andrew Johns, good friend. He came up to the Gold Coast and we had a luncheon. Pretty wild, actually, that day, Johnsy. Tell some stories that are, pretty rude, just to tell, just slightly.
He's a great storyteller.
He's a great storyteller, one of the best, and obviously one of the best football players ever. And Johnsy, obviously commentates on Channel 9. He's very straight and proper when he's commentating.
Kind of.
Get him at a lunch and, oh my goodness, turn your phones off. That's what he says. Everyone, phones off.
That's his first rule. And everyone usually obliges, thankfully. And, but I love it. He just wants to speak candidly in front of people and give them a show. He always does that. Just under 2 minutes remaining here, and Jacob Spicer and William Pascoe, they're up against it. William Pascoe's got priority though, so he's out there just absolutely scouring the lineup, just searching for opportunity. And here he goes. And a couple of hits here. This is a pretty decent number he's after, though. He's after the best number of this heat so far, 6.23. And even though it was okay, I'm drawing some comparisons to that and what Kayoshiro Suda threw down for us, and I don't think he gets there with this ride.
No, I don't think so, but it was a well-surfed ride. Like those two,
that hit was sick.
Two of them, he threw a lot of spray, and that's hard to do when the wave's so whitewashy. And that means your timing is perfect. And he surfed. He couldn't actually surf that wave better.
No.
He'll go close, but it's going to be hard to get the score out of that particular wave.
Yeah, he's turned in his best number, but still needs more. A 5.93 required now as we see Jacob Spicer just on the attack, but on the outside. Good size wave here for Bodie Williams. This one's going to shut down though. 35 seconds to go. He won't even need that. He'll probably hang on for the victory here. Kayoshiro in second position. And he's looking pretty good too at the moment. Don't see the situation changing from that last exchange. And the two surfers that are scrambling to get themselves numbers aren't really in a position to get that big first section. William Pascoe takes a chance on this one. Needs to go big. Whips the reverse. Can't quite stick it. So this one's going to wrap up. Heat 13, the round of 96, is going to be owned by Bodie Williams. Couple of reasonable numbers for him. Kayoshiro Suda banking the best of it, a 5.73 to hang on to that second spot. And we're going to take a quick break here. You are watching Surfest 2024, presented by Reflections Holiday Parks. We'll be back with more at the Burton Automotive Pro right after this.
The racecourse is the racecourse.
It's in all of us. That craving to feel new again. To see something new that will blow our minds. Or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales. A place to feel free. To feel alive. And most of all, to feel new again.
Maddie's last night's sleep was spent trying to look up relaxing wave sounds. Tonight's, actual wave sounds.
Holidays, Ironman, outdoors, Ironman, whoa, Uber, suspension, lights, roof rack, camping equipment, recovery gear, under Ironman, mate, 100 Ironman. I can't do two things at once, I
Wait!
effortlessly refreshing. Byron Bay Brewery Premium Lager. Go with it.
Holidays, Iron Man.
We're loving having your company here on day 3 of the event window for Surfest 2024, presented by Reflections Holiday Parks, the Burton Automotive, back on 20 years with Burton here at Surfest. And Burton's been obviously servicing this area for a long time, 60 years the family business has been running, but a big shout out to Kim and the crew for getting not only behind this contest for the last 20 years, but getting behind a lot of the up-and-coming surfing talent in the region, including everyone's current favourite, Jackson Baker. Just such a character. Great to have him joining the commentary team this year as he looks to overcome a broken foot, the poor thing. But he's looking fit, I've got to say. Even with the broken foot, he's maintaining his fitness levels and giving himself a great chance to get back to his best before the Challenger Series kicks off. Out there in the lineup at the moment, Heat 14, the round of 96. And we've got another strong field here. Another international field on show. Taichi Hagita of Japan is out there at the moment. Ocean Lancaster, he's in the blue. Timmy Baines is in the white. And Paco Alonso of France is in the green. But yeah, Jacko's rocking a wild do at the moment too.
Isn't he, Ronnie? Yeah, I saw Jacko, I think the first morning. It was in the dark. He didn't realise, he had broken his foot, and he came out of the dark on crutches. He was at Dixon's Park Surf Club, and I was there getting a coffee, and I was like, what happened? And he told me all about it, and he said he's hoping to be ready back for Snapper, which is not that long away, so he's got some work to do, right?
Yeah.
He said he's doing everything right, and I totally trust that. It's about, will he get back? Time will tell. Hope he does.
I think he will. He seems so committed, as we see in the red here. Taichi, how sweet was that first carve? Really clean surfing here. Rolling through to the inside. Has some speed for the finish. The section stands up, and he plants it, but can't quite stay on his feet. He seemed to connect with the section well, but it's an absolute lottery in there, what you're dealing with when you're trying to ride out of those turns. Ocean Lancaster now with a nice little slice on the outside.
Taichi. Is it Taichi or Tachi?
Taichi.
Tachi. Because I love Taichi.
Yeah.
What is it? It's not a martial art, but what do you call Taichi?
Yeah.
It is. It's a beautiful thing to do. I've done a bit of that, and I like to do it. But I don't think it's Tai Chi, it's Tachi. How do you spell it?
You spell it like Tai Chi.
Like Tai Chi?
Yeah.
So it is Tai Chi. Wow. Yeah. Surfing is a lot like Tai Chi, and that was 2 beautiful turns right there. You could definitely resemble Tai Chi and surfing, because the more relaxed you are and the slower your arm movement is, the better you surf. So it is a very similar thing, surfing
I like that.
and Tai Chi.
Yeah, love it. And Taichi's let go of a decent carve to kick this heat off. He's been busiest surfer in the lineup, 5.33 for that last wave. I think that just goes to show, if you can, he didn't even get the finish on the end of that wave. So if you can get a high quality turn done on that first section, we know just over time that has become a really important part of banking those bigger numbers.
Alonso.
Because generally, especially in beach break conditions, you're going to see the wave taper or dissipate in energy. So making the most of that first section, that's your opportunity to tap into one of those more critical sections of the wave. And Hagita has done that.
Waves are improved, Ronnie.
It feels like it.
Yeah, tide's come in enough for it to be breaking in the rip bowls in those channels, and the lefts even have opened up too. So it's good to see wind hasn't come up too much. Really good conditions.
Yeah, nice. Really fun. 17.5 minutes to go here, and let's see who's got priority. It's the man in white, Timmy Baines, and he's on one at the moment. Just patiently waiting for this thing to stand up. Wants to really hammer that section. Does pretty well. Gets back out in front of it, trying to build speed again for a finish on the inside. Gets a little caught behind and won't make that final move. But he did kick off the heat beautifully, 6.17. You know, it's such an advantage, and typically we've seen when we haven't seen too many heats turned around in the dying stages today. What we've seen is people who generally bank that reasonable number in the first half of the heat go on, find the backup and control things, as Ocean Lancaster looks to get himself on pace with the front runners at the moment.
It's a good point, Ronnie, because we saw a fair bit of that yesterday, didn't we? My son did it.
Yeah,
he pulled it out of the bag in the last, he broke his leash, with 5 minutes to go and had to swim over that gutter that you can see, and then somehow snuck back out there and got away with under a minute left. And we saw that with a few different competitors, but today it's the opposite way. It's that quick start, and I'm sure there's going to be some buzzer beaters before the day's out.
16 minutes to go. Let's take this opportunity to check in with Bodie Williams. Strong performance in that last heat. Well done, Bodie.
Yeah, thank you, Ronnie and
Yeah, mate. Look, goofy footers. I know you relish the opportunity to have a chat with Occy, especially after you've had a strong performance like that. What did you make of Bodie's effort?
I loved it, Bodie. Well done. Yeah, you found those runners, and is it hard out there? Because when I got on beach level this morning, I did it yesterday too, it looks completely different than looking at it from a height, right, from the competitors' area, for example.
Yeah, there's a few, like when you get on beach level, it's a lot better. You can kind of see where you want to sit, and up high, it's kind of hard to gauge where to sit, but I found it a bit better as that tide's starting to fill in, it's starting to run a bit better, so there's a lot more opportunities now than there was this morning.
Sorry, but
no, you go. Yeah, no,
I was just going to say, mate, you have been on a pretty grueling schedule of late. How's the regional QS treated you this year?
Yeah, it's been treating me well. It's nice to travel around the coast with some mates and make some heat, so it's been good.
Who's your squad? Who do you hang out with when you're on the road?
Been hanging out with like Mike Clayton Brown, Harry Phillips, those kind of boys.
That's awesome, and I think for the most part, everyone has big dreams and big goals that they want to, achieve in this game. But I think if you ask someone like Ock, for example, like at the end of it all, you look back on those travel times with your mates, like seeing the country, maybe even some of those events over in Asia as well. It's just the greatest experiences. Are you banking some good memories along the way?
Yeah, 100%. Last year we spent a lot of time in Cruy, went before the comp, and just making some really good memories with some really good mates, so it doesn't get much better than that.
Pretty insane, hey, that Asian league too, like some great venues.
Oh, isn't it what? Like, and you're going back there again this year, like is Cruy hopefully NIAS back-to-back this year, because it wasn't last year, so you're going to go do those again?
Yeah, I'll be doing those again for sure if they're running, so fingers crossed, and hopefully we can get over there.
Yeah, and where are you sitting right now, Bodie? Like, what kind of result do you need?
Not too sure on the result I need. I think I'm like in the 30s, so kind of just trying to climb up the rankings for next year and get a better seed.
Yeah,
you might be one of those people that's got sort of like a mathematical long shot here with a victory, mate.
Hopefully, see how we go.
Have you done the sums, or are you just like not putting that kind of heat on yourself at this stage?
No, I haven't done any of the sums yet, so see how we go.
Mate, we know even the regional QS, it takes a team, it takes a lot of support, generally family, shapers and whatnot. Why don't you go ahead and give a big shout out to all the people that have helped you put this run of events together?
Yeah, I'd like to thank my mum, my dad, brother, grandparents. They're all probably watching at home, and then Surfest Day, who help us get accommodation all around the place, and just all my sponsors, just all that, and Woody and for coaching me, so yeah, all that.
Oh, gold, mate. I'm sure they appreciate it, and they love watching you, and especially love watching you move through heats. Well done.
Thanks heaps, guys.
Well done.
Yeah, Buddy Williams there, so not sitting too badly on the regional ranks. You look at the depth in Australia, like being positioned in the 30s, like that's quality and building nicely.
100%. There is 100 guys in our region that are world-class surfers, you know, so it is good.
You just know from, you know, watching the Australian Board Riders battle, for example, over the weekend, you know, how many good surfers there are, even at the board riders level. The standard was so high, and a lot of those sort of veteran competitors, over some of the seniors that were competing for their clubs that aren't here doing regional QSs, for example, they could still win events. They surf that well. So, yeah, it's quite an achievement to get yourself that rated that highly, and who knows where Bodie could finish here with a big result here at Surfest this year. Just over 11 and a half minutes to go. Some pretty decent numbers on the board here for the man in white, Tim Baines, and he's up again. He's got a 6.17, trying to get rid of a 4. And you could see what he was trying to do there, and that was set the tail free on that final section, but it kind of stuck into the wall of the wave. Didn't get that release. Paco Alonso with a little backhand hit there. He's a little off the pace here at the moment. Has to drop a big number soon to get himself back in contention. But Tim's on fire. Tochi's still hanging on to that second spot on the strength of the 5.33. Here's the replay of the man in green.
He rode out of it, but got a little stuck in the lip.
Yeah, one of the big things that has sort of changed more recently, probably in the sort of within the last sort of 5 years, is that the attention to detail and the scrutiny on riding out of manoeuvres. You just, you know, at the CT level is sort of where it began. They really started to break that down. And I've seen a couple of surfers sort of come in questioning whether they finished their turns off or not. Well, more often than not, they're saying, yeah, I finished it. And the judges go, yeah, we're not convinced. So, you know, you really need to get clear of that white water and make it apparent that you've got control, as we see Ocean Lancaster on his best wave so far and probably making his move at the perfect time, Ox. Still 10 minutes to go here.
Ocean's, you know, he's been surfing well without getting big scores. I really like the way he's been surfing this heat. The board looks good. Looks really fast, but just hasn't had a good score yet. Here we go. Nice and deep on this left. The wave was probably going to flatten out like it did on that last one, where he's just surfing in a hole there, Ronnie. It's a channel. You got to really realise where you are, because that wave flattens out just like that last wave that he tried to do the layback snap, and it was just too flat. I really kind of, you know, even when I'm free surfing, if it's with my family or anything, I get frustrated when they're sitting in a channel in a hole. I'm like, don't you realise you're sitting in the channel in a hole? And, you know, I mean, I guess I'm a bit different because I'm always in the ocean, but, you know, especially when you're competing, you know, you've got to know where you are. You don't want to sit and be surfing through a hole where the wave's going to go flat, because it's going to get you nowhere.
Yeah, it just makes it very difficult to let go of a turn of substance if it's going to lay down into that flatter water. But here we go, Ocean Lancaster on the replay. This is likely going to be his best wave off. Kind of stood up nicely through this inside section. And he seems to be well positioned out there at the moment. Love the commitment there. Really laid into that final turn.
Feels like that'll be a good score.
So, yeah, 4.53 for Ocean Lancaster, and not enough to push him up into that second position, but the requirement is pretty low for him. Only needs a 3.91, 8.5 minutes to go here. Great vision from the drone, as you can see. Just incredible clarity in the water here at the moment.
It's clear.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Kind of looking like the Goldie, this watercolour.
And great vision there, looking south. Just a great stretch of coastline. Last year, I did a bit of cruising around the Glenrock Reserve, a lot of mountain biking there, and, you know, like going to the beaches down south, and so many people out and about enjoying it too. You know, it seems to be a real sort of healthy life be in it sort of attitude and lifestyle here in Newcastle.
Yeah, I believe it. Wow, the whole East Coast these days, you know. I mean, I'm the Goldie, they're up so early, like you're in Sydney, and where you used to hang in Manly, they're doing the same thing, and Newcastle the same thing. I mean, the best thing about it is you know, the government and the council have just put perfect walking tracks along the beach. Seems like the whole way up the East Coast now.
Yeah.
And it's just, people will take advantage, and it's just the sunrise, it's the swim, if it's not too cold. I mean, you know, it's everything just getting the worm, right?
Yeah.
The early bird thing.
Yeah,
I'm
for sure.
fully into it. I don't drink anymore. It's been a few years, but really take advantage of that early morning.
Best part of the day.
I like to get up at least an hour before it gets light, get ready, get out there. Just get out and just, wow.
The best part of the day, and have a look at this one for Taichi. Another nice clean slice off the top. Love the way he drops that back knee and just glides through that turn. This wave's starting to really break away though, but he's just adding whatever extras he can. He only needs to improve on a 3.1, wants to get the finish there, does it nicely, finishes right there on the dry sand. 6.5 minutes to go. And that one will probably go into the top 2.
It probably will. It was a nice carve, and it's going to make it harder for second and third. Surfing this right rip bowl like I keep talking about. And you can't really see the rip dragging through. It's not going that strong, but it's enough to make these waves lift up. It looks like his finishes right under the tent there.
Well, earlier on, he had a 5.33. He had a bigger turn on the outside and didn't get the finish. So you'd expect that score's going to be pretty reasonable. And it is a 4.43. And he is now consolidating or going a long way to consolidating that second place. Ocean Lancaster's gone from looking for a 3 to looking for a 5.24 now. Paco Alonso a bit further back. He needs a big sprint towards the finish line, and he's going to get there. Good looking wall. One big section, and he hammers it.
Ooh, this is big. This is big in the context of this heat, Ronnie. I think he gets it. It was a full bottom turn into a critical top turn. Let's see it straight up here. He gets some speed, comes off the bottom, nice hand movement, and racks it. And and kind of, I feel he gets it. What do you think?
It's a bigger wave, and you know what? He made a decision as soon as he got into it that he was not going to try and squeak 2 medium-sized turns in. He went for the big one.
Yeah, there wasn't a whole lot of lip there. There was a fair bit of whitewash involved, so he hit it clean as could be. But I guess there wasn't a whole lot of lip, But he made it dramatic in the way he crunched down and bent over at the end.
He got close.
He made it. He didn't get it.
Didn't get it. 4.73. It's his best number, so he narrowed the requirement just slightly. But he's after a 5.04.
I really want him to get, because he's surfing really good. I don't know how old he is, but I'm impressed. I was thinking he would get a bit closer. I think I just get too excited, right?
Mate,
I've been doing it the whole event.
Well, we touched on it. It's been a really hard event in these first 3 days to predict scores on because the scale's so compressed into that sort of average range. I mean, it's a great turn, a really great turn, and a 4.73 is a pretty decent reward for an individual manoeuvre.
Family and friends would be throwing things at the screens or just thinking he should have got that score, I think. Whoa. And there's a floater. And is he going to better a score? Probably not.
Yeah. Well, he still outpointed Taichi Hagita with the single turn, and his wave wasn't too bad. He had a nice wrapping turn to start off and got a hit on the inside. But Ocean Lancaster getting pretty close on that last ride, but still has work to do here with 3 minutes, 25 seconds to go.
Is he going to get another chance? He's in second priority. He's come up. They're all sitting on this kind of right rip bowl right now. So let's see if Taichi will better a score. Kind of soft floater into another one. I don't think so, but, obviously I never really get it right.
No, he didn't better a score, 4.13. So you were right on that occasion.
Yes, on that occasion.
And you weren't far off with Ocean.
Yeah, not far. I got excited for him. And we can see a set rolling through. It might be the last kind of set. What does it look like to you at home? It might look like a left to me, maybe. Maybe too big of a set to get this right rip bowl. Let's see what it does right here. Oh, the right might loom up at the last minute. Who's going?
It looks like it is going to be Paco Alonso using his priority here. Sends the fins over the back of the wave and maintains control, loading up for more on the inside now. And there's a solid finish to that ride. So Paco Alonso, with just over 2 minutes to go, is going to bank his best score. Needed a 6.43. It probably won't go there, but he won't be chasing too much heading into the final stages. I mean, that's a beautiful turn.
Yeah, it was a... I hate to disagree with you, Ronnie, because I love you. But it wasn't dramatic enough, you know. It had whitewash on the face, which makes it hard, and he floated, but I don't think the judge is going to buy that 6.43. I don't think he's going to reach a 5, really. Let's see what it comes through as.
I think he, we've
got another set.
It was certainly one of those hits where you release the tail, you don't explode through the hit. But the final manoeuvre was a solid oncoming section, and he gave it a bit of what for. So waiting on that number to roll through. Like I said, don't think he gets himself in a qualifying position, but I think he'll probably go a long way to chipping away at the required score here. Was after a 6.43, waiting on that number to come through. Just over 1 minute to go here.
1 minute.
Yeah, he'll want to know what that number is,
Yeah,
because he's going to be within reach. Ocean Lancaster knows that he needs a 5.04, and Taichi's going to be well aware of what Ocean needs too, because he's holding priority over Ocean out there at the moment. That number still hasn't dropped there for Paco, but
taking their time.
It's coming now, 5-point ride. So you were spot on, Ock. You nailed it.
Ocean paddled for a wave and lost the priority. He's gone back to third now, so I saw a paddle.
Paco Alonso, though, needs less than Ocean to get to second now.
Yeah, good point.
30 seconds to go. He's within reach. He's chasing a 4.77. Section stands up. Kenny stomps something big here. Well, he goes for the float and just comes unglued.
Did he? No, he didn't.
No, he made it.
No,
we
the
lost
camera.
him on screen.
Yeah, we lost him on screen.
We gave up on him. But
well,
he stomped it. But generally a float on a medium-sized wave's probably not going to fetch you a huge score. Ocean Lancaster desperately chasing down a 5.04 in the final stages there. But not sure he's going to get it with a fall. So the number's starting to roll through from that busy exchange in the final stages there, but it feels like...
You think it's not Paco? Like, it was a good floater right here. It was critical. I thought he was going for an air, Ronnie.
Yeah, I think he needed it. I think he needed the air.
And it was a pretty cool floater, but they don't really like floaters, do they?
Yeah, kind of. I thought he might have fallen because he looked like he was over the tail of his board as he stomped that thing. But yeah, the number came through. It was only a 2.17, so not even close. And Paco Alonso's out of the mix, along with Ocean Lancaster, Taichi, Hagita, and Tim Baines. They're going to power through to the next round. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with more in just a moment.
Holidays, Ironman, outdoors, Ironman, whoa, Uber, suspension, lights, roof rack, camping equipment, recovery gear, under Ironman, mate, 100 Ironman. I can't do two things at once, I
Welcome to Sydney. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
Adam thought he'd never get Sarah camping. How wrong you were, Adam.
Wait!
Racecourse is not just a place to watch the horses thunder. It brings generations together to share memories and experiences that are close to our hearts and runs in our veins. Newcastle Racecourse. Home is where the track is.
And welcome back to Surfest 2024. This event, so much history, so many winners. We just had Mark Ocalupo in the booth, a former winner down here at Merriweather. Jackson Baker, he was also in the booth. He's a former winner. I've got a legend sitting next to me, but he's not a former winner.
I'm nowhere near a former winner.
Yeah, it's Matt Hoy joining me in the booth.
How are you, Mitchie?
I'm doing good.
Mate, the waves have picked up again today. Looks like solid 4 foot today. Yesterday was just on 4 foot. This is...
It's Groundhog Day in the best fashion.
Yes.
You know, we're stoked to see waves like this every day for these guys.
Yep. It looks good. It looks hard. It looks the same as yesterday, a bit lined up, but if you get on the end of one, it looks unreal.
What have you been up to this morning? Did you surf?
No chance. I don't surf in the mornings.
When do you kick off?
About 11.
11?
About now.
That's an early for you. Oh, good. How'd you go with early heats?
Oh, it's terrible.
Like
Depends where they were. Depends where they were. I did all right in some spots, but in other spots it was terrible. Never won one ever.
Tim Bainge, he likes surfing in the morning. He won that last heat as he's joining us for a quick chat. How are you, mate?
Good, thanks. How are you guys?
Back again.
Yeah.
Staying in the winner's circle, mate. That's the way.
I know, it's a rare sight.
Oh, come on. 2 days in a row.
How was it out there today?
It was cooking. It's good to have like a proper good left for a comp. It's rare to find, so I'm stoked.
Tell us how good it feels. You hear the commentators say we're starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Then an incredible left just pops up for you. How good does that feel?
I know. I heard the countdown as I was paddling in. I just had to wait for the heat to start, but had to stay composed and just get a score on the board.
It was a low 6, hey, to start.
Yeah.
Yeah, that. You know what? A 6 today is basically an excellent score. You know, it's been pretty hard to get big numbers, right?
Yeah, it's been tricky. I mean, there is waves on offer, but like, especially this morning, those end sections are really hard to finish. So, saw a few lower scoring heats in the morning, but yeah, stoked to get that 6 on the board.
I know a lot of local eyes were on you this morning because you had one of our favourites in that heat, little kid called Ocean Lancaster.
Oh, that kid rips.
Yeah, just couldn't get it done. I know he was always chasing you, but mate, your performance today was just too good.
Thanks, guys.
And next few days look really similar. Pumped for more action?
Yeah, stoked. Hopefully it stays clean. I know the wind's meant to get up, but yeah, it's good to have some waves.
You would love it, the wind to get up, wouldn't you? So you can do airs?
Hopefully. I don't know. I just come back from a knee injury, so airs have been pushed to the side for a bit, but maybe we'll see what happens.
What sort of injury? What'd you do?
I tore my MCL. It wasn't too bad, but yeah, put a hold on things for a bit at the start of the year, but stoked to be back.
Yeah, you're looking great, mate. Congratulations, and we'll see you surf tomorrow.
Thank you.
Keep the roll on.
He's on a roll. Just rolling through heats. A couple of decent numbers in that last one. As I did mention, Ocean Lancaster went down. That was a real bummer for the local hope.
It was.
It was funny. The start of that heat, I did see it. And as I mentioned, quick wave here for Surfer in Blue. Good looking wave here. Oh. Yeah, but I saw Timmy getting the first wave of the exchange. Ocean was right next to him.
Yeah, that sucks.
And that's just the beginning, right? That's it.
Yeah.
If Ocean caught that wave, he was probably getting a 6, and then you're getting that, you know.
Get in the rhythm of the good waves and changes everything.
Yep. Nothing went right.
There's nothing worse than when a set's coming and they haven't started the heat either, and you know, like, you're either going to get it or you ain't going to get it because they haven't started. Happens a lot at Bells. You know there's a set coming and you're going, come on, start. Because you see it coming from so far away.
And the problem down there, there's some heats and there's maybe one set.
Yeah.
You know, maybe 2.
That's right. And so if you got that one at the start, you know you're getting 2 sets at least. If you get one in the middle, you're getting 1.
Yeah. Here we go, Surfer in White, up and riding. Nice wave here, big snap. Love to finish this one. Had a pretty decent heat yesterday. This is the Italian. Of course, Diego Cordero. Not a bad wave there. Good opening score for Kobe Clements, 5.0. I believe that was one big vertical turn. As we look at the replay, I think this is the backup, I want to say, or it might be the first. Some good surfing. As this is the right-hander.
Oh, what would you say was better there?
That's a good question.
They're pretty much exactly the same, but just backhand, forehand. It's a nice one too. A bit flat on the end, but it does some nice carves. Replay of all the ways that was in that interview. Bit of a flat right here too. A couple of nice, threw some spray, but didn't really get vertical at all. And then this one from White, the Italian Stallion.
Certainly is. It's going to be a pretty good number, that one.
Surfed it pretty smooth. A bit lateral, but it's pretty smooth. Well, what did he get?
Yeah, score dropping, 3.5.
Oh, yeah. So he got a better one before that we didn't see.
Started strong. It's funny saying that, you know, 7.33 combo has been getting through heats today. You know, it's
the scoring's been so low for the waves that we've had.
Yep.
They've kept it on average. They've kept the scoring really average, which is good. I like it. It shows, like, especially in the early rounds, you don't want to go throwing out 9s and then everyone's going to beat that.
Yep.
Or 8s, whatever they're throwing out.
Got to surf out of your skin to get big numbers at the moment.
Yeah, for sure. It's good, though. It keeps it relative, I think. Especially when you've got guys coming in that can get those 9s.
You know what? If you stop and think about it, it feels like it's been scored like a CT. You know, like they're waiting. The judges are waiting for, you know, explosive surfing. This is Kobe Clements.
I mean, there has been explosive surfing, but you know, you got to wait and see what everyone else can do before you start throwing out big numbers.
Nice lip line floater there for Diego. Saw a quick lay there for Kobe Clements as well. I'm sure his old boy's watching. Steve
Clements.
Clements.
Be here. Might be a newie.
Pretty cool to see, you know, a lot of the next generations happening now. Of course, you know, Oki's son's in the event. There's
I saw Jay down when I was riding down this morning.
Jackson Dorian.
Yeah, there's heaps.
Steve Clements. Yeah, there's a lot of them, isn't it? It's unreal.
Yeah, it's good. Well, we're at that
unfortunately,
age.
your boy got a football.
Yeah, fortunately, I think.
Fortunately, you'd be down there screaming at him, go left, go right.
Exactly.
Instead,
ringing up people.
Yeah, exactly. So that was an 8. Matthew, it was a 4.
Exactly.
How was it when Tex obviously took a liking to football rather than surfing?
I only surfed once, ever.
Isn't that funny?
Did it by ice, maybe a couple of times actually, and then he did a bit of, like, not bodyboarding, but finless surfing. But he surfed Byron Bay, and I said, come on, mate. Stood up 10 waves, rode it for hundreds. You know Byron, he can ride waves for miles. Stood up them all of them, straight up, paddled in himself, stood up, went...
So you could do it?
Yeah, I can do it perfectly. Stood up without a flinch. Rode 10 waves. He went, is that it, Dad? And I said, yeah. He went, I'm not doing that again. I was going, what?
How old? Like, is this when he's
this is when he was a kid. Probably 8, maybe.
So he was sure of what he wanted then? He's like, nah, that's not it.
He said, mate, is that it, Dad? I said, yeah. And he goes, nah, I'm not doing that ever again. I was like, what do you mean?
Maybe it was too easy for him. You should have pushed him out.
It's got him hammered.
Why me a shore break or something?
Yeah, something. I don't know what I could have done. Didn't matter.
Isn't that funny? And you got another son. Does he surf too?
No, none of them surfed. Ginger sort of surfed a little bit. Axel had a couple of goes. He did the same thing. At Blues one day, just went, Dad, I'm going surfing. I was like, what? You going surfing? He said, yep, paddle out. Could stand up. No worries. And then just went, no, I'm not doing that again either. It's pretty funny.
What a role model you've been.
Father of the year. Yeah. Oh, the father of the whatever. Father of the century, whatever you call it.
But yeah, you're right. A lot of it comes, you know, a lot of nerves come with it. You see Oki yesterday.
It's torture. At least on a footy field, you just watch them go. Out here, it's all different.
Well, you won a 13 on the footy field too. Like, you know, if you're having a bad day, your team could sort of bring you through. But if you're having a bad day in the ocean,
you're having
it's over. Yeah.
Individual sport, that's for sure. No, it's good though. It's all good.
Couple of numbers locked in. That last exchange, it looks like the situation remains the same with 13 minutes remaining. Kobe Clements out in front from Longreef on the northern beaches of Sydney. Really good surfer, Kobe. A lot of power as we see Josh Levy getting ready for that next heat. He's a local bloke, goofy footer. Pretty exciting. You see Angus
Owens
sitting to the left of Joshy. Going to be another good heat here.
What was he doing there? Meditating?
Yep. Did you ever meditate?
Yeah, but not before surfing.
I think it's the new. A lot of the top sort of surfers are getting into it.
Yeah.
Maybe Griffin Colin Pinto has got something to do with it. He does a lot of it.
Does he? I wonder what they think.
I think the plan's to think nothing, isn't it? Don't you clear your mind and maybe I don't know actually.
Can someone give us an update?
Well, if Josh wins, we get to talk to him.
Yeah, we'll ask.
Yeah.
What were you thinking when you were meditating?
He's a pretty deep thinker, old Joshy.
Obviously.
Yeah. Really good surfer. Coming up in that next one, he'll be taking on burly board rider surfer Matty Job.
Oh, Jobby's out there. Just come off the win at the board riders battle.
Yeah.
Wonder if he's still hungover.
David Perry and Walter Hyatt, another member of the Mirror of the Surfboard Club. So that will be out there next. You can see the flags picking up a little bit. The wind's puffing from the northeast right now.
We come up early today. I thought it was going to be offshore this morning again, but it wasn't. Tomorrow morning, I reckon we'll be, and then the southerly hits in the Arvo by the look.
Is it tomorrow afternoon? Thursday Arvo?
Yeah. Oh no. I'm a day ahead of myself. I think tomorrow will be offshore and it hits that night, Thursday night maybe.
It's not quite as big as what it was saying earlier, right?
The south swell?
Yeah.
Well, Sunday looks like it sort of is.
Okay. What, 6 foot?
Yeah, it looks like it. What there's, like I said, I'm hopeless at it. I just look at, it's going to be like that, and then it's nothing like I say.
You know what I did? Since, here's a bit of a wave coming. I paid for Surfline because I'd go to a lot of events, doing the coaching thing, and now that I'm not travelling, I cancelled it. So I don't look at the...
Perfect.
So right now, I'm on the freebie one, and you only get 3 days with the forecast. So I haven't...
Don't look.
I haven't got a load of intel
I
at the
just
moment.
go Willy Weather and Wind Guru.
Okay.
And they just sort of tell you what's happening. But you got to do it yourself. They don't tell you what the surf's going to be like. You know what I mean? They just tell you the swell direction, wind direction.
They don't give you the calculator.
They don't give, they don't calculate it for you. So that's why I'm hopeless at it. I've got to calculate it myself, and it doesn't work very often. It does, but I just ask other people. I just asked Tapper this morning, what's it going to be like?
Yeah, that's
He's
sensible.
Like, it looks like it's going to be swell for a couple of weeks.
We've got 10 minutes remaining in this one. 25-minute heats all day long. We are going to finish this round, then dive into the women's. So a lot of action, men's and women's today, as we approach the seeded round. Surfer in white getting ready for that next heat. That's David Perry getting ready to go. Saw a good result this morning for a local bloke. Felix Byrne got through. Unfortunately, Ocean Lancaster went out. Likewise for Cade Kelly. He was unfortunately eliminated. Pretty good effort. 12 years old, Hoy.
Is he 12?
Yep.
I thought he was older than 12. Yeah, no, Paul actually said that to me yesterday. He's only in year 7, so that's right. 12.
Yeah.
Wow.
He had a good heat.
Did he?
Yeah, he didn't get big numbers, but he did. He should be really proud of himself.
Yeah, how good's that?
I'd like to actually see if he was dirty because he lost or he's all right about it.
He'd be filthy.
You think he would be?
Yeah, he'd be angry, mate. For sure he would be.
Yeah, that's sick.
Yeah, but he wouldn't. He would be angry, but he'd be stoked. I reckon that he got through, one heat and gave it a good showing.
Yeah, he'll be back.
What a I sort of knew he was that young, but
Well, the talk is that he's the youngest surfer to ever compete in Surfest.
That'd be about right.
Yeah, he won the Cadet Cup to
get in there.
Yeah.
Right?
And he wasn't out of his depth. He just it's so easy sitting here. What is the easiest way to get through the rounds? You just need to catch a big set and do one big closeout.
Oh, look
turn.
at this, right?
And he couldn't find one. So
yeah, right.
That was the story. As we see the surfer in blue, good surfer this kid, Alex McGuffin.
Oh, how's that right down the beach just there, barreling? Sorry to take the focus off the surfer, but
Pretty
I was
good surfer
excited.
Wasn't looking for much. A 5.1 actually. Bit of a tall order, sorry. 5.1. Couple of nice turns as we see those lefts just rolling down the beach.
You know what might happen, which would be good if it does? The swell might join from this north swell into the south swell, and there could be some big wedging peaks along these banks.
Combo swell.
Yeah, the first day of it. I reckon it could be really fun. And then the south swell kicks in properly, I think.
I agree.
Oh, nice carve at the start. Do you get another one in? Bit of a flat one. Roundy. Finish it off. Oh, wow.
Well surfed.
He's going to get the score on that, isn't he?
I think it'd be
5.1.
Pretty close. The wave wasn't super steep.
But they were nice.
Yeah.
It's pretty smooth and finished it well.
Yeah.
I'd give it to him, but that means nothing.
No, it's good surfing. Yeah, 5.1
and
is the requirement.
it's better than the 5 of Kobe's.
Uh-huh.
For my liking, anyway.
That's the beauty of life, mate.
I
Everyone
know.
sees things differently.
Exactly.
Let's see if you see it right way.
I see things a lot differently. Maybe I don't. I don't know.
There's a 4.13.
Depends what day it is. Wow.
Look, it's a pretty good number. It's the second highest scoring wave of the heat. And now Alex is looking for a 3.2 to move up into second. So really tight with 6.5 minutes remaining.
Well, it just says right there that you got to get a set wave and do 1 or 2 big turns.
Mm-hmm.
You can't get an in-betweener and do 3 not so bigger turns.
Yep.
You might as well just wait and do that.
This could be smart here, trying to back it up with a 3.2 as the requirement.
Oh,
Oof.
there you go. You got psyched from that last score.
See, now you want to finish this. I think you should try to milk it and get something. Because I dare say, if he finishes it off with anything, he's going to get the requirement. There it is.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's...
Oh, here we go.
Wow, Kobe, big turn.
I reckon he got one in before that too.
If he did, that's going to be a massive number.
I reckon that was the second turn, maybe the third.
You seen some of the flips he does, Kobe Clements?
No.
He can do he can do some big stuff.
Here's the right bit of a flat cutty. Wave goes a bit flat. Another little one here, and this is the last one there, right?
He had to go big, and he did.
Yeah.
That was really impressive.
It's a good first turn too for Blue. Nice hack. Throws heaps of spray. Bit of Corey Lopez in this.
Your vintage.
Don't you reckon?
Yeah. That was a really good back-to-back there for red and blue.
Look at these sets.
So it looks like Kobe is holding down first spot as we see some beautiful looking rides.
Wow.
Or beautiful looking waves just rolling through here. Look at that left. Some fast patches of these lefts, but if you can get in the right position.
That was a mad
nice
right
speed.
too on the other side by the look. Going into that channel.
3.8 for the last of blue, so it was enough. And I dare say he got that number because he milked it and got a nice inside manoeuvre. So great surfing there from the surfer in blue, Alex McGuffin. And it looks like Kobe Clements is still in the number 1 spot with a 4.77 that last ride. So the judges loved it, that big closeout turn, putting some pressure on this man. Now looking for a pretty decent number, a 4.11. I don't think that's going to be it.
Nah, not dynamic enough.
And Riley Munro is now looking for a 4.93.
Still not much.
No. But 4 minutes to go, Hoy. So a little bit of pressure creeping into.
He's got priority too, so sit and wait, mate. You only need 1 big turn to get that.
You've got to pull it back, simplify it, right?
Yep. We'll just have a look what they're judging on. There's no use getting 3 to the beach. You've got to get 2 huge turns on a set. Even 1 like what they were scoring yesterday. And today, right? It won't change probably. That's hard. Do they still explain what they're judging on that morning?
Every morning.
Every morning.
It's nearly like a copy and paste though.
Yeah.
You know, 'cause you know what I mean? Like it's
well, in ways like this, it would be. If it's exactly the same conditions, it has to be.
Yeah, exactly. You know, you're not going to say tubes will be scored. Or, you know.
But they do it still?
Yeah, they do.
At this event?
No.
Just at the CT.
The CT. They sort of, every morning, they'll say, yep, the event is on,
Yeah.
and generally the head judge will sort of flick a note through what they're looking for today. So it is handy. I mean, like...
Oh, for sure.
You have
Do they always hold fair for that, though?
Well, that's probably debatable, but I'm sure the judges, try to...
Yeah, they say what they
exactly
say they're going to do.
I dare say today they'd say, futuristic manoeuvres will be scored, big airs, massive manoeuvres. It's pretty straightforward if they...
Yeah, I think...
Not looking for little turns or floaters.
Yeah. As a surfer, I reckon you should know.
Yeah.
Not in my day.
Did you get any sort of...
No chance. They didn't even talk to us. Pretty much. We used to just... Oh, well, I didn't say much, but people used to just yell at them and throw rocks at them.
I remember that.
That's how we got on with them. Lots changed. Right.
2 minutes remaining. Needs a score here, Hoy. 4.11 is the requirement. Needs to get really busy here.
Yeah, it needed to get a little bit more vertical on that first turn.
Oof.
Oh. One more. Oh.
Okay.
Oh, he's claiming it too.
He's given the judges a nightmare here.
Yeah, well...
It's a decision to make. It's pretty close. It's got to be a real hard one because you said it. The first turn wasn't big, but he gained momentum down the line. A 4.11. So
I reckon it's as good as Blue's wave.
You think?
Oh, well, around those two. Here it is again. He just need... if vertical there, he gets it. Just a bit flat. He does some turns. This is where he gets to work on this.
Just comes
inside
alive.
bit. Yeah. That's all right turn. And then this one, last turn was the best turn of the...
I'm going to say it's under.
I'm going to say it's just... I'd say it's a 4.
I say it's a high 3. Yeah, but anyway, we're both...
Yeah,
pretty much saying the same thing.
Yeah. He was just a bit too lateral, wasn't it?
He had the wave, I think.
Yes, I reckon he had the wave too. That first turn, he just needed to get a bit more vertical. Here he is, last wave. So he hasn't been real quiet, hasn't he? It's only his 4th wave.
He doesn't need much either. He needs just under a 5. That's going to be...
And he surfed that wave pretty well too and ended it well.
I think he left his run a little too late. 30 seconds remaining. I don't think that's going to be a 4.93. Last of White was a 3.73. So
you were right.
Yeah, just under. I think if he got vert on that first section, he gets the number. But unfortunately, it looks like he will finish in 3rd position as we see McGuffin up and riding. I see a reverse there to put a little bit of icing on the cake. 10 seconds remaining. It looks like the man in red on your screen, Kobe Clements, will progress through to the next round along with Alex McGuffin. Pretty solid performance there from the two boys in red and blue. As we go to a quick break and come back with more action down here at Merrill the Beach for Surfest 2024.
The Racecourse is not just a place to watch the horses thunder. It brings generations together to share memories and experiences that are close to our hearts and runs in our veins. Newcastle Racecourse. Home is where the track is.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all. And feel new.
Adam has taken a few losses at work this week. A loss out here, a little easier to take.
Wait! Holidays, Ironman, outdoors, Ironman, whoa, Uber, suspension, lights, roof rack, camping equipment, recovery gear, under Ironman, mate, 100 Ironman. I can't do 2 things at once, I know.
Michaels, get to the Royal.
Look at that, beautiful shot down here at Merriweather Beach for day 3 of action for Surfest 2024, presented by Reflections Holiday Parks. My name is Mitchell Ross, alongside me, club legend of Merriweather, Matthew Hoy. You enjoying yourself, Hoy?
I'm enjoying myself, Mitchie, that's for sure. Look at it, how can't you? It's been great last few days, bit of swell, beautiful days, unreal surfing. Mate, Surfest does not get any better.
You know what?
I'm just stoked there's been waves. Like, we haven't had a lay day. Like, the weather hasn't been bad. It's just been consistent, good surf. Everyone's getting an opportunity, and everyone's giving it a good go.
And right now we've got 2 local surfers. So two guys that are in the same board club as yourself here at Merriweather. It's Walter Hyatt in the green and Josh Levy in the blue. They'll be joined by David Perry and Matty Job, as we see David Perry up and riding, fading into the right-hander, hoping to get a bit of a closeout section. Bit late.
Yeah, a bit late. You had to fade back in the first bit, which doesn't help ever.
This is Josh Levy. He had a bit of a run here a few years ago.
Did he?
Made a couple of heats, yeah. Put up some big numbers and made the locals, town of Newcastle, pretty proud of him, actually. Really good surfer. Pretty mister. He's a classic goofy footer. You know, you don't see him that much, and he pops up and he's in a crazy barrel or something.
Yeah. Where's he originally from? Where?
He's got Japanese heritage.
Has he?
Yeah. Yep. But he's been here for a long time.
Yeah.
He's really good surfer. As we cross down, the winner of that last one, Kobe Clements. How are you, mate? Congratulations on a tip-top performance.
Oh yeah, stoked. Thanks, boys. Stoked to make it through.
And what was the plan out there? It looked like you were sort of. I know your dad's a surf fanatic and he knows what's going on. I'm sure he told you to just get out there and do big manoeuvres, right?
Yeah. Big manoeuvres and do more than one turn, but unfortunately I couldn't. It was tricky to find one, but stoked to make it through and on to the next one.
It's funny, like a lot of the people, the competitors we speak to today and yesterday, everyone's excited to get on out there, but once you get out there, it's not quite as easy and, I don't know, as a much fun session as you would think.
Yeah, it looks pumping, but it is pumping, but it's tricky to find one. But I think if you get one, you're stoked because it's such good faces out there, and yeah, frothing.
Mate, you're from Longreef, right?
Yeah.
Pretty similar, right? This is similar to sort of North Narrabeen, in the South Narrabeens, Collaroy sort of spots. You must feel pretty comfortable out here.
Yeah, I was just talking to Dad too. It's very similar to South Narrabeen. Like when it's high tide and it's still fast closing out, but yeah, it's fun.
Is your old boy down here?
Yeah, he's down. He's coaching me and telling me what to do and where to sit, and yeah, stoked to have a team down here.
Unreal. And how is your old boy going? Of course, he was a hustler on the QS back in the day. Had a couple of massive results.
Yeah, he's good. He just did rehab from like a big knee injury, and also did his ear too. But he's back in the water and he's training, so it's good. It's good to see, and yeah, brother.
Unreal, mate. Well, congratulations, and hopefully we can see you, go to the air maybe the next round. I was telling Matt Hoy here that you can do flips pretty easy.
Oh yeah, I'll be keen. That'd be pretty good.
Well, let's see you, mate.
Stoked.
Congratulations, buddy, and we'll see you tomorrow.
All right, thanks.
Well done, mate.
Cheers.
What a guy. It's probably my favourite part of doing the commentary stuff is having a chat to the surfers when they come in.
Yeah, for sure. You see who they are, and a bit of personality comes out. It's the best. You don't, instead of just walking off, you don't get to see anything or hear anything. It's good.
Sometimes I feel like they're like, are they going to shut up and let me go? Because we just keep peppering them.
Yeah, well, it's good.
That's unreal.
We need the information. We want to hear how they're feeling. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
How the stoke is. If they're angry.
I don't think there's anything for that young man to be mad about today. Great performance there from Kobe Clements as we get up to speed. Here we go. This is the semi-local.
Oh.
So what do you say here? Okay, so he's not from the area, but he's lived here for the last couple of years and he's a part of the ball club. So is that now a local?
Blow in.
I think it's a local, isn't
No,
it?
I'm joking. Whoa, Matty Jobin down off the rock section.
Because I don't want to say Sammy anymore. He's a local.
Yeah.
He surfs here every day.
Yeah, he's
so
in the ball club. That helps.
Exactly. So, yeah, a nice wave there for local surfer Walter. Unfortunately, he couldn't make that re-entry. It was a big one.
Yeah.
Would have
He
been
went for it. The clouds just must have come over just then. Is it going to rain out there, Mitchie?
I reckon the southerlies come a little bit earlier.
No, I don't think the southerlies hit. But
There's a big cloud at the moment. This is Matty Job. Fresh.
First
victory from Fresh.
Snap was good. Watch this last one too. Wow. If it's one, we should have. Oh, the rocks.
You know what? It'd be really nice of you to go and tell all those guys that you know that are finishing waves there, nothing's going to happen to you. It's funny. If you're not from here, you're probably going to be a little bit spooked out what's under the water there, but it's pretty soft cungy, right?
Yeah, and you pretty much go over the top of it with the wave. If it's surging over it, you know what I mean? It goes past the bit that's dangerous. And there's good lefts down there. The rocks lefts. Seriously, today I saw a couple when I was watching it. They're hitting at the back of the rocks. You know there's that little hole between rocks and the ladies. Here's one right here. That's where Matty Job's gone down to, on the end of right at the end of the bank. Look, there's one right there. Not that good, but you can see sort of how it corners off.
But it goes. The beauty of where it ends on the rocks, that every time it has some sort of closeout.
Yeah.
So it's probably not a bad tactic to have a look at that left. A little bit spooky for those
for sure.
surfers that aren't from here,
because it surges and there's like a full shelf that comes at you when you're looking at it. Actually the waves usually surge over the top of it.
Well, what the locals generally do here is actually surf the right-hander that you're going into. If that makes sense.
Yeah, exactly. At least it stands up a bit at the back of the rocks there.
Here we go. Quick wave here. Looks like Josh Levy. Can't imagine this one's going to do much. It looked a bit small for the bank to get really steep. Looks like Josh is going to stick with it, hoping that something forms up throughout the inside. Here we go. Pushing on through. Nice snap. Really good surfing, but the wave just kind of held him back.
It was a bit flat, wasn't it? They're trying to go those in-betweeners because the sets are pretty much all lined up and closing out. So they're trying to get these ones to get some turns in, because you can only get one, maybe two on a set if you're lucky. And it's hard to surf because it's thumping that hard on the bank. So everyone's trying to get these little in-betweens that are a bit flat and fat, and trying to get the manoeuvres in. But
surfed it well, that wave there for Josh, but yeah, it's not going to be a big number. If you go off anything that we've seen today, it'll probably come around maybe the 3-point range.
Yeah.
His first ride was a 2.83. Looks like Philippa Anderson there to the left. Ellie Lampkin will be out there next. A couple of locals. Look at them all. There's Angus Owens there. Some familiar faces. Great to see. All the teammates of the club getting behind their surfers. Good surfer, Ellie. Lovely young girl. Really athletic. I think she's a really good runner, soccer player.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, but I think she chose surfing because she likes it the most.
Well, it's probably the best thing you can do in your life. Up there.
Good on your joints too.
Yeah.
Unless you do big silly hair.
Yeah, true. Depends. Depends.
Yeah.
Not good for your shoulder joints.
How are your shoulder? How's your body holding up after 35 years of grueling surfing?
I've treated it like an amusement park.
Still working though?
Yeah, it's pretty good actually. You just got to keep surfing is the best thing you can do. It hurts. I whinge about how much it hurts all the time, but it does.
But you can still do it. You
yeah,
can surf.
But you just got to keep doing it.
You've never had a major injury, have you?
Oh, I've done both inside. What are these? Medials, both knees and my groin.
But not bad.
No, not out for 3 months. I was out with my groin. It was pretty bad. I tore everything. It was bad, and I did this at the same time.
Surfing?
Yeah, backhand floater.
Oh, into the flats.
Back foot slipped off and leg went flat on the board. Just torture. That was a bad one.
Where did that happen at?
Bluey's Beach, actually.
Uh-huh.
I was out for a few months, 3 months.
Looking back at it, was a section that you shouldn't have even hit because
it was
you weren't getting a score or anything.
No, I wasn't getting a score. I was just free surfing.
Just went for it.
No grip, no dreaded on the back.
Is dreaded still going?
Sort of. just a bit in hiatus at the moment.
Of course, I'm talking about Hoy's
Look at this
rip
set.
pad.
Someone gets on the end of the... Look, someone see this left and get to the end. This is a good one. And then it'll close out the whole bay.
The closer it's getting.
Yeah, it's just... No, it's going to be a good one.
Here we go. It looks like a surfer in white up and riding on this one. Didn't get a major manoeuvre to kick things off.
Look at that wave I picked. Just went to nothing now. It looked like it was coming in perfectly. Oh, jeez. I went that, mate. Don't worry. I'm with you. My wave selection's like yours. Awful. Yeah, but that was a bad one with my groin. Both. And then, what else? I did something else too. One of them. But not bad. Not out for a season. You couldn't be out for a season. You're out for a season, you're off tour. No injury wildcards. No, none of that. You're off. You're gone. Back to the drawing board.
Back to the regional titles.
Yeah, exactly. Back to the schoolboys. Yeah, it was none of that stuff like these days. It's heavy. Actually, I did have a major injury. I broke my jaw. I got my jaw broken, should I say. I didn't break it.
Surfing?
No, fighting.
That was silly.
Yeah, it was very silly.
Didn't your mum tell you never to fight?
Yeah, I've learnt that after that. I didn't really have a fight, I just got punched.
I wonder why. You being cheeky?
I wonder why. I know exactly why. No, it wasn't being cheeky, but that was a bad one. I was out. I had to surf, though. We were at the second, maybe 1990 it was. So I just had to clench my jaw together. Didn't get it wide, didn't do anything for 2 months.
Surf through it.
And surfed 2 weeks after with a broken jaw.
How's the pain?
Awful. It was cool if I didn't move it, but...
Did you put masking tape from your...
like they do in the footy? No. Just taped it around like what's that? No, didn't do anything, just clenched it. It was bad. Anyway.
Just over 11 minutes remaining in this one. Matty Job mentioned really briefly before.
Don't fight.
On the back of a big performance at the ABB up at Burleigh Heads.
Mate, killed it. The Burleigh board riders.
He was the man that, I guess there was no pressure in the end, but he was the power surfer. And he had to go out there and pretty much just stand up and get in. And he did it.
Yeah,
he did it. Because those guys were so far ahead, I guess, in the final. They were smashing it, and it would have taken a pretty much nearly impossible situation to get flipped. But, yeah, he did his job at the end. And
well, they had all their surfers in as well. Their time was perfect as well, and their scores.
It's funny, like, the local knowledge thing is so big. Like, we obviously won the ABB when it was here at Newcastle Beach.
Twice, didn't
we came second once, but controversial. But and then first year at Burleigh, the Burleigh boys win.
Yeah.
It says a lot to be a local.
Oh, for sure it does. Especially at Burleigh, where you got to jump off the rocks, nowhere to sit.
Yeah. The rock
do
thing
the run,
helps.
the rock thing. They just run out there. Everyone else is really tentative.
Here we go. Walter up and riding, local surfer.
Left.
Really good. Big turn for the opener. Second turn.
Just pulls it out. That was, do you call that a bog or a good turn? That was sort of, I liked it. Big layback hack and finishes it. I think that's going to be the best wave of the heat.
It's funny. It
has to be. There's only a 3.8. It's got to be better than that.
The first turn was really good. The second turn was sort of borderline. He buried a rail, or did he just bury a sort of power turn?
Yeah, I reckon. Look, it's perfect timing there. This one. Oh, I reckon it's I know what you mean. It goes. It's a power turn, but he just gets a little bit stuck. But on that section to throw that turn, it's good. I liked it.
He's looking good. I think he was riding a board that was a little bit too big yesterday, and today it looks like he's riding a sort of smaller board. I think it fits into the walls heaps better.
Yeah.
The board yesterday looked fast. It looked, it looked nice.
The red.
Yeah, the red one.
Yeah.
But this one I think fits into the waves a little bit better. Score on the way there. Judges liked it, 4.27. So I don't know if they've said it was a completely clean turn, because if they did, I think it's a 6.
Yeah.
But they've still respected it, and a really decent number there for the man in green. who's now holding on to the highest scoring wave of the heat.
Like, that was an average wave. I think that was an average wave, and an average wave is a 5, right?
Okay. So you disagree again?
Well, always. No, I'm not disagreeing, but I get it.
I think the bar is just really low.
Yeah, the bar is very, very low. So if anyone at home saying, like, nothing like me, I agree with that as well.
Here we go. Surfer in white up the beach. Pretty average wave. Kicks out of that one is David Perry, sitting in 4th position at the moment. We've got 8 minutes remaining this heat. Huge shout out to all the sponsors for making this event possible. This is a QS 5000. Huge opportunity for these surfers to make a run at making the Challenger Series.
This could be a good little.
As we see Josh, I think it's a good idea. I liked how he just went into the closeout. If he hit that section a little bit sort of crisper with a bit more power, it was going to be a big number.
I think it was a good right.
Yeah, maybe he went the wrong way there. We'll have to wait and see what the judges thought, but really tight in the standings right now.
Kicking in from both directions already.
Yeah, it's a little bit more peakier.
Yeah, for sure.
It's actually much more peaky than yesterday.
Is it?
You're dead right. Yeah, remember I said it was a, I don't want to repeat it, but remember I was making a gag and I said Namibia?
Oh, yeah.
Today, it's way peakier. It looks like there's south waves.
Look, that was a good right.
That's going out to sea on the right. So, yeah, the swell direction might sort of be starting to change as we see.
That's what it needs. Just a little bit of two swell directions to peak it up a bit on that bank. It'd be some really good waves.
Nice ride there for the surfer in white. Looking for a 3.86 out next. First heat of the round of 48 for the women. As we see a replay here for Josh Levy.
That was a strange
2.4
thing to do. Go left into that closeout and then. I thought the right looked good when he was paddling into it. Looked like it was a double up, hitting the bank. Bit of a flat right for white there. Flat right for white, that rhymes.
You're a rapper. So a bit of a battle happening right now for the Merriweather Ball Club boys. They're both eyeing off a finish in the top 2 to progress through the next round. And right now it's Walter Hyatt who's sitting in 3rd spot.
He's in the box seat.
He is.
At 1.49 with the highest scoring wave of the heat so far. This could change it though.
First turn was good, hoping it sort of gets shallower down the end and he can just rip right in.
There it is.
Good surfer.
Good ending. Smooth, eh?
Yeah, really smooth.
Happens when you come from those perfect Queensland point breaks.
Wow. Oh. That's the turn of the heat. That's the wave of the heat.
I think so.
See you later.
Yeah.
That's a big score from Josh Levy.
Yeah.
You know what? Sometimes you just got to keep on knocking, keep on knocking, keep on knocking.
Someone will answer.
And that's what happened then.
Hopefully someone answers.
Okay, this is Walter. He also got a ride, so massive exchange from 3 of the 4 surfers.
Finishes this one. Oh!
Wow.
That's a wave of the heat.
Maybe.
Let's have a bet on this.
I can tell you that the standings are going to be really confusing after this because they've got numbers coming in everywhere. This turn was really good too. So, yeah, 3 of the 4 surfers.
Oh, there you go. Scores are in, bro.
Well, Josh Levy, this is the replay. Once again, big turn right there.
That was a sick turn. That score's not in. Greens is in, I think, 5.67, right?
Yep, that's in. So Walter is now out in 1st place.
Matty Jobs scores in, 4.07 for
He's in 2nd spot, but then a score in for Josh Levy.
5.33, so he's gone to 2nd.
You got it right. You said Walters is the score?
Yep. Finally. That's first time.
56 years or whatever. 52 or whatever.
65 they were calling me for my last birthday when I was away.
You got it right, mate.
You're looking good for 65. I was like, my oath I am. Have a look at me. Look at this set.
So that was a pretty cool exchange.
Wasn't
There's
it?
4 minutes remaining and now Walter Hyatt looking pretty good with just under 10 points on the board, 9.94 points.
Look at this 6-foot set right here.
Josh Levy sitting in 2nd spot. Matty Job now looking for a 4.2. And David Perry, who hasn't really got going yet, looking to ditch his ones and get a 6.36 to move up in a second spot. Big set rolling on through there, Hoy.
The 4 best waves of the heat were the last 4 waves served.
And what way were they?
What way were
they? They were all right-handers.
All rights, yeah.
Yeah, a bit of a change. Been majority left-handers scored today, but yeah.
Well, those ones like had a bowl and came at them a bit more instead of those flat ones they were getting off the bank, and the less were sort of pushing out to sea. Those ones had a bowl to them all the way to the beach, and they attacked them. They knew they had to though. No one held back on those waves either, really.
No.
Their last turn was their biggest turn on all 3 of the waves.
I think if Matty Job had his wave over again, not to say that he didn't surf it well, but I think he probably could have gone even a bit harder on that final turn.
Yeah, and he got a bit bogged in the middle turn too.
A little bit.
Went a bit flat that way. Here we go again. Another right. Good looking left and right here. They're splitting the peak, but splitting the wave. It's not a peak.
Walter's getting comfortable out there now.
Isn't he? He's going to get a couple more turns in on this one as well.
Oh, he nearly had a big number there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was close.
Yeah,
But
he should have sort of projected off that bit maybe instead of trying to turn on it.
I think it's been a great call from Walter to change equipment today. Looks way better on this board.
Doesn't it?
It looks like he's riding a Pizel.
Looks looser, smaller.
Looking really good. Look, this is a competitive heat, this one. So, yeah.
Here we go.
Done a really good job so far. As we see the replay of Surfer in white, says David Perry would love to get himself a big number to get back into this heat. And this is that replay again, Matt.
Good first turn, this one. Gets a little projection floater here, and then this one, I think he turned a bit early. He should have probably gone around that bit and got maybe 2 more turns in, but what do you call it? That's, I don't know what, in hindsight.
In hindsight, he maybe should have, it looked like he did that projection a bit early to get to the next part, but yeah, he just got beaten by a little bit of foam, but not to worry, he's still out in first position. 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining. Josh Levy holding on the second spot. The bummer for Joshy is that he hasn't got priority. The priority right now lies with the man in third position. And here we go, Hoyo, using his priority.
He just might have got an interference. That was pretty heavy.
Really?
Have a look what he does here.
We'll have a look.
Hopefully they show it again. He sort of like pushed him in. He's faked him into the wave anyway, but he sort of got in his road a bit, I reckon. He was paddling to go left, and he pushed him the other direction. Can we have a look at that, the start of that wave, please?
So Matty Job had priority. He utilised priority. Unfortunately for Matty, he actually went down on the manoeuvre.
Well, they're into it here.
And it looks like now Josh is going to block Matty. So it's all happening out here. This will be the last wave of Joshy's campaign. Nice snap. And that turn was nice. Just drift the fins, moving down the line. One last section. And another Rio.
Oh, he's pumped.
Big time.
That's out of your book there, Jacko. But he was. That's going to better at 2.93 too. So he's
easily.
He could go to the lead after that.
Okay, score's getting locked in. The hooter has sounded. So we are waiting for this last score to get locked in. That is not an interference.
No?
No.
All right.
No, I don't think so. You made it sound like he barged him.
Well, he paddled him the opposite direction with priority.
That's great tactics. I think that's what you do.
Okay. Perfect.
Well, you've told me that you didn't like Haslam back in the day, so it doesn't come naturally. But look, it looks as though the situation, it's remained the same. It was Walter Hyde in first. Second was, well, it looks like we'll have to confirm after the heat. But right now we're going to go to a quick break and catch up on all the action.
That was exciting stuff, Mitchie.
It definitely was. And maybe something did
yes,
happen in the end.
Yes, it did happen. It wasn't interference, bruh.
Well, we'll just we'll let it sink in, and we'll be back to update you guys out there.
So you're so pumped. That's heavy.
Back in a moment.
It's in all of us. That craving to feel new again. To see something new that will blow our minds. or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales. A place to feel free, to feel alive, and most of all, to feel new again.
Maddie's last night's sleep was spent trying to look up relaxing wave sounds. Tonight's actual wave sounds.
Holidays, Ironman, outdoors, Ironman, whoa, Uber, suspension, lights, roof rack, camping equipment, recovery gear, under Ironman, mate, and under Ironman. I can't do two things at once. Wait!
Effortlessly refreshing. Byron Bay Brewery Premium Lager. Go with it.
Welcome back to the Surfest 2024 presented by Reflections Holiday Parks. My name's Jessie Starling and I'm joined in with Jacko Baker.
Thanks for having me again. Seem to be getting more and more call-ups. I must be doing something right. I don't know what's going on.
Definitely are. I mean, no one's really got insight in this wave, kind of like you do. We've just grown up surfing it every day. Was this the wave that you grew up surfing every day?
Well, not really where they are right now. Weirdly enough, it seems to happen most years here at Surfest where everyone kind of is like, oh, you'll have a local advantage and this and that. I mean, the closer we are to the rocks, the more local advantage we'll have with a southerly swell, which we will get over the weekend. But yeah, these early days, these nor'east swells, this is like any other beach break in the world. So as tricky as ever. So personally for me, if I was going surfing today without my broken hoof, I probably wouldn't be surfing this bank. But it looks fun though. Everyone's been getting big scores. We've got the girls out there. Wow, how was that first turn?
Yeah, that was a massive turn there for Isabel Higgs. And then here is now Amura. So starting to get into that international field, which is really exciting. I love this round because I feel like you really get a taste for the co-sanction.
Yep.
You know, when you have the Asian seated surfers coming up against the Australian seated surfers. So, but a fellow Nova Castrian in this heat, Ellie Lampkin.
Ellie Lampkin, little training partner of mine. She's a little unit, eh? She works so hard in the gym and with her surfing. Really, really, really excited to watch this one. I'm guessing round of 48, we're into the main round of the women's. We're going to see the top seeds kind of pop in, I would guess.
I actually think there's one more. Yeah, there is. So they're seeded to the round of 32.
Oh my God. Okay. Well, this is the second seeded round then. So I think, yeah, Ellie's a great young surfer from the area. Kind of underneath Philippa Anderson. Philippa's kind of taken her under her wing. She works at Philippa's surf school. They do a lot of training together. Actually, in the gym, it's myself, Philippa, Ellie, Ryan Callanan, Ethan Harch, and Matt Robber, and Adam Tripaz. We've got a good little squad.
What a lineup! Oh my God.
What a crew. So we're all in there together and stirring each other on. So I really like this first turn from Isabel. That was sick.
Yeah, she's from the Northern Beaches regions, but
does she represent? Is that Thailand?
Yeah,
wow.
She does. And this is Arabella Wilson, which she's from down in Victoria, the Torquay sort of region, and she usually travels alongside Angela Ball. I'm sure Ange is tuning in watching this. Ange has recently made the move to Ireland.
No way.
Yeah, to go and surf and do uni over there. So
well, she does charge, so I guess that makes a lot of sense. She kind of has a great nudge, old Ange Ball. Seen some clips of her out Big Bells, so I'd say it's not going to take long to see her pack a big cone over in Ireland. I think everyone that moves there, Noah Lane from the Sunshine Coast, he's moved over there, and you come from the Sunshine Coast, which is such a small wave area, lots of grovelly waves, and the clip he dropped last year. He was packing some of the biggest left pits that I've seen. So I don't think Ireland takes long for you to get that charging aspect of your surfing out. That's for sure.
No, I don't think there's much other option.
No, I don't think
it's either charge or don't surf.
I don't think you're rocking up on beaches kind of having a cruisy one. That's for
No
sure.
way.
Not
No
like
way.
here. We can get those small days, but over there, I don't think you get much of a choice. Nor do you get a choice with wearing about 5 or 6 mil of wetsuits. So I know where I'd much rather be.
Yeah, same. Have you ever worn one of those wetsuits?
I'm so bad. Like, I'm so lucky to be sponsored by Rip Curl, best neoprene I feel in the business, and I think it's been chatted about so much. But I'm just not a wetsuit guy. Like, I will be in Portugal, like we've been watching the Peniche contest last year. Everyone this year's in a full suit. I'll be wearing a short arm. I get too hot. I have to wear the most minimal I can. Like, I'll be in boardies today. You'll be seeing everyone in wetsuits. I'll be in either boardies when I can, or if it's like a location where it's a steamer, I'll be in a short arm or like the most minimal I can.
Yesterday I went for a surf out Newcastle in the afternoon, and living up on the Gold Coast now, it's pretty warm all year round, and I reckon I wore a wetsuit for my first time in maybe 5 months, and it was only a 2 mil, but I struggled.
Really? And I've been hearing that around here it's been really warm. Not speaking from experience, I'd do anything to dip in the salt at the moment. I think it'd be more of a 4-hour process for me to get onto the shoreline, but hopefully soon enough. Obviously, Elle finishing a little one there. I hope Elle kind of just watches this. I hope she was watching a few of the men's heats. Like we've seen all morning, I feel like those one major turn on the bigger waves, that's what the judges have been looking for, as we haven't had a lot of... I think we actually seen in the last one, I wasn't watching, but I was sitting just behind where we are here, hearing Hoyo and Rossi talk about in the last heat, Josh, the local fella, and Walter, who's kind of an adopted Merriweather surfer now from Phillip Island. We'll take him. But they got actually some 3-turners, so I think there's some more and more rights now where we must be around the tip of the tide, I would feel.
I think I came in at the wrong time because there was a bit of shenanigans going on at the end of that last heat.
Yeah, I don't know for sure, but Hoyo called it. Thought there might have been a paddling interference on Josh Levy on Matty Job, and I think as we kind of came in and we've got the results to the right of our screen, Josh ended up unfortunately getting a paddling interference. So that kind of shows, here we have it here.
Really?
See, I can understand how Rossi said it wasn't, but see, Josh is actually paddling at Matty. See, Matty changes his line of paddling, and he's too late for this section. So that's a great one to watch if you are watching the webcast with a heat coming up or don't know a lot about priority heats. Stay away. It's so simple. Like, it's not... As much as you want to put pressure on someone needing a score, that's why they have priority over you. So you can't do that. We're not back in 2008 where you had, I don't know, 3 blokes paddling you up the beach and you need a 3.8. If you've got priority, you've got #1 priority on that wave. And I think that'll be a big lesson for young Josh. He's a very passionate young surfer and a great young surfer too. He surfed a great heat then, so it's super unfortunate that happened. But in the long run of his surfing career, his professional surfing career, I mean, you take a lot more learnings from losing. So hope he takes that one on in the next few contests. I'd say he'll be going to the Indo ones.
Yeah.
So a bit of time to stew on this result and just learn that don't be too close. There's that layer there where you've got to respect that, and it's called priority for a reason, like we said. But yeah, that's a tough one to learn, especially I think he was going to win the heat without the inside.
Yeah, that's one of those ones where you kind of just bang your head against a wall because it was in the dying stages of the heat too. There was no need to be that close, and I feel like Matty, based on looking at his scoreline, he would have needed a pretty solid score.
I think he needed like a 5 on that last wave, so...
I feel like 5s have been hard to get out there today too.
Yeah, even if he teed up on that and got a big turn, like, and I mean, at the end of the day, there was 30 seconds to go. In heats, in surfing, in professional surfing, you've just got to let it happen. If it's meant to be, it's meant to be. Just don't do anything stupid that you're too close, you know what I mean? So, yeah, I mean, if Josh does re-watch it, I feel like you'll need to just to learn from it, because those decisions are hard. Like, I was sitting over there listening to Mitch and Hoy talk about it, and Rossi kind of completely just went, no, it's not, and then the replay came back, and you can kind of see that Matty has to change his line of paddling, which doesn't mean you, like, if you've got first priority, you shouldn't have to move. You should be able to have as much space as you need to get that wave. So.
Well, we're going to cross down to the winner of that last heat, Walter Hyatt. Lots of drama at the end of that one, but you managed to keep your cool and come away with the win.
Yeah, heap of drama. It's kind of spewing from my mate Josh for getting the bad call. I mean, like, not a bad call, but the call didn't go his way at the end, but I'm stoked to get through.
And rumour has it you're now an adopted Merriweather surfer. So do you reckon having a bit more reps out here over your competitors definitely helped out there?
Oh, it's like nothing like I've only been here for like 2.5 years, and it's pretty much never seen it like this with this like super north swell. But I think it's comfortable, you know, like waking up, taking my dog for a walk this morning, sleeping in my own bed and stuff like that. That definitely helps. So yeah.
Are you going to keep walking your dog as part of your pre-heat routine now?
I have to now. It's worked out. I never walk him. My girlfriend always walks him, so I think I'm going to have to walk him now.
Keep it running, well. It's Jacko Baker here. How are you?
Oh, Baker, what's going on?
Oh, I just had to come in, especially at the back end of your heat. But good to see you get that 3-turner. But like you said, lived here for 2.5 years, and we don't really see it like this too much, or nor would we as Merriweather surfers surf it today. You'd probably be around the corner at Newcastle or somewhere like that. So
yeah, 100%.
Hats off to you for identifying that one at the end and getting the job done. So
thanks, mate. How's the leg going?
Yeah, I'm hopping along. I'm sitting here in the booth keeping it up. I'm doing all that I can, so I'm not complaining. It's good to still have eyes on the event and be a part of it. So
yeah, that's good.
Keep walking the pup and don't change that winning formula.
Yeah, thank you. Yep, pretty stoked.
And Walter, I've been picking Jacko's brain on the forecast and what we're expecting. Do you have any insights on what you think the back end of this week's going to look like?
Oh, I'm pretty bad at picking. I was just chatting to Ty Serrati earlier about it, and yeah, it could do anything really. I know that's a pretty bad thing. Like, that's not a great call, but it's like new south swell coming, could get real junky. But hopefully the rocks turn on. There's heaps of sand there at the moment. These high tides aren't good, but I don't know what I'm talking about. Ask Jacko.
The high tide and the nor'east definitely ain't a good combo, but
yeah.
I did see tomorrow on Willy Weather there's a slight little change to the straight east, which will straighten it up and make it a bit wedgy. We've kind of already seen it now. From this morning, it was kind of more nor'east and very left dominant.
Yeah.
To see those rights coming back on now means it's kind of swinging more east, which is straight on. So if it is east tomorrow in a more south on Friday, we just don't want it too big, because then there'll be a bit of paddling involved. But you're a big lad, you'll be
Nothing
fine.
wrong with a bit of paddling.
That's it, we love it. Like the last board riders comp I watched you, and it was pretty solid that day.
That's
so
it.
You've got your reps up, so good luck for the rest of the event. Hopefully we will be chatting to you this time tomorrow.
Yeah, fingers crossed, Jacko. Thank you.
No worries, good luck.
Thanks, mate.
So what's Walter's story? I don't think I've seen him in a QS event before.
So Walt, I know Walt from down Victoria. He's originally from Phillip Island. Was a Rip Curl sponsored athlete when he was younger. So I knew Walter through that. I used to stay with the family down in Torquay, the Wrights, Tom, Louie and Tim. And Walter stayed with us that year when the Bells event was on, and I just hung out and surfed with him, and we were kind of just hanging out together. And then I think he's moved up here. I don't know if he finished uni here or did uni here, but I know that he is a school teacher. I don't know if it's primary or high school. But yeah, he's been based here for 2.5 years. He's probably been in the board riders probably for 2 years. Because I know when he first came, I actually came home from a trip and I checked out. We're very lucky with Merriweather board riders. We got live heats, and I checked one of the events and I saw Walter's name and I was like, I know that name, and it clicked. I was like, I didn't even know he lived here, because when I was on tour I wasn't home much. So it's been good. It's good to have him in town. He's a very, very good surfer, and he's good for the young kids as well. Like he's a good role model for them, getting around surfing and stuff like that. It's really cool to see him. I think he may have done a Vocar.
Okay.
So, but yeah, I'm stoked he got into this. This is the biggest one, last one. Like he said, he can sleep in his own bed. I feel like that is such a huge advantage. Just that comfortability, being home with his partner, like he said, with his dog. That's massive. So, I wonder if he's got the week off work or if he's going to go back and teach now. Who knows?
Yeah, who knows? Maybe he just got a bit of a lunch break to surf his heat.
How cool would that be if he was going back to work and go straight back into the classroom? Kids had it on YouTube on the telly. But it's really cool around here. We got a lot of the primary schools super close by down here. We got Holy Family just over the hill where I went. We got the Junction Public close by. St. Joseph's in the Junction as well. And I know that as this week goes on, you will see more school students. Even here in school lessons, the teachers will bring them down for a walk and that, so it's super cool. And then on the weekend, I know when I was that age, I was running amok down here, so there'll be a lot of kids down here, and we're so lucky to have now, like you said, the co-sanction, so you do have international competitors, so super cool for the kids to be able to be a part of an event like this and watch some of the heroes.
I feel like every year I've come down here for Surfest, I've always seen those school kids come down and they want to get photos, and I don't know, it definitely makes you feel special when they go, hey, can we get a photo with you? I'm like, oh, okay, way to make a girl feel special, sure,
yeah,
you know?
It's cool because I guess you don't really get that. I mean, it's a small, passionate towns, and this is such a cool surf town, and when you're young, it's like, even though you're on the QS level, you may not necessarily feel like you've got like your Chris's and John's and everyone's on the CT. I guess they expect it, but when you're on just like the regional QS, you don't necessarily expect it. So it's almost a surprise, but it's a really cool feeling. Like, I know the first few times you get asked for a photo and that you're pretty frothing. You're like, oh, maybe I'm someone. How good's this? So, the kids around here are super cool, and as it gets closer to the weekend, I'd say they'll have their Surfest shirts out, trying to get everyone's signature, and yeah. Hopefully they're the future of the local area. I mean, we all can't do it forever. We'll get to an age, so hopefully we're inspiring the kids to continue this run going and having this event here.
Oh, I'm sure you are, but you touched on before Merriweather Board Riders, and I'm just personally curious. I just want to know between differences between board riders clubs, do you guys have priority in your heats?
I've been a bit out of the loop for a bit. We have two bigger ones during the year. So one's called the King of the Rocks that we had at the start of the year, which is a memorial twin fin event for Ryan Callanan's dad, or mostly for anyone we've lost in the community. So that's a special one. That has no priority. That's 6-man heats, free for all.
Awesome.
But I'm pretty sure we had the one last year called the Ray Richards Man on Man. So it's a memorial for Mark Richards' father. That's normal boards, man on man heats. And we do have priority because, I think I had Ryan in the final and I think I sat on him for like the last 6 minutes. So that's definitely priority. But that's the coolest part with our board riders. We still get, for those bigger events, like all our names. You get Morgan, you get myself, you get Ryan, you get Travis Lynch, Jackson Brand, Jesse Adam, Rossi. The list goes on. So you definitely want priority. I know years before that I've wanted priority against Rossi because Rossi doesn't give me an inch. So I've had a few battles against him. He's actually beat me a fair few times, which probably makes our coaching relationship even more special.
Yeah, you guys seem to have a pretty cool bond between you two, and I was even chatting to him yesterday because I was curious to know what kind of coach he is. But I don't know, the way he said he identifies strengths and weaknesses and then applies strategies from there. I think that's what makes a good coach, deal with the facts and then work from it.
For sure. Because I don't think you want to come to the table as a coach with a certain plan. You need to kind of understand the athlete first and see their needs. Like, you can have a certain coaching style, but that may not work for that certain person. But I remember Rossi saying when we first started working together, when I first qualified for the tour, me and Carissa were super, super similar with how we needed to be coached, so it was quite easy for him. It wasn't like he was having two different ways he needed to coach two athletes. And luckily, she was on the women's side, I was on the men's side, so nothing ever clashed. But like as we see here, we've got Isabel Higgs with two really good scores. This is the first heat of the women's. As we see, Ellie up. She's not picking the best waves out here today. Still got 5 to go, but Isabel's been picking these rights so well. I mean, if you are watching it on the webcast, you can kind of see everything's kind of going left to right. So the left's down the beach, but Isabel's been really, really lucky with finding some quite nice rights against the grain, which is kind of rare. I mean, Merriweather's usually a predominant right, but when we've got this east-northeast swell, it is kind of predominantly lefts running back towards Merriweather in the surf house.
I've actually really love Isabel's style. I just think it's really classy. You know, she's got a really cool technique. I love this carve, how she just puts it on rail all the way back to the foam and then gets another bonus one here. And kind of a bit of a nod to Molly Picklum, I feel like. Molly's got a similar carve where she always draws it all the way back.
Yeah, brings it back to the wash. Did you never quite bring it back to the wash then? Like, she wasn't even rebounding, just showing that she was completing the turn. But I could see there, it almost looks like maybe she's got a narrow stance, but that board looks like it's got a good bit of length, and I think that's something that, I don't know, I haven't chatted to Molly, but Molly looks like she's kind of stringed out her boards a little bit this year, and they look amazing on rail. And that similar thing there with Isabel, like she was able to hold that rail the whole way through and still get that transition, because I find if you're on a too short a board, you won't get that nice transition and the nice hold of the rail. You don't have as much rail to hold. But nah, hats off to Isabel. She's holding down this heat really well at the moment, and everyone else is kind of just fighting for second at the moment. I mean, I know Isabel's only got 10 points, but I feel like on a day like today, it's kind of a really good total, as we've even seen in the men's side as well. So she's looking pretty good. It'll be interesting to see what the other three girls can do in this final 3.5 minutes.
It's definitely been the theme of the event so far, you know, living in those 4s and 5s. As you see, Ellie Lampkin, wow, massive first turn.
Huge.
Can't pull it under. I feel like Ellie, I was listening to her on a panel the other night at the Surfest sponsors dinner, and she was saying, I've taken a bit of time off to regroup and feel strong, and she definitely looks the strongest I've ever seen her. But maybe nerves playing a bit of, I don't know, maybe playing into her game today. She hasn't competed in a few events. She said she's just been trying to save up to get over to the Indo comps to have a better run next year. So,
Stomped it. That was really, really well surfed, and kind of crazy now. Like we're saying with the East and East swell, very left predominant, but the girls in this heat are finding some rights, and they have been the scoring waves. I feel like, especially as a local, like I know how Elle's probably feeling right now, there's people don't want to put pressure or anything like that, but when you're at home, you just really want to do good at home. And especially with how tricky the conditions are today, you really want to just go back to your roots and sit where you usually sit. But today's not one of those days. You've kind of got to just treat it like it's, take everything else out, take that it's Surfest out, and just treat it like it's a beach break. And you've just kind of got to feel it out, because today I don't think there's any advantage in being a local. It's just your normal beach break, pretty tricky. So, I mean, there's still time on the clock, but I feel like Bella's going to better, there it is, a 5. So it's kind of chucked Nao and Ellie needing some bigger scores. So I feel like both girls are at that level that a 5 and a 6 is super achievable.
yeah,
so
definitely.
time on the clock. Ellie seems like she's sitting away. Nao's got priority, so I guess we'll just see how this last 2 minutes plays out.
This the next heat coming up as well, it's actually a really strong one. We've got Charlie Haitley, Sai Maniwa, Isabella Caldo, and Jessica Aiken. And Jessica was looking really strong yesterday, but a big name that stands out to me is Charlie Haitley. She's a junior. She's a goofy footer from the Gold Coast, but she's just a powerhouse. And she's come into the QSs for the first time this season and has kind of come in with nothing to lose. So I feel like we'll see pretty solid performance in that next heat, just like we have in this one. Ellie, you can see the frustration. I really feel for her, because I feel like that's the worst feeling. 1 minute to go and you haven't really put a ride together.
Yeah, it's frustrating. But it's just, I think the biggest thing in this heat with Elle is just probably positioning. I mean, you can see she's more right on the screen than everyone else, which is the closer you get to Merriweather, which is probably where you feel most comfortable. Like you've kind of got your lineups off the surf club or the surf house, and I mean that's what we're used to. But today's one of those tricky days that you've kind of got to come up the beach a bit more in front of the drain, and just kind of wing it. Like you've seen the two girls winning this heat, first and second in this heat, are more off the drain, off this Toyota tent, as you can see on screen now. And there is that bit of a rip bowl right there in between the sets. So, yeah, I'm excited for this next one. I'm pretty sure I must have come in maybe after the heat yesterday of Isabel Caldo, and I remember she put a good heat together. So
yeah, she did.
Is, and this is as we go through the rounds, the heats are going to get harder and harder. We had round 1 of the women's yesterday, now into round 2, and we've still got round 3 to come. So very exciting times in this event as this heat is wrapping itself up.
Yeah, we've got big names coming up in the later heats, I should say, of this round. You know, Safi Vetti, she's an Olympian. Freya Prum, she's pretty much a QS veteran these days, but we're just going to keep it rolling through the action. We're going to go to a short break and be right back for round of 48, heat number 2. Don't go anywhere.
Holidays, Ironman, outdoors, Ironman, whoa, Uber, suspension, lights, roof rack, camping equipment, recovery gear, under Ironman, mate, and 100 Ironman. I can't do 2 things at once, I know.
Welcome to Sydney. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
Adam thought he'd never get Sarah camping. How wrong you were, Adam.
Wait!
The Racecourse is not just a place to watch the horses thunder. It brings generations together to share memories and experiences that are close to our hearts and runs in our veins. Newcastle Racecourse. Home is where the track is.
Welcome back to the Surfest 2024 presented by Reflections Holiday Parks. If you haven't been to a Reflections Holidays Parks, what are you doing? They're literally my childhood. I don't know about you, but when I was doing the Grom Comps along the East Coast, that is where I stayed, was Reflections, just travelling up and down the coast in a van. But while we're in the break, this is Jessica Eichen from the Gold Coast. She has a really strong backhand, so she's showing us her forehand, which we don't get to see too often. And then this is Charlie Haley ripping through a few turns, trying to get the finish on this one. And I'm not sure. And then this is Izzy Cowder, so plenty of action right at the start of this heat. The women are just ready to rip in this one. I love it.
Yeah, we got a good heat on our hands. We got 25-minute heats today. I think they've gone up by a little bit today, an extra 5 minutes. Luckily, as we get through the rounds, yeah, this is a good heat, so excited to see it all unfold. I hope the condition, I feel like the conditions will hold in all afternoon. I think, what have we got, 8 heats of this round, and then potentially 4 heats of the men's on hold, on standby.
Yeah, what are your thoughts? Do you reckon they'll keep running through? Is it?
I don't know. I don't know. I'm no contest director, but I guess holding out, watching. I mean, we're very lucky. We have a lot of time during this week. We have the whole week to run 2 events, and I feel like we'll have time to pick and choose the conditions, which they already have been able to. If this wind doesn't get too strong, I mean, I would love to see the men's main round out there this afternoon, but wind dependent, tide dependent, but I guess the more heats that we can kind of get through today, then the more picky we can be over the weekend with this bigger southerly swell. There's definitely going to be some great moments. I just don't know how good it's going to be the whole time, but only time will tell. I think the boys were saying, I think the swell straightens up a little bit more tomorrow from the east, and then it goes south Friday, so at least it's not going to go northeast straight to south, which is it kind of gets a bit jumbled up because it's just so opposite. So at least it's kind of swinging east, and then it will swing back south. So, yeah, fingers crossed that we have some good conditions, and I think we will. I think we've already been super lucky so far. So
yeah, yesterday was pumping. I feel like
yesterday was pumping. Sun was out, 30 degrees. It was hot as. It was beautiful. So we're definitely not complaining. We're sitting in an aircon booth here.
Yeah, we're pretty lucky.
I'm not complaining sitting in here, that's for sure.
No, I think yesterday I definitely had FOMO not being in the competition, but then it's one of those things where you can look at Friday's forecast and be like, no, I'm quite happy to sit in the aircon and enjoy talking about the heats. But this is Sai Maniwa, so I don't know how much you know about Sai, but she represents Japan, but moved to the Gold Coast and finished out high school on the Gold Coast.
No way. I'm guessing Palm Beach like the rest. Yeah,
cool. PBC.
Yeah.
And yeah, she basically is just a D-bar machine. I always see her surfing out D-bar training.
With the rest of the whole Gold Coast region?
Yes. Yep. Every man and their dog is surfing D-bar.
Yeah.
But Yeah, I've kind of been having to close my eyes looking at the swell that's up the coast at the moment. It's just
I know. I'm actually, I'm never happy you break your foot, but yeah, I mean, if I was to be doing this contest and be missing out on that, it'd be hard, but I'm missing out on both of the broken foot, so I guess it just kind of cancels it out, eh?
Yeah, I know. I just, I even saw footage of, I've got a photo actually that Shieldsy sent to me. Kelly Slater was out there yesterday.
I know. Shout out to Kelly if you're listening. I hope you're watching. But doesn't sound like his old busted hip ain't too bad.
Yeah.
His hip looks sweet to me in that shot.
Yeah, it was so funny. I was like, well, that's the best looking hip surgery I've ever seen. But
I know. I might need to call. Might hit him up in the DMs and see what surgeon you got. See if he fixed my foot.
Yeah.
Might be up Kira tomorrow. But no, it's I guess surfing, pumping, Kira. You're not doing a whole lot other than standing there getting barreled.
Yeah.
I mean, Portugal, bumpy waves, and trying to grind. I think that's a lot harder on an injured body. So, but yeah, there's definitely some great waves going on out there. I watched a clip of Lungi the other day. I actually don't know how he got into that wave or under that lip. Someone showed it to me, and I kind of stopped watching. I was like, he fell, and then he pops out there, and I was tripping.
I couldn't agree more. I remember Stace put it on his story, and I think I can't remember what he said, but it was like impossible. It was just one of those ones where you just have question marks around it. It was almost magic. But we're going to cross down to Isabel Higgs, who put on a really impressive performance in that last heat. Isabel, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Is this your first QS 5000?
No.
Which one have you competed in before?
NEAS.
Oh, amazing. So you're pretty fresh to this QS scene and you're putting on really dominant performances. Are you feeling any nerves?
A little, but it's just like, it's so exciting to be able to surf really good waves and no one out.
And you've grown up on the Northern Beaches region, is that correct?
Yeah.
But you're representing Thailand?
Yeah.
That's amazing. So are you going to elect Australia to be your qualifying region, or do we think you'll go back to the Asian region to try and qualify for the challenges through there?
I think I'm going to be doing the Asian region.
That's amazing. There's plenty of amazing stops along that Asian region. Tell me about how it is out there. It looks like you picked off some perfect right-handers.
Yeah, the waves are really fun, and I was just trying to wait for the ones with like a bit of wall, and yeah.
Yeah, it seemed like you looked really comfortable out there. And did I notice you're on a Warner surfboards?
Yeah.
Talk me through what you were on, because I haven't seen too many Warners in competition for a while now, so shout out to Brett.
I was riding my 5/8 Roundtail, and it's just such a good board.
Is that a little bit of a step up for you?
No.
No, it looked really good on your feet. Hats off to Brett. That board looked really good, especially on rail. I mean, today is really tricky with this nor'east swell. There's not a lot of rights, but you managed to really find that spot on the bank and kind of bank too. That was really, really good.
Thank you.
And Isabel, it looks like you've really improved over the last 12 months. You're now moving into the round of 32, which is the last seeded round, coming up against, those top seeded QS surfers. How are you feeling? Is there any nerves, or are you kind of surfing with no pressure?
I'm just trying to make sure there's no nerves. Like, I have nothing to lose, and I just want to try to have as much fun as I can.
Amazing. Well, it looks like you're having so much fun out there. You actually made us a little bit jealous, to be honest. But yeah, good luck in the next round, and yeah, we can't wait to see you surf again.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Yeah, she's so young. I'm pretty sure she's about 15.
Yeah, she didn't surf like a 15-year-old, that's for sure. She surfed like she'd been doing this for... Well, maybe she has been doing this stuff for years, but yeah, experience beyond her years. She's, yeah, I think... I'd love to know if she might have had her mum or dad down there, or someone helping her identify where she sat, because she seemed to kind of not move off that spot.
Yeah, she had it dialed.
Like we said, there's quite a large playing field out there, so to be able to just identify where to be and find a lineup to be off. I mean, personally, I haven't looked at it outside, but I'd probably be looking more off the drain. There's a drain out here that you can kind of put yourself off.
That looked a little bit close. Sai had priority.
Sai had prior. She's probably going to lose it because she did have the paddle. White didn't interfere. We did see that interference in the last heat of the men's, but I doubt that will be. That was more just White with a fall and Blue with probably a bad use of priority.
I just get so on edge with those moments when you see someone paddling in pretty close, because Yeah, Isabella had second priority. Sai, unfortunately, couldn't get into that wave, but yeah, Izzy didn't interfere. But you just see competitors get closer and closer to each other. You go, oh no.
Oh, you just don't want, we're sitting here getting lucky enough to commentate surfing, but I think for the people at home, you're watching surfing because you love it. You want to watch these events, and for the love of it, you want to just watch the best surfing. You don't want to watch someone lose because of an unfortunate mistake or an interference or something like that. So I guess that brings in that nervous feeling when you do see competitors get super close, or you just want it to go as smoothly as possible. Best man or best woman wins on the day. And good surfing. So.
And tell me, you're back on the Challenger Series this year, which is really excited for all of us surf enthusiasts. We just get to watch you. But are you keeping a close eye on the cut and who's going to be on the Challenger Series with you? Is that something you look at, or?
Nah, I kind of, as I've got older, I don't really care who I'm surfing against. I think the biggest battle as an athlete is probably yourself. What's ticking over in your own head, and I guess reversing the elements, reversing the ocean, that can be one of your biggest battles as well. So, I definitely keep an eye on the boys on tour and who's coming through from this region, more so to see who I'm going to be travelling and hanging with.
Yeah.
And especially watching the Aussies on tour, more so cheering Cal, Jacob, Ryan all on, so they're not falling back with us. I'd rather be watching them and knowing that I'm joining them at the end of the year. That's kind of the plan. So hopefully we don't have anyone fall back, Aussie-wise, and some of the boys from our region, like Morgs, myself, GP, Jolie Vaughan, we're all up fighting for that qualification spot come the end of Brazil. Ideally for me, every time I seem to leave it to the last minute, it's too scary. So I've kind of got a goal this year. Once I fix this foot up, go to Snapper, start real good. And I'd love to even seal it up at Bolito or Huntington. I'd rather just get it done. The surfing I was doing before I broke my foot, I feel like I was able to kind of improve a lot this year over the off season without the broken hoof, and cut a few kilos and get fitter. So I feel like that was an area where I needed to work on. I needed to know that coming into this year I had no excuses, and put my best foot. I shouldn't say best foot forward. It's not really a pun intended. But we got some kids waving there in the comp area watching. They're frothing. It's good to have everyone down here watching. But like I said, with the Challengers, just watching to see who I'll be travelling with. If you do draw the boys and stuff like that, it's just as we see, Isabel, that was a really nice first turn there. I really like that turn.
Yeah, Izzy, she's from the Sunshine Coast, and you mentioned something before actually that has kind of got the clogs working in my brain. I feel Izzy's from the Sunshine Coast. Like we said, it's not, there's not overly big swells coming through the Sunshine Coast. You're surfing usually small beach breaks, maybe Noosa Point, but you don't really see a lot of heavy water waves out of there. But I feel like every Sunshine Coast surfer I know absolutely charges, and I don't understand where that comes from.
I don't know. Maybe it's just the lack of having to experience it. You're just not scared or not worried because it's just so unknown. There's so many guys from up there that have a decent nudge, like Reef Hazelwood.
Yeah,
he definitely has a good crack, and Cooper Davies has a good nudge. All the boys, Reggie, even back in the day, Dean Brady, guys like that. Julian Pipe Master, lucky for him to be living in God's country now. I think he's kind of realised how beautiful this place is, and I think everyone does. I think look at this drone view, as if you wouldn't want to live here. I'm not saying for anyone else to move here. We've got too many, but we're very lucky. Wow, Charlie, that was a huge finner. That was sick.
Yeah, definitely.
You did say she was a powerhouse. She's got power. She's strong.
She's super strong and super young too, 16.
Right.
Yeah, and just she puts a lot of time in at the Surfing Australia HPC, and I feel like she's one of those surfers who's seen the opportunity that there is to use those facilities and use those coaches. She does a lot of work with Chelsea and Clancy, and she's kind of made the most of it.
Sick.
That was mental. I love how she...
It's like a Dakota Walters finner or something. That was so sick.
And then I just love how she's like, nah, I'm not done yet. I want to get more points, and belts that end section, but I'm not saying that's a ride out personally. But I still think she's got a pretty, she needs a 271 off the back of that one turn. That's a 271 every day of the week.
It's a 271s on the men's side.
Absolutely.
So it's definitely on this side. As we see Sai, she's finding these rights as well. She's looking solid. She probably went a little bit too far back there on that rebound and kind of missed the end section. But the girls are actually finding some really good opportunities in this heat. I think they've watched the girls in the last heat, Bella and Isabel, find those rights, and now they're kind of identifying that. That's what it takes sometimes, is on a tricky bank to watch the heat before and they've identified it and it stays the same in the following heat, and you can kind of shape your heat off that. That's the dream. It's always really hard if you're first heat of the day or something like that and you're watching 15 competitors out there. Everyone looks like they're getting good ones, but it's not till 4 people are out there you're going,
yeah, what am I doing?
It's quite hard to identify where you are. So, the girls in this one are finding some good scores. It feels like the wind too is kind of crumbling it up a little bit more. It's actually splitting the waves up a bit more. When it was clean, they may have been a bit straighter. As we see Isabel on the left here.
Yeah, one really nice turn, and just couldn't piece it together for that second. But I totally agree with you. It's nice not to be the first heat, to be honest.
It's a dream.
It's nice to be the second, even the third. You watch everyone else figure it out before you have to. And even, I think, the men would look at this lineup different to how the women would too. And so even though you can sit and watch the men and where they've picked off the waves they've wanted, it might not be the same approach that the women want to take.
Yep.
You know, they're very different. It's just, I feel like the men and women's, they're different types and styles of surfing, but they're so incredible in their own divisions. So I think, the first round of the women's in this one was definitely a bit of a test dummy one.
Yep.
But Izzy Higgs managed to find those beautiful right-handers.
Yeah, she did really well. She must have, like we said when we came in, the last heat of the men's, you had Josh, you had Walt to get those right. So I guess she must have watched that as well, found that lineup to kind of find those rights. As we see a few more lefts come along as well. Isabella's on the left here. Not much going on that one, but I'm actually really interested to see this last 7 minutes unfold. Charlie's last score hasn't come in yet. So once that kind of comes in, I feel like everyone's kind of going to have like a 3 or a 4. So I guess it's just about, Charlie's score is just about to drop. It's probably a high 3, a 3.93. So everyone's got a 3 ranger and Sai's got a 5 and a 4. So I guess this heat's super open with, people could say 7 minutes is not much time. If you're out there needing a score, 7 minutes will go really fast. But if you were Sai and you're in the lead, 7 minutes will go for ages. So there's still a lot of time on the clock.
It's one thing that these competitors can't say is that they didn't get the opportunities. There's so many waves coming through today. It's just been so consistent. So if the women want to make it happen, and even if the men too want to make it happen, there's definitely no shortage of waves. And I think that's just another beauty of this break. I've never come here and not had waves.
I think that's one thing I always say to people. People always go, how are the waves in Newcastle? And I go, we do get good waves, but we're not like a Gold Coast. We're not like a Snapper. We don't have a Kira. We do have a Merriweather, and it's big and it's really fun. But I think just the consistency of waves, there's probably out of every day of the year, there's not many days where you wouldn't be able to surf in the Newcastle region. Like we're lucky enough to be here at Merriweather. You've got Newcastle Beach, you've got Dixon Park Bar, as we see Sai with a really nice first turn there. She's going to look for the link there. She wants it. I don't know if there's much juice left in that one, but like I was saying, we got Redhead, we got Dudley, even all the way down to Catherine Hill Bayway, Caves Beach. No matter the direction or size of the swell, there's always somewhere to surf. And I think that's why you kind of see and hear about the surfers that come out of this area. Like even you got Ryan Cowan and Jake Sylvester, Jesse Adam, Mark Richards, Matt Hoy, Luke Egan. I don't want to disrespect anyone. I've probably forgot a bunch, but I could sit here all day and just rattle off names. We're very, very lucky with just the consistency of waves. And I think that shapes a very good surfer. Like you can surf really, really good waves, and that's good. But if you can find and grind out those trickier conditions, I think that makes you a better all-rounded competitor.
I think as well too, touching on that, you have to be able to surf different types of waves too, different types of conditions, beach breaks, point breaks, slabs, right-hand barrels, left-hand barrels, and there's everything here with that, as we see.
Oh,
wow.
it's wave of the heat already.
Charlie just, this is what I'm talking about. She's here with a point to prove.
Sick. That second turn was massive.
I think she could feel it too, pulling off that wave. She's like, yeah,
she got a nice connection on the first, and the second one was even sweeter. So that was a really, really well surfed wave. Really well identified as well. And Jessica with a nice second carve there too. And a nice little finish. So, like we said, at the 7-minute mark, it was going to get interesting, and I think it has. It's going to get really, really interesting here. I dare say Charlie's going straight to the top. Like I'd put the house I don't own on it. Like they say the saying, I put my house on it, but I don't know one, so I might put Dad's on it. But nah, that was really, really good surfing. Huge first turn there, and the second one was even better, way better time. Boom.
Wow. Yeah, excellent.
I'm gonna go as big as I reckon. She's going 7+ there.
Yeah.
I'm not that good with the
Dad's house on it?
Oh, not on that, but I know she's going to the lead. What would she need? She'd need she's going to the lead for sure. 6, there we go. I'm in the areas. 617. Probably not as high as what I thought, but what did I say? Straight to the top.
One judge gave it a 7, so
I'm on the panel.
Yeah, you're on the panel for sure.
The judge is up there. So
they're going, okay, Jacko.
that could be my post surf career. I could be commentator on the panel. Who knows?
Well, you've done the commentating. Maybe you should go and shadow judge the next few heats.
Stand out there with the big boys.
Go see TC and just be like, hey, can I shadow judge you for a little while?
Get up there and do some prior judging, make some terrible calls.
Yeah. I actually think prior judging would be one of the harder judging roles.
100%. You're so eyes on, and I'm pretty sure they have the prior judging. They may have a spotter as well, because you kind of need 2 eyes, especially with such a broad lineup. With I don't know, like someone finishes a wave or paddles one. Like if you're only concentrating on one competitor on a whole long beach, it's quite tricky. But nah, hats off to the judges, to the prior judges, everyone that does that part of the work. I feel like us sitting in here talking about this, we got it pretty easy.
Yes.
So yeah, they do a great job, and they do the biggest days. So, and they always get it right. They're always the judges, they get it right. That's what they're there for.
And they do huge days staring straight into the sun sometimes too, you know. This is why I like to commentate.
Overload. Yeah, I'll stick to surfing a couple of heats a day, or doing a bit of commentary here and there. I don't want to be sizzling my eyes up there, that's for sure.
Yeah. 2 minutes to go in this one. Charlie, she's just got a hold on it now. 617, that would be the highest score we've seen from any of the women so far. We are only in the second heat, and I'm pretty sure we've got one of yesterday's standouts, Taylor Green, coming up. So she's got a pretty hard heat. Coral Durant, Charlie Hurst, Taylor Green, and Madison Poole. So I don't know, these just keep seeming to get harder and harder.
It's only going to get harder as well, even on the men's side. It's as you push your way through this draw, coming up against, we've got the round of 48 now of the women's in the 64, which you'll have your highest seeds, or the highest seed will be the top end of that challenges or the regional series rankings to qualify for the challenges. But I'm really, truly impressed in this round, and even yesterday's round, with the surfing the women have done so far. Wow, that was a sick turn. Oh, stomp it. Wow, it's going to make it super interesting. Maybe these girls are super inspired on the performances the girls have put in over the last few events on the CT. That's been super inspiring, watching Pipe, Sunset, Molly's big one turn.
Oh my gosh.
Molly's hits at Pipe and backdoor. I mean, that's some of the best female competitive surfing I've probably ever seen. Even that inspired me. So
I would say ever. It was a pivotal moment for women's surfing, and for someone who loves to talk about women's surfing, it was a moment in history that I think will just be marked down as
that's kind of the shouldn't say changing of the guard, because it hasn't really happened yet. And
also Portugal, the old guard's still
there.
The
old, we shouldn't say old. Tyler and Lakey,
not old,
and that they're not old, but it's kind of the younger girls had the first 2 events, and now the veterans have come in and gone, nah, we're coming back here. So
you can't take this away from us yet. So I'm curious to see where that last score came through from Izzy. She needed a 4.87. Or is that the score locked in?
4.17. So unfortunately falling short there. She gave it her best. The first
first turn was probably not quite strong enough. If she got 2 like that second one, I would have said game over, thanks for coming. But that's the way surfing goes. Hats off to all the girls in that heat. That was a really, really strong heat of surfing.
Yeah, there is the lady who took it out, Charlie Haitley, with a very strong performance. We'll be back for another pretty amazing heat of action right after this short break.
It's in all of us. That craving to feel new again. To see something new that will blow our minds. Or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales. A place to feel free. To feel alive. And most of all, to feel new again.
Maddie's last night's sleep was spent trying to look up relaxing wave sounds. Tonight's actual wave sounds.
Holidays, Ironman, outdoors, Ironman, whoa, toolbars, suspension, lights, roof rack, camping equipment, recovery gear, under Ironman, mate, and 100 Ironman. I can't do 2 things at once. Wait!
Effortlessly refreshing. Byron Bay Brewery Premium Lager. Go with it.
Welcome back to the show as we move into Heat 3, the round of 48 for the Newcastle Racecourse Women's Pro here at Surfest 2024, presented by Reflections Holiday Parks. Another great lineup for you here. In the red, we've got Coral Durant. She's already got a wave under her belt, but just a throwaway at this point in time. Charlie Hurst is out there in the blue. Taylor Green from New Zealand, she's in the white, and Madison Poole is going to be in the green. Ronnie Blakey sitting alongside Mark Occhilupo. Been seeing some good-sized set waves roll in the last couple of heats, and I think with the tide filling in a little bit, there's been a little bit more open face for the competitors to deal with, but also some increased wind, as we see here Taylor Green ripping into a couple of frontside carves.
Excuse me. Thanks for turning my mic on, Ronnie. Yeah, welcome back, everyone. She's found the rip bowl there, and I was watching those heats too, and there is a bit more space and room with this high tide that must be peaking around now. Wind has come up a little bit, but definitely contestable out there. Coral Durant's in this hit. I know Coral because she's from the Bluff, and last trip that I went up there, we stayed at the Bluff. I went with Shane Dorian, and we'd done a strike mission, and I think we had Coral there. Her whole family lives there at the Bluff, and I think she lives on the Gold Coast now, but she actually come over to the Gold Coast and stayed with us one time with my partner Jess. Yeah, and she got with Grace, her daughter, and they surfed a lot, and Jasmine. But so I know Coral, and she's gotten a lot better, is what I'm trying to say, Ronnie. Yeah, she's
awesome.
Improved a lot, and she's a good girl. She's from the Northwest. I think she grew up at the Bluff, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, what
a
awesome,
place.
Awesome childhood. Here we go. This is Charlie Hurst. Nice little hit off the top there. Taylor Green dropped a pretty good number to kick things off here. 5:17. We are at the last qualifying series event on the schedule. This is a big one too, points-wise. 5,000 points up for grabs for the winner, and that could see one of these lower seeds make a turbo jump up the ratings and into a position to get themselves onto the Challenger Series. So plenty on the line for these young competitors aspiring to take that next step in their young careers. It's awesome.
How good, I mean, that first event being at Snapper Rocks, and what a place to, have your first big event. And it is. It's a major event. Huge event set up.
It's the big bonus, the big golden ticket that rookies used to really enjoy on the championship tour. It's a little different for them now.
Well, it is.
Make the grade. You're taking on the world's best surfers at Pipeline.
Well, it used to be the same, like you say. Yeah, if you qualified, that used to be the first event of the year, and everyone. That's a huge reason why people actually wanted to qualify was to be at Snapper on the very first event. So it's not much different. Just in a different scale, I guess.
It is, and it's sort of like I think that's such a welcome first step into those big major events, whether it was the CT or the Challenger Series, because anyone can kind of take a wave at Snapper and surf it really well. Forehand, backhand, I don't, it's been proven that there's not really a great advantage either way. That might change a little bit depending on the conditions, but you can get the win as a goofy footer. You can get it done as a regular footer, but you kind of know that you can just attack that wave. It's not as daunting a prospect as having to paddle out at, big first reef pipe and take on John Florence.
Yeah, well, that's so true. But in saying that, I mean, that behind the rock, and if you actually want to jump off the rock and actually attack it like a Mitch Parkinson or a Joel Parkinson, or a Mitch or a Vassar, because. I like to take off behind there too. It's a pretty intimidating wave.
It is. Yeah,
I mean, after that section, yes, anyone can rip that wave, but that takeoff with that backwash when it's heaving and low tide, man, it's harder than Pipeline.
Yeah, it can be so difficult, and especially in a free surfing session, getting one out there's
not easy.
Almost impossible for a visitor. You've got to be pretty good. Here we go, just on 18 minutes to go, and let's have a look at the numbers here. 517 for Taylor Green, and that's really the best of it at the moment. Charlie Hurst has a 317. We're going to take this opportunity to catch up with the winner of the last heat. Charlie Haley, how are you? And congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, good. Bit puffed. It was hard work out there.
You guys had some pretty decent sized set waves rolling through. Where did they come from?
Yeah, it was kind of, I don't know, the heat before was different. Every heat's different, so just not knowing what to expect.
Charlie, you did really well, dropping the best number of the heat, the 617. Take us through that ride.
Yeah, I left it a bit late. Kind of just knew I needed to get it right, go to my backhand, but I don't know, just kind of surfed it to what I had, so.
Charlie, it's Occy here. Congratulations. You've improved, because we do surf a lot together, right, on the Goldie?
Yeah.
Have I ever given you waves?
You actually have, to be honest. I reckon a few at Snapper.
I have. I remember that.
Yeah.
But well done. You've improved a lot, and congratulations. It's great to see you move through.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just still 14 trying to work my surfing, so yeah.
Wow. Well, that was an impressive performance. We've been talking about just the scale of this event. It is a regional QS, but there's big points on offer, but just so much history here at Newcastle. Do you kind of pick up on that? Are you checking out the list of past winners when you're heading down for heats and stuff?
Yeah, there's a list of huge names up there, but it's kind of just exciting getting to surf with all the amazing girls and just be a part of it.
Awesome. And getting heat wins must be a special bonus as well.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, congratulations. Look forward to seeing you in the next round. And that was a great performance to kick things off here.
Thank you.
So, well, I'm loving getting the opportunity to chat with some of these rising stars. And, that was solid. 14 years of age.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah, I've been seeing her in the surf for years. She's surfed since she's been so young. And it's so good to see the improvement, with the young girls and guys and just watch them develop. She'd done a nice tail sliding turn in that heat. It was almost a reverse, but she pulled it back around the other way. It was cool.
Great control. I saw that too. Here we go, Charlie Hurst on the replay, really throwing it up there, but just got knocked off trying to finish that one off. And this is Taylor Green. I think this is her first ride from earlier on, 517. Really commits to that rail through those calves, which is great to see. Just feels like these waves are kind of cornering off a little bit more now than earlier on, and as a result we've seen that scale come up a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. Look at this. This looks like it could be a good wave. She just gets a little stuck there though, so Unfortunate that wave kind of might have sucked up and went through the channel into the shorey, but
yeah, Madison's sort of still looking for that first real keeper score. This is the Newcastle Racecourse Women's Pro, and they are the crowdfunding partner of the event this year. Great to have them involved. We talk about how awesome a system it is that Warren Smith's put in place here for the naming rights of this event. It's basically a big community drive. A lot of companies getting behind the Women's Pro, and they put their company name in a barrel, and they have a night, a big meeting, and they draw the naming rights partner out for the year. But they also assign a surfer to each of those companies, and they can get some money back, and based on the success of their surfers. It's almost like a sweepstakes, which is awesome.
It's such a great idea.
It's really cool.
And it suits it that the Racecourse is doing that, because I've been in a few sweeps at Melbourne Cup days.
Yeah.
Here we go. Coral tagging that left all the way through.
Yeah.
So let's see what she did right there out the back. I was kind of busy listening to you. But it's such a good idea that they do that with Warren's idea. It's strange that other events don't do it, because really good idea. And Coral, she gets that little tap outside, and it goes a bit flat by the look of it, but she does stick with it.
Yeah, it's awesome, isn't it? Because you engage your community, the community businesses who actually, you know, are the benefactors of Surfest running each year. It puts a lot of money into the economy. A lot of people visiting to cheer on their family in the event, and yeah, dropping by some of those stores, some of those businesses. And if you are down around Merriweather over the weekend, make sure you stop in, see the Newcastle Racecourse stall, check out local artist Mitch Rev's life-size artwork, big artwork of a horse, and end of the draw to win a race day restaurant voucher. I think after we call these couple of heats off, we should drop by, because
I want to go.
A restaurant voucher at the racetrack sounds pretty fun.
I want to go. Yeah, I'm in.
15 minutes to go here, and this is Madison Poole, yet to drop a solid score to get herself in this heat. And this wave just sort of shuts down on her, so it's going to be another relatively low score for her. Taylor Green's kind of in the fast lane at the moment, on her way to a reasonable heat score total of 517 next to her name. And it's Charlie Hurst hanging on to that second position at this stage of the game. We've got the Newcastle Racecourse Women's Pro here at Surfest 2024, but we've also got the Burton Automotive Pro, and we just saw the completion of the round of 96 for the men, as we see Taylor Green up here. Oh, throws it up there, dives off the lip. But yeah, we have been mentioning that it's a big year for Burton Automotive, celebrating 20 years of support, incredible support for Surfest and that men's event. And Kim Burton and his team are down here at the moment, so a big shout out to them. Hope they're enjoying the show. We're loving the fact that we've got great conditions on hand, or some swell at least, for our competitors to dig into. And I guess the big thing is, you know, there's opportunity galore out here at the moment. This has been a really consistent run of swell lines, and even though, you know, you'd love a little bit more face to work with, there is a chance for just about every competitor out there to turn a heat with a big individual turn, so you don't necessarily need a whole lot of space to fit those turns in. As we see Coral throw that board up there, won't really factor into the heat, you wouldn't think, in the next 13 minutes.
Yeah, you're so right. I'd much rather it like this than kind of 1 foot, 2 foot corners where, you know, they'd be getting a lot more moves, but these moves out here are way more, you know,
substantial.
Substantial is a great word for it, you know, and technical and difficult. So I love the degree of difficulty in surfing. That's my favourite thing.
That's what gets the big points. Like, you know, you won all over the world, but you had multiple victories here at Newcastle, and seemed to really enjoy visiting every time you came to town. And I know that you've turned up for the event a number of times when you're not competing as well. But where does sort of Surfest fit for you in your highlight reel?
It's right up there for sure. Like just as a learning curve when I was young, and just the people that came from here, like, you know, MR when he rocked up at Cronulla, I was in awe. That was when he was 4 times world champion, and he had the brightest board and the brightest wetsuit, and we were on the right away on the beach, and he walked past us, and it was so bright. He just like shined like a god, and he was from Newcastle, and he was all over the news all the time because he was always winning world titles. And then I came to Newcastle. I was already famous when I came here because of MR, and then just to learn how to compete here, and then
you had a lot of time between your victories here. The big one, 86, when you were a Grom, and then on your big comeback to your world title year, you had a win in 98. So
I did. Yeah,
it was a pivotal contest for you in your early years, but then sort of helped to build some momentum towards your crown.
Yeah, there's special like juju here in Hawaii. They call it mana. Like it's very, even though Newcastle's a city, it's spiritual here for some weird reason. Like I could tell the story about when I won in the 80s when I was a Grom, and we're going to talk about that in the morning show on Friday. It was a very spiritual win, and then when I came back in 98, it was not too different, and because it had a lot to do with my confidence to win that world title the very next year, and that was in my comeback. And so, also prestigious but spiritual in the same way. And, if you block out, like the kind of city vibe and there's some stuff, it must be a very special place to Indigenous people, like the whole country is. But, there's special, in Indigenous language, there's a word for it, I'm sure, but in Hawaiian, like it's mana, it's spiritual, and, it's no different here.
Yeah, I know.
I'm going to learn the Indigenous word and come back to you on that.
I like it. I love that. But yeah, it seemed like it was a bit of a confidence-building event for a lot of surfers, because you're once you throw your name up on a winners list that has world champs on it, you put yourself in a different sort of category. And Mick Campbell won here and then went and challenged for a world title. There's a long list. Mick Fanning won here in 2000. He had multiple victories. 2002 as well. But just prior to his world title run in 2007, he had a victory in 2005. So Adriano de Souza, it's sort of one of those big stepping stone events.
I remember that year, I think it was the early one when Mick won, and it was at Main Beach, Newcastle, and I remember being in the room with Joel, and it was a huge win for Mick. He was that stoked, and we had a big night that night. But, that was one that really stuck in my memory because it was a grey day at Main Beach. It was a little rainy, and Mick he went mad and took it out, and yeah, boys went big.
Well, mate, it's oh no, broken leash.
Oh, where's the caddy? Come on.
Got to be onto that. Yeah, Taylor Green. She's got Billy Stammen down there. Looks like a string maybe has come undone here because she's just threading that one in. Or maybe even just jumping on a different board. But yeah, she's heading out there. So Taylor Green, she had a 3.67, so she's extended her lead with that last ride. Still 6.5 minutes to go. Bit of a shift up here. Coral's moved into second spot. Charlie with priority. Doesn't need a lot, though, to get herself up in the second place again. But that wave's not going to do it for her. And Madison Poole still kind of hanging around the back end of the order here at the moment, waiting for her first opportunity. But here's the replay of what went down for Taylor Green.
Yeah, she wanted to swap boards. It must have already happened.
She might have a buckle in that board.
Yeah.
And she's quickly getting back out there because she's in a pretty decent position. But yeah, the city of Newcastle, I mean, we were talking about earlier today just how stunning the mornings are here and the long coast walk that you can do and the beautiful beaches. But then, once you get in the water, there's amazing cafe spots where you can grab a coffee, beautiful places to eat lunch, and then you were touching on it then. The nightlife here has always been fun. Big university town, so a great young energy, always attracting great bands and so many fantastic venues. A lot of great pubs here.
And so what about the band that came out of Newcastle, Silverchair? Are you kidding me? My goodness.
Love Silverchair.
Yeah, what a spot. I highly recommend coming if you're overseas or in Australia. Who doesn't know Newcastle and who hasn't been here? Not many.
You're blowing it if you haven't. That's for sure. So 5 minutes to go, and Taylor Green of New Zealand's almost back into the lineup now on that backup board. Great shot there, and you can just see there's a little bit more of an apex on these rides now. This morning when we rocked up, it was sort of straight, really straight and closing out. The tides probably helped things a little, but the waves are sort of peaking up a little bit more, which is fantastic for the competitors.
Yeah, pretty handy to have that midday high tide, which will, it'll be like this for the next few days. We've got another swell coming, I believe, on Friday with a lot of wind. So I was talking to Warren Smith. He's a bit worried about that, but at least, it's going to be 2 swells in one window, which is really handy. Here we go.
Yeah, Charlie Hurst taking the drop, paying close attention to all the bumps on the face and getting that first turn done. Nice bit of spray coming off the rail, throws it up there again. Clean combination on this ride, and just taking a chance on this wave, standing up again and offering a bit more, but it does just break directly onto the dry sand, and she doesn't risk getting knocked over, but a couple of decent turns here, and we know she needs next to nothing to jump up in a second.
Yeah, so she will take that jump. It was a hard wave to ride. That was, a pretty nice snap there, and that was quite solid itself. She wants to ride it through, and she thinks she can see an insider, but I don't think it was just sand there, Ronnie. I think there's actually a big rock right there, so there's no way you were going to make that floater unless you had to, right? I mean, if you had to, land flat, lose 3 fins, and change boards.
Yeah, at the end of the heat, maybe it's an option. But she's going to do enough to jump up in the second spot here. 3.17. Sorry, 4.57. So 3.17 was her first wave. So a decent score there. Good sized wave, couple of okay turns. And she is in a position to qualify for the next round. Pressure on Coral now. And Madison Poole to turn in some decent numbers here in the final 2.5 minutes. Some space out here for our surfer in red. Is after a score here. Needs a 4-point ride. Huge turn. Hangs on for the finish. And that was super dynamic. Just the one turn, but you've got to reward the commitment.
Well, that's what you get for growing up in the bluff on a beautiful left-hander. That's just muscle memory right there, Ronnie, and that was sick. It was really nice. The wave had a bit of foam on it, but she didn't care. She got it right up there and tight.
Oh!
Threw that tail out.
How hard is it to sometimes set that rail too off the bottom when there's so much foam on the face? And she just hammered it. That was big. Fins out the back. I mean, if you're Charlie Hurst and you're looking in towards the beach, that's the last thing you want to see. Just 3 fins exploding through the roof of the wave.
867 straight up.
867. I love that. I love the reward because, we were saying at the start of the day with some of these waves shutting down, there's the opportunity to go big on these sections. And, we've seen some pretty decent stuff, but that, I think, is the most committed turn we've seen today.
Definitely.
Let's have another look at it here, Rob.
Definitely, like muscle memory. She's growing up in lefts on a perfect left point break, and she would have done that move so many times. So many times. It's such a big score.
Bang.
And she might not have even meant to throw it that hard because, when you turn in that foam, you never know how much release you're going to get or how much grip you're going to get. So you just have to go for it, which she did and got rewarded.
Complete shift up here. Coral's jumped up into the lead with that huge number right up there in the excellent range. Taylor Green in second spot now. And Charlie Hurst has been pushed into third position. Her requirement hasn't grown too much. Coral's just looking for extras on the inside here. Charlie's requirement hasn't grown too much, 4.28. It's not much more than she needed anyway, but she's running out of time here. 30 seconds to go.
Yes, time is winding down.
And look at Taylor Green too. She's got priority. She's sitting right in the shadow there. Not going to give her a whole lot of room to move here, you wouldn't think. Yeah, she's going to snavel away this opportunity and really try and push the requirement up. Leans into that first carve, looking over her shoulder, probably counting down in her mind this heat, and it's going to come to a close with Taylor sitting in second spot. But a real highlight moment there for Coral Durant. And that was a super strong turn. You know, there is those sort of fin-free manoeuvres that people do where they kind of just ride high in the lip and kind of drift the tail free, but she just exploded through the section, which
Powerful.
I loved.
Yeah, it was power.
Awesome. Awesome to see. We're going to take a quick break here, but it was a stunning performance from Coral Durant. She's moving through the next round.
It's in all of us. That craving to feel new again. To see something new that will blow our minds. Or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales. A place to feel free. To feel alive. And most of all, to feel new again.
Maddie's last night's sleep was spent trying to look up relaxing wave sounds. Tonight's actual wave sounds.
Holidays, Ironman, outdoors, Ironman, whoa, Uber, suspension, lights, roof rack, camping equipment, recovery gear, under Ironman, mate, and 100 Ironman. I can't do two things at once, I know. Wait!
Effortlessly refreshing. Byron Bay Brewery Premium Lager. Go with it.
Welcome back. On screen there, that's Coral Durant. She just put on a masterclass. One big turn fetching her an 8.67. And we'll be watching that one on the highlight reel later on today without question. But we're setting up for another big clash here. Heat 4, the round of 48, the Newcastle Racecourse Women's Pro. And it's Mirai Akita of Japan in the red. Raya Campbell is going to be out there in the blue. Ruby True will be in the white. And Jasmine Sampson is going to be in the green. But yeah, Ruby True, quite a talent. Also a great skateboarder in the qualifiers, having a shot at making the Olympic team in skateboarding.
Wow.
And is a pretty good chance too.
Wow, that's incredible.
So yeah, we were chatting the other day just about, you know, tripping up and down the Australian East Coast now, and so many towns have a really solid skate park, and Newcastle's one of them. There's a great bowl just over the hill here, and I'm sure Ruby's had plenty of time in it.
I spend a lot of time at the skate park now because I've got two little ones starting to skate again a little bit myself, very safely.
Yeah.
But I haven't seen Ruby skate.
It's a young man's game though, Ock. You've got to be careful in those skate parks.
You do.
My son was right into it as well, and I made the mistake of just sort of cruising around the bowl. You're sort of like thinking frontside snaps, backhand hits
exactly,
here.
yeah.
And once those wheels go over the back of the coping, you can get yourself into a bit of trouble.
That's when you're in trouble. I stay under that.
Yeah. I had about 30 kids standing around me one day, and I was just almost passing out because of the pain, and they were asking me, do you want us to call someone?
Here we go, Raya. I know this girl really well, Ronnie, because she's a local snapper girl. I got a lot of time for Raya. Really nice girl. She works hard at Rainbow Bay Surf Club. Everyone there watching her. Gavin, the manager there. Yeah, we, my son's in the Nippers now at Rainbow, so I'm heavily involved in the club. That's the surf club, let alone, snapper board riders. But, Raya works at the surf club, and Raya works hard to do all these events. She goes to Asia, she goes to, she does all these ones, and I just really hope she gets on the Challenger one day. I believe she's good enough, Ronnie.
Yeah, she's a great surfer, and we've seen her competing for board riders clubs before, and everyone loves Raya Campbell, and she's kicked things off with a couple of rides here. Nothing too substantial just yet. We also saw Akita, the Japanese competitor, taking one through to the inside as well. But let's have a look at it.
It was a pretty nice snap here for Raya. It was a good turn. It's just a pity that wave really flattened out. It went straight into a hole, and this is a bit better. Just this last turn I like, Ronnie. Right here.
Yeah, nice little combo, wasn't it?
Gets up in the lip anyway. I mean, that right rip bowl, I believe I'd be trying to hunt that right rip bowl, and maybe I'd only go a left if it was kind of bigger and you were going to get one big hit, or if it just came from that real good angle up there. You can see this set here. It might do what I'm talking about. They can look good, but then they can change as soon as you take off.
19 minutes to go, and it was Jasmine Sampson having a bit of a look at that one, but it didn't really do much on the inside. But while we wait for the next big exchange here, we're going to bring in the winner of the last heat, and I'm going to let you take it away with some big props for Coral, because she just laid down the biggest turn of the day.
Okay, Coral, I've got the job of starting the interview anyway. You know me, it's Occy here. My stepdaughters, and I've spent time where you grew up, right, at the Bluff up in the northwest of Australia.
Yeah, hey Occy, how you going?
Congratulations.
Thank you.
So that's where you grew up, right, in the Bluff. Can you tell us a bit about that?
Yeah, so I grew up in the northwest of West Oz, in a little camping ground called Red Bluff. Pretty good waves. And
pretty good. Just quietly pretty good. That really held it. I was just thinking when you made that big turn at the end of the heat, I was thinking that's muscle memory from all the surfing that you've done at the Bluff. Do you think that's correct?
Yeah, for sure. There was a bit of power out there, so I felt like I was comfortable in it. But yeah, it was good.
We're seeing a replay of it now. It was an amazing turn. Those big sections, Coral, have been kind of hard to come by, and you really want to make the most of them, and you certainly did that. It just seemed like you had, the only intention you had was to absolutely punish that section.
Yeah, I had a bit of a shocker at the start. I kept falling, and then I got sucked down, had to do the run around. I was so exhausted, and then I saw that one come through, and it definitely didn't look like it had many sections on it other than that one. So I was just like, may as well go for it, and ended up riding out of it, which was good, and yeah.
Oh, fantastic. How's the schedule been treating you? Have you competed in the other QS events in the lead up to this one?
Yeah, I have. I've done all the 3000s and 5000s. I'm sitting at 8th, I think. I don't really look at it too closely, but I like the format, and I love Newey, so it's good to be back.
Well, so you're sitting in a pretty good position here, and with a big result. Who knows what could unfold here? It must be kind of nerve-wracking, but really exciting at the same time.
Yeah, I don't really look at it too much. It's what will be. So just got to surf and see what happens.
A very mature approach. Newcastle, it seems to be an event that everyone really enjoys. The city just has so much to offer. Have you been having a good time here?
Yeah, I love Newey. I have such good friends down here, and all the people that are in the event as well. We all get along so well. So it's always good coming back, and we get such fun waves, and it's just such a good town. So it's loving it.
Awesome, Coral. Well, that was, for me, one of the highlight moments of the event so far. Just such a big, explosive turn. So keep it going.
Congratulations, Coral.
Thank you.
Yeah, what an effort. I mean, that's what you really want to see. You want to see surfers, pushing it hard and throwing some risk at these sections. And Coral's, I think marked herself as a real threat, because if you can get it done with combos and multiple turns, but you have those big individual moves in these beach break conditions, it's going to take you a long way.
Yeah, I didn't realise she was sitting in 8th spot. She's close.
Yeah.
She's close. She'll need to make a few more heats. She'd probably be able to tell us what she does need, Ronnie, because you're a stats guy.
Oh, mate, it's going to become apparent. But at the moment, you know, there's just still so many surfers in the mix, and even with 7 surfers ahead of her on the rankings, she's probably going to need some people to trip up a little bit because those top seeds haven't hit the lineup just yet. But I can tell you that for the Australian region, it's the top 5, or well 4, that go through to the Challenger Series and 1 wildcard. There is some serious talent at the top end of those ratings. So, yeah, it's going to need a big performance.
She's definitely got a chance. I mean, you know, if she, you know, goes through a few rounds, she'll get close, and it'd be great to see.
Yeah, all those possibilities will become apparent over the next few days, for sure. 14 and a half minutes to go here, and out there in the lineup at the moment, it is Raya Campbell holding on to the lead. She's got the best number, 4.4, and just a kind of a low backup at the moment. But
yeah,
she's out in front.
And Aikita got that good last backhand snap too with that 417. So halfway through the heat, just about, and hasn't been a whole lot of rights.
No, but it's it's. I think even though the wind has kicked up, it's just a lot more workable for the competitors out there at the moment. There's a bit more opportunity for some combos, and yeah, let's hope that we see some. I guess combinations is sort of, I think it was Julian Wilson I heard talking about this. You know, individual turns that, you know, they're almost getting as big as they could possibly be. You know, the size of the airs that the title winners are throwing down there now, the contenders, they're so big. It's hard to imagine that you could go much higher and much more technical than, say, a backflip or just a wild grab like a stalefish air reverse, a huge tweaked out one. So the future is really combinations, you know, the combination of 2 of those sort of major turns. And I don't think that has a ceiling, you know, because there's so many variations of moves you could go for, say 2 airs or maybe like a huge big power wrap into a massive air, the mix up of an old school approach and those more progressive turns. You know, that's kind of the future. So I'm all about the combos.
Yeah, I am all about the combos, and you're right. But it's switch too, right? I mean, like they're doing the varials and riding out switch. So, you know, like, can you be good enough to do an air switch?
Yeah.
You see Kai Lenny do it, you know, when he's windsurfing and if he's strapped in. But, like, you know, people in the past have been really good switch surfers, like Simon Law from here was, and like Burton's Kailua Kalani from Hawaii was an epic switch footer. And there's been a few I like to switch. We were talking about it yesterday. I'm very, very not good at it. But, you know, if guys are doing aerial switch or just coming out of a varial switch and doing a big layback snap or whatever, like they're close. Italo's close. Josh Kerr, you know, they can kind of surf switch, but I find it weird that they don't practice more surfing switch.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting, isn't it? Because like in skateboarding and in snowboarding too, they'll kind of almost give credit to someone who commits to one of those big airs switch.
Yeah.
In surfing, they're not kind of really there yet with it.
No.
It's sort of like we've seen some good switch efforts recently. Kauli Vast in Tahiti's had a couple of rides where he switched, and I don't think there's been the payoff for attempting that. It's so difficult. But surfing's funny. It's almost like no one's really gotten to the point switch where it looks as comfortable and natural as
But Buttons did back in the day. Well, you've seen footage of him.
I've seen Buttons, but
Yeah.
I just mean it as in like laying down a turn of substance switch. I don't think anyone's there, but you could be right. That could be the future.
Well, it is the future, guaranteed. Like, I mean, you know, because you can ride the barrel switch too, and you come out of those aerial switch. There's a lot of things you can do switch, and like.
I mean, I'm impressed by the difficulty of it.
Yeah.
But I still think when Italo is riding switch, he still looks a bit kind of. He looks like a Gumby.
He looks kooky. Yeah, definitely, and I know he does. I know it's true. I agree.
Even though he surfs better than switch than I do with my normal stance, like it'd be hard to give that credit.
No. But it's the future because,
Yeah.
I mean, if they're going to get, like you say, if the aerials are getting, like, so high that you can't go higher anymore, you've got to do some new stuff.
Well, and what it could actually do is just give that individual who figures it out the opportunity to not be restricted either way. You know, like sometimes we say, oh, snapper's good today, but I think it favours the goofy footers. If you got so good at riding switch in your regular footer, you might just attack the wave as a goofy. And you know, it's funny in tennis at the moment. There's this young gun, this emerging star. He hits both sides forehand. He doesn't have a backhand.
No way.
He swaps the racket,
No
and
way.
he's winning. Top end clashes with a.
What's his name?
Forehand. I have no idea. I don't really pay that much attention to the tennis, but yeah, it's pretty interesting. I think.
But you've got to be quick to swap your racket over when
Yeah,
someone's
you'd have to be
giving you a
really good
return.
at switch though in surfing to make it work.
He's a good juggler.
Oh yeah, unbelievable. But yeah,
Ray has moved
we'll
to
see.
second. Yeah, she has. Akita, actually, that backhand stamp that I was talking about must have been the second wave, so she got a 4 for that to back her up with a 4.17. Puts Raya into second.
Yeah.
This heat's pretty slow. You know, the wind. You know what? It was opening up and there was some, rip bowls there, but the wind's come up, and when the tide goes out, it's going to be tricky with that onshore wind and close out. So it's not a good mix.
Yeah, really interesting day
Here we go.
strategy-wise for the coaches and these competitors, because there has been that really compressed scale. As we see, the Japanese competitor, Mirai Akita, taking on another wave there. But it's interesting, isn't it, Ok? Because you want to play the high percentage play as far as like what you're looking for and what kind of numbers you need to progress. And at the moment, the Japanese surfers got ahead with a couple of 4s, but you are always sort of in danger of being leapfrogged by someone who's willing to throw one big high-risk turn, and we saw that in the last heat.
And you will be. It's a great point, because I'm impressed how well she's reading that ocean, because she can find that right rip bowl, the one that she was just on, under all these closeouts. It's a talent to do that. But you're right, because if someone takes one of these big sets and does one big turn, it's going to better the score. And just as I speak, look at this left.
Oh, that's got a corner.
Oh, my goodness. It's going to clean her up. Can Blue get to it? Yes, she can. It's Raya.
Yeah, Raya. Just one big turn could result in some good points. Well, she throws it up there. She got there just a little late. The lit was already starting to fall. Want to get on top of those sections. As we see now, Jasmine Sampson. Yeah, it's just, you kind of, you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't in some ways. You're going out there, you can build a reasonable lead just by chipping away on some of these medium-sized rides. But, had Ray Campbell gotten to that section a little bit earlier there, even though she only gets the one turn, I think she matches what the Japanese competitor's able to do. She doesn't really need a whole lot to get herself in front here. But, I don't think that wave's going to do it. It falls just short, 3.03. So they were still kind of willing to give it some points just based on the size of that wave.
Yeah, that wave, it bent out to sea a little bit, so it was kind of hard to hit. Here we go. True. Ooh, gee whiz. Nice little snap there from True, the skateboarder. Wow. And laybacks it into that.
Yeah, Ruby's just, taking one of those kind of smaller waves, just trying to find a bit of open wall, but that's probably the perfect example of a wave that's going to give you multiple turns, but not going to give you a big section that you can truly rip into.
No, that wave's not going to be a big score, but she gets a 2.8. So a couple of 2s there usually will not get you through a heat. She needs, 99% of the time, she needs to find herself a bigger wave, definitely. Ruby True, it's a really cool name.
Yeah, Ruby's sort of, one of those surfers who's kind of got options just with how talented she is. We've seen it a bunch of times, like Sierra Kerr. Before she was kind of regarded as a prodigy in the water, it was her skateboarding that she was most famous for. So she, had a great grommy kind of amateur skate career and was sponsored and, really good at vert and surfing in bowl. And she sort of put that on the back burner now to focus on surfing and just gone to a whole nother level there. You know, and then Sabre Norris, who was a skater surfer from Newcastle, she sort of focused on both, and for a period of time there, she had great results in skateboarding. Didn't really put her attention into surfing too much, but still, you know, featured heavily in a lot of magazines. And yeah, so that they exist, and it's pretty amazing.
True that. I wonder if her friends say that, because it's been a famous saying for a long time, and she's got that last name, and guaranteed she must get that right.
Most definitely.
Chuck it on a T-shirt. You could sell a bunch.
Most definitely. Yeah, Ruby's, though, got some work to do at the moment. Still trying to chase down a 4.63 to get up into one of those qualifying positions. Really quiet heat for Jasmine Sampson, but she's out there with priority. And we know that it's not over for anyone. As long as you're not comboed at this point in time, you do have time to actually shift your position with a big move.
I like where she's sitting too, Jasmine. She's there for the right rip bowl if it comes, and she's obviously got the inside for the left. She doesn't need to have the inside because she actually has priority. So she's got it covered. Like, she is, I believe she's sitting in the perfect spot with priority. Let's see what happens with 4 minutes left, Ronnie.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting on the inside.
Oh, someone's got
Raya
a little insider.
Yeah, this wave's got a nice looking wall to it. She's got a strong backhand, linking those first two turns together beautifully, and only looking to drop a 3.03 here, Raya, to increase her position over the surfer in third spot. So just wants to really convert on that ride and make life a little harder for Jasmine Sampson and Ruby True here.
Raya knows all about right-handers. You can see how smooth she is. She serves snapper every single day. It was a nice first turn. She's found this little rip bowl. You know, Jasmine was wide of that. I don't know if Jasmine would have went that if she was in position. Here goes Jasmine now, though. She's found a left.
Well, it needs to make this section count, because this wave's starting to taper off.
Yep, she would have rathered the right. There's no doubt about it. So I was saying she was sitting in a good spot, but yeah, she actually probably was not. I got down on that ground level and looked at it, and it's so hard to actually see where that actual rip bowl is coming. It does move around a bit, not that much, because it's only, you know, hitting the most shallowest part and of that channel. And, you know, if you wanted to get a lineup, you know, you could actually find a house or a flag to know where that actual spot is and not move from there. Easier said than done with that rip, but it's all about being in the right spot out there if you want to find that right, Ronnie.
Yeah, we've got our camera, our main camera on the action down there on the shoreline too. I bet you the surfers are lining up with that thing. That sort of straight out from them at the moment. You can see that there, just bottom left of screen.
Yeah, it's pretty much the spot, isn't it? Yeah, the 10.
Just over 2 minutes to go. Plenty of people getting behind this event to help make it possible. Telstra, big supporters of Surfest, and we thank them for their support. As we see now, Ruby True lining up this section on the inside, and it just sort of cupped out and broke on her. So unable to manufacture the number she needed, and the requirement's gotten pretty big here. Raya Campbell's shifted things up in the order. She's jumped into the lead now with last ride of 4.07. Mirai Akita is now in second spot. Jasmine Sampson's found one here, but just a clean backside float that helps her generate speed, but doesn't link to anything down the line.
Nah, a bit lateral, that floater there. They won't like it. And the time is winding down, so Raya Campbell and Akita looking pretty good, unless something happens. Well, there is a bit of a set coming. Something could happen.
1 minute to go. What's it like being a competitor in these situations? You know, big event, a lot on the line, and you're outside of, you know, that qualification position, the top two. You don't need a whole lot, but you're just begging for an opportunity with just under a minute to go.
It happened to my son yesterday. He got a wave that he needed to score around this time of his heat, and a bomb came to him. So ask him. I mean, it's been a while for me. Wow, here we go. Akita's going to try and better a score there. Is she going to do it? she's busy, but the wave's pretty flat, so maybe not. 30 seconds left. Where's Jasmine? And where's Ruby?
Well, Jasmine's on the outside, eyeing one off. And she's going to... Oh, sorry, that's Rhea. So Rhea's just looking to really close this one down. 15 seconds to go. I'm not sure Jasmine and Ruby are in position to get themselves another ride here, Rob.
Oh, no. Here's
Hang on.
Jasmine.
Jasmine's sitting just a little further south. Just a little hung up, so it doesn't have a lot of speed for this section, which is actually quite flat.
Yeah, she needs a big insider, and you know where she is on the bank right now. It's going to be deep water, and you can tell
knows.
by the way she's surfing that wave, she can't see anything on the inside. Ronnie?
No, she needed a 4.4, and that wave just wasn't serving it up. We're going to take a quick break here. We got more action coming from the Newcastle Racecourse Women's Pro as part of Surfest 2024, presented by Reflections Holiday Parks. It's all coming up after the break.
It's in all of us. That craving to feel new again. To see something new that will blow our minds. Or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales. A place to feel free. To feel alive. And most of all, to feel new again.
Maddie's last night's sleep was spent trying to look up relaxing wave sounds. Tonight's actual wave sounds.
Holidays, Ironman, outdoors, Ironman, whoa, Uber, suspension, lights, roof rack, camping equipment, recovery gear, under Ironman, mate, and under Ironman. I can't do two things at once. Wait!
Effortlessly refreshing. Byron Bay Brewery Premium Lager. Go with it.
Welcome back to the Surfest 2024, presented by Reflections Holiday Parks. We're into Newcastle Racecourse Women's Pro, and we've got a pretty solid lineup out there right now. Sarah Baum, Logan Dalton, Oceania Rogers, and Simona Sato. And I don't know about you, Mitch, but my eyes go straight to Sarah Baum.
Well, mine did too, but we'll have a quick look at this wave in the blue. But yeah, this score hasn't got anything on this one right here. I feel like we have a party because there hasn't been any eights this whole event, particularly in the women's, and this was just incredible surfing. 8.33. As I said, we should have a party when we get into the 8 range because it's not happening much of this event.
No, we had a Coral Durant get one for one turn. I'm not sure if you
was
saw
it
that.
an 8?
An 8.67 for one turn.
Today?
Yeah,
oh, I
heats
missed
ago.
it. Oh, okay.
Incredible stuff. So,
wow.
Especially when it gets bigger, I feel like Coral, she's from WA, so she's probably a little bit more comfortable in these sizier conditions. This is the 8.67, so this is Coral.
Oof.
Wow.
Worth every bit. Wow.
Solid turn in a meaty section. So, yeah, Cozzy, that's what we like to call her,
Cozzy.
all of us girls. Cozzy's on a mission out there. And this is Simona Sato. She is one of the Japanese competitors, and she's actually coming to stay with me for a week next week. So
really?
I'm, cheering on Simona.
Okay, cool. Yeah, good little natural footer there. Low centre of gravity and plenty of power scores on the way for that last one. But, yeah, big number for Sarah Baum, another score in for Logan as we look at the replay for the last of red.
Yeah, Simona currently sitting 7th on the rankings. So There's 3,000 points between her and 6th, so she's looking to get a good result here to really climb the Asian rankings. They take 3 women and a wild card, so a bit of work to do, but she's definitely in the mix. Just has to kind of make it through. I feel like these are the scariest heats, that you have to get through. I almost feel like these are the heats you have to be the smartest in.
Yeah.
4-man heats.
Yeah, tactical sort of mind field of thoughts. So much going on. And, mate, today, though, I hate to say any day's an easy day to compete, but the conditions today are so straightforward to get big numbers. It's just wait for a set. That gives you one big section. And, look, if you hit a steep section, you're going to get rewarded. The surfers that have tried the hardest with like wiggling all the way to shore and, running up and doing the run around, doing these things that you get a big sweat doing, haven't really sort of, turned into big numbers. So, yeah, simple little plan out there today.
Someone who executed that perfectly was Rhea Campbell. Razzle, congratulations on winning that last heat.
It was hard work.
Yeah, it's definitely not perfect Gold Coast that we're seeing at the moment out there, but it still looks super fun. How'd it feel going on your forehand?
Oh, I'm never on my forehand, so it's a bit wobbly, but yeah, I got the job done. I got a score on my forehand, so I was happy with that.
You're sounding a little bit puffed there. You've been doing the runarounds maybe, getting a bit worked out there?
Just getting worked, yeah. I was going these bigger waves and just getting folded with them, so.
And tell us, you've pretty much done this QS Regional Series start to end. I don't think you've missed an event so far. How are you feeling? Are you tired? Are you feeling energised? Are you happy to be here?
No, I'm happy. I missed out on the Port Stephens one. I was just at home. But yeah, I'm pretty happy. I wasn't happy with my result in Avoca, so I feel resetted and ready to go for this one. So yeah.
And you've recently made a bit of a quiver change, but your boards are looking really good under your feet. What are you riding?
Riding a DHC DNA at the moment.
Yeah, it looks like that's kind of the board of choice in all conditions. Is that something you ride consistently?
Yeah, well, I just got a Utopia, and that's really fun at home before the swells, and that on the beaches is really fun. But DNA's, yeah, all-rounder. It's my go-to.
And how are you looking on the rankings coming to this final event?
I haven't looked at them because I'm just honestly just thinking about getting a good result and ending it with a bang, hopefully.
Imagine a bang, win the trophy, 5,000 points.
Yeah.
Anything's possible.
Yeah, I know.
Well, you're one heat closer, Rhea, so congratulations on taking out the win in that heat, and we look forward to seeing you compete probably again tomorrow.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
She's a funny one, Rhea.
All these girls are your good mate?
Yes, all of them. Yeah.
Everyone?
Yes.
Yeah. Are you competing much anymore?
This is my first year that I actually haven't competed. So I started this season I went to Krui, I went to Taiwan, but then I commentated all through the Asian region last year with my sister True, and we competed in India, in the Philippines, True competed in Korea, and it kind of re-sparked just the fun of surfing. And then we went to Taiwan, and it just felt like the pressure just dribbled on in. And I was like, you know what, I might take a little bit of time off and just enjoy the locations and talk about surfing for a little while, and then I think next year True and I will both be back competing.
Do you love the travel? Like, do you love seeing new places?
I love the travel. Yeah. Last year, I think I spent 18 weeks overseas last year, between June and the end of the year.
Wow.
And I'm actually itching to go on the next trip, and I don't know when my next trip is, and True and I constantly get me back on a plane. I love the travel. I even love the long hauls. I think we got a flight to India at 1 in the morning.
And
loved it. I loved every minute. I was sat next to 2 snoring Indian men.
And you couldn't have been happier.
I was just stoked to be there.
Wow.
It's just so fun. I mean, last year was the most travel I've ever done, so I'm sure the more you do it, the more you probably get over it. But I don't know. I'm frothing on it right now, so I'll just keep riding the high for a little while.
So a perfect day for you is sitting in a plane between 2 big men and just travelling.
Because
airport, plane food.
Yeah. Well, once you get to the destination, it's amazing.
Yeah.
I remember, I think it might have been Simon Anderson. We were talking about a few years ago how I was going to start travelling, and he said the worst part of travelling is travelling. the worst part of traveling is like the planes, the cars, the ferries.
Do you agree or disagree? I think you disagree.
No, I definitely agree, but I don't hate the actual travel
Yeah.
part, you know? It's all a part of it, I feel like, and once you get there, it's so worth it. I prefer traveling there than traveling home. That's Anne DeSantos on screen. I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
what? She's a neighbour of mine
Is she?
for the week.
Oh, okay.
I just live up the road, and my beautiful neighbours, the Carmichaels, they're actually having Anne stay with them.
Through the Host a Surfer
Yeah,
program?
yep.
That's
They love her.
That's a really cool program that Newcastle does. I don't know
Mm.
if... I think Avoca might have a similar Host a Surfer program, but...
I know Anne's dad even, I think, came out from Brazil to say g'day.
Wow!
Yeah, said hello. That's
No
what,
way.
yeah, one of the parents told me yesterday. So, yeah, a lot of support.
I'm not
sure there's a lot of
sure.
support for the girl on screen as well. Japanese surfer.
Yeah, that's Kanon. She's really powerful when she gets to her feet. But
So much talent out of Japan now.
so much talent, and I feel like as competitors, they're very scary to pull in a heat because the Japanese competitors rarely make a lot of mistakes in a heat, and in those heats where you can get in your head and you've lost the heat for yourself, they're just smooth sailors the
Mhm.
whole way through, and they just know how to get the job done. And I really feel like the actual level of surfing from the Japanese competitors, even the Indonesian, the Philippines, yeah, it's excelled.
Who's, I do know on the male side who's representing Japan at the Olympics. On the female, is it?
So it's Shino Matsuda, and she's not here. She's an incredible goofy footer.
Yep.
I actually would put Shino up there as one of the best Japanese females in the world.
Uh-huh.
And Amura, who got third.
Okay, so 2 spots.
Yes.
Ah, cool.
Yeah, so...
I saw Amora lose a heat over at the ISA event in Puerto Rico, and it must have had a big implications of maybe getting a 3rd spot. She was so sad. She was crying and crying. I saw Connor O'Leary and Kanoa and all cuddling her and making her
maybe
feel
I'm
okay.
wrong then. I could have sworn that she was already
Well, that's
in.
why I asked, but maybe they could have opened up another spot for a 3rd woman. But yeah, sorry to put you on the spot, but
No,
I was
not
just
at
curious
all.
after I saw that happen.
I know that Shino's definitely qualified.
Mm-hmm.
Who's it? So is Connor going to the Olympics for
Mhm.
Japan and
Yep.
Kanoa?
Yep.
Just 2 spots for the men?
Oh, you put me on the spot now too. Maybe Rio and
Yes.
Abba. Maybe Rio.
Okay.
Maybe, yeah. Look, there's a lot of moving parts on how you get qualification, and I know there would be a simple spreadsheet right now would have all the names,
Yeah, just easy.
but yeah, definitely Kanoa and Connor O'Leary have booked a spot over at Tahiti in a few months' time. Got 12 and a half minutes remaining. Sorry, just under 13 minutes. Sarah Baum at 8.33. One of the biggest scores of the event, not just today, the event. Massive number there for Sarah Baum. South African surfer, has been living in the area for the last maybe 5 years or so. She lives down at Redhead.
Yes.
I don't know if you're familiar with Redhead.
I am, actually. I have got a bunch of friends from Redhead. I really like Dudley, the
It's
wave.
nice. Mm. Well, that means you might be a crazy little charger. Have you surfed the point? Is that
I
what you mean?
haven't surfed the point.
Oh, the point. The point's a bit scary.
Yeah, but...
So that's what I thought you were saying. I love the point. I was
No,
like, oh.
I haven't surfed the point. I've surfed a point a few beaches up. I think it's just down.
Maybe
just
Leggy
that
Point?
way.
Mm.
Yeah, maybe there.
Mm.
But then there's the creek, Dudley Creek. Is that a thing?
There's a creek down there. There's a creek at Glenrock too, just around the corner of Burwood Beach.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I've got this so
No,
wrong.
I think no, I think you're right. Dudley has a beach as well, so
Yeah.
yeah, you're making all sorts of sense.
Okay, good. I'm still
Yeah.
going, wait, maybe
No.
I'm going crazy.
I
But
could have
this-
tricked you and made you feel crazy, but no, you're right.
Oceania Rogers, she was one of the standouts yesterday. She is from the South Coast. She's 19, and I was saying to Ronnie this morning, for me, Oceania has to be most improved in the women's division this year. She kind of came from like being a Grom last year to being a serious contender for quarterfinals, semis this year. She's gotten stronger. She's worked on her technique. She's worked on her competitive approach, and it's really paid dividends because in the last few events, she's just looked deadly and dangerous.
Light on her feet. Didn't really sort of click that wave the way she may have hoped, but you can see the style, and yeah, she looks like she's really good. What beach did you say is her local?
She's down from the Culburra region.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, Owen Wright area.
Yeah, down south.
Uh-huh.
She surfs with Kira Buckbed a little bit. I know Kira's down a little bit further. But, yeah, there's a massive contingent of female surfers coming from the south coast. Charlie Hirsch, she was just in a heat a couple of heats ago. There's the Short Sisters. Kira Buckbed, who is probably one of the leading surfers coming from down south, but she's recently just torn a ligament in her ankle last week.
Ouch.
Yeah, so unfortunately not in this event, but Kira's one of those ones who's also kind of paving the way in progressive surfing. She's always taken to the air and trying backside straighties, and I just think if you can pull a backside straighty, you're pretty cool in my books.
Haven't actually mentioned the surfer in blue. She's a local.
Yeah, Logan Dalton.
Yeah.
She's one of the beach commentators here.
You know Logan, I
Yes.
assume?
Yeah. So Logan, she's a primary school teacher just up the road as well, and she's doing a brilliant job on the beach commentary. And
I thought she was really young. She's actually old enough to be a teacher.
yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. I think she's in her last year of university, so you know how they do teacher's age?
Yep.
Teacher's aid, I should
So she's
say.
at one of the schools around here?
Yeah, I was talking to her yesterday, and
Oh,
here
cool.
she is. She works with Tessa McKenna as her coach.
Yeah, I see that.
I saw her over in the Philippines last year.
Oof.
Sick backside hack there for Logan.
Didn't need much. 4.07. It's going to be tight. Might have had to get something maybe a little before the closeout manoeuvre, but looked pretty good in that one.
And tell me, this is the second seeded round. Looking at the third seeded round, you'd obviously be familiar with a lot of the names. You know, there's Macy Callahan. But what about the surfers like Rosie Smart?
Yeah, I was going to, when you were sort of waffling on about all those up-and-coming junior surfers, I was waiting for you to mention her.
Yeah.
Because she's one that I do know.
Yeah, so
and
Rosie's
she's
from...
incredible, right?
Yeah, she's from Coffs Harbour.
Yeah.
Yeah, and she's incredible, and she charges. Talking about someone who charges, Rosie does.
Who are the best coming up? Like, she's one of them?
She's one of them. Ellie Harrison is definitely one of them.
Are they similar age?
Yeah, they're about the same age. Yeah.
I thought Rosie would have been younger. I gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, they're both probably finished school the same year. I think they're both 19 or 20 this year. And
There's some sisters as well from up the coast. I think it's around the Sunshine Coast area that are really good. I don't know. There's a lot of girls that I've seen come through this event that I go, wow, getting better and better and better. I'll have to go through the list to come up with
have a
some
look
names, but-
because I think even Safi Vetti coming up in the next heat, you know, she's qualified for the Olympics. She's going for New Zealand. She had such a cool run of events last year. Actually, she got a 5th in Crewe, which is the first 5,000, the first QS event for our season, and then qualified for the Olympics, but then went to Chopu for a training camp and second surf tore her ACL.
Oh.
She said it wasn't even like it was a cool story. It was 6 foot or anything. She goes, it was 2 foot Chopu.
So when did she do that?
She would have done that in July or August last year.
So she's just coming back now.
Yeah, she came back January. I feel like she got back in the water.
That's quick. I've snapped my ACL twice and it's nearly a year each time.
Yeah, really.
Yep.
Yeah,
Basketball's got me.
Basketball?
Yeah, weird.
Bit of a basketball player.
I shouldn't be because I always hurt myself.
Wow, strong carve there from Samomo. Ooh, and again, I love the body talk through there. She's just pushing hard and nice finish.
Yeah, that was good surfing.
I'm not sure it's a 7.37 to surf, but it's definitely a good score coming in for Samomo. And Oceania, maybe a bit of frustration.
Yeah, just kicking out of that wave as it goes into the deep water. Have a look at the replay. Surfer in red. First turn was insane, carving in the pocket. Sticking with this one too as we push through the inside. Thankfully, gets a nice little section to throw the fins out of. Great surfing there. That's going to put a lot of pressure on surfers in blue and white. Logan Dalton a moment ago, she locked in her best number at 2.53. So it wasn't enough to change the situation, and as I just mentioned, it's going to get a lot tougher for Logan and Oceania Rogers, looking for scores to move up into second and first spots. Sarah Baum, have a look at this one, has got priority at the moment, the South African. She's been busy as well. I saw her over in in Puerto Rico. She was obviously
Really?
surfing for South Africa. Yep. I was doing the Team USA thing, and Carissa Moore actually had a heat with her. Had a heat in the elimination round, and she had Carissa. She had her until the last maybe 20 seconds. And then Carissa got her on the buzzer.
She got her. And
Yeah.
what's that elimination round seems brutal.
You know what? There's a whole lot of moving parts of those things. There's rapid charge, and if you want to win that event, as we see Sarah Baum up and riding. But if Sally Fitzgibbons, for example, for her to win that event, I think she would have surfed maybe 12 heats.
That's insane.
Maybe more. Yeah, it is, right?
That's insane.
If you compare it to a normal CT, I think you can win a CT in maybe 4 heats or 5.
Yeah, it's not many, is it?
No. So you win your round 1 heat, then you go to round 3,
yeah.
then you go quarters, semis, finals.
finals.
What's that? Is that 4?
That's 5.
5.
Round 1, yeah.
So you basically have to do 3 times as much surfing
That's
at
insane.
the ISA events. Yeah, it's big.
It's such a, you don't see many formats like
No,
that.
no, it's old school.
Is that how it used to be?
Oh, I don't think so, no. I remember Repicharge was something when I was younger in random events, but nah. So I think it's becoming an endangered species. But
Yeah, there's definitely no repicharge in the QS events.
No.
It's if you're out, you're out.
The funny thing is too, like if you have any sort of correlation, there's not that much, because I know the Olympics is going to be set up more like a CT. So it's not like you're doing much practice.
Yeah.
You know?
It's not really relevant to what they're going to be competing in. But that last wave was Samoma, 5.5. So I feel like 5s are hard to get out there today. So you've got to, I feel like if you can get a 5, you've got to be happy.
Yeah, good number. And a 4.5 for Sarah. So, those 2 girls, Sarah and Samomo. Samomo?
Yeah, Samoma Sato.
That's such a cute name.
Yeah.
Those 2 are just powering ahead of the pack. Surfers in white and blue looking for big numbers now. Looks like Logan needs a mid-range 6 and a 5. Mid-range 5 is the requirement for Oceania Rogers.
Yeah, it's not really the position I saw Oceania being in at this point in the heat. So I'm intrigued to see how she can kind of crawl her way out of this situation. But I think even if this was the heat that we did see Oceania go down in, she's got to be happy with her performances in the last few events. It's definitely an improvement on last year. And I feel like in the scheme of things, she's 19. If you can look at it like that, like, oh, I've actually 100% got better off my last year's results, then that's a win. You've got to, I feel like you have to be able to look at it in these QS events too. You've got to be able to break it down and find the little wins, because if not, it might get a little bit too exhausting if you're putting the whole world on your shoulders.
That's very true. It's very true, because I know a lot of these competitors, all they think about is the here and now. When they lose, they think it's the end of the world, nothing's going right. But yeah, if you can somehow sort of, simplify the good moments, it might have been that one manoeuvre or that one decision to paddle left and find that sort of, that secret wave that gave you an opportunity to get through a heat. You really have to, every now and then, sort of concentrate on the small little wins.
And now, are you a big believer in watching heat replays?
Oh, I think you can learn off them for sure. Yeah, I think particularly when you're out at these events, you've got so much time on your hands, so you might as well look at it sort of every sort of technical aspect that you can sort of take advantage of for sure.
Yeah, I feel like
boards are a big one. Look at your board and see how it looked.
You know what? That was something I never took into consideration. Boards.
Yeah.
I just surfed what I wanted to surf on that day, but it's funny now that I'm not competing as much. It's probably the more experimental I've got with my surfboards.
What are you riding? What boards?
I ride for DHD, and I ride the number 8 Steph Gilmore model. It's my go-to, and it's been fun. I didn't realize how fun exploring surfboards.
It's just it's a serious surfboard though, high performance.
It is. So I have that for my everyday shortboard, but if it gets under 2 foot, I ride a twin fin. And it's
DH makes really good twin fins, right?
Yeah, they do. They do, and it's pink, which just makes it go faster just because it's pink.
Yep.
I don't know. I'm just loving it. But I didn't realize how fun it was to experiment with lengths and thicknesses and
It's funny, like
Foam.
moving from, that's a nice little combo. That could be maybe the number. It's going to be tight. But now that you live on the Gold Coast, you know, well, close enough, as opposed to a North Narrabeen, you've got so much more distance in each wave you surf if you go looking for them. So you can really sort of poke around your surfboards and, you know, experiment a little bit more.
It's funny too, I have boards that I've held onto that I call my Narrabeen boards because they go so good at Narrabeen. It's a very punchy wave, Narrabeen. But then I have boards that go amazing at waves like Snapper and D-Bar, but so bad at Narrabeen. Yeah, it's so strange. So, and D-Bar and Narrabeen I feel like aren't too far from power-wise. Narrabeen's definitely more powerful, I'd say. But, yeah, it's just interesting.
Okay, closing down this one, it looks like the last of white. It was a good number, not enough, a 3.6. We're looking at the last throw of the dice for the surfer in blue. It looks like Logan Dalton's not going to get the number. And look, pretty impressive performance there from Sarah and your little buddy, Samomo.
Yeah, Sarah won this heat from start to end. She was never, it was kind of her heat to lose, I feel like. So, yeah, we're coming up with another heat of big action. 25 minutes has started. We'll be back right after this short break.
It's in all of us. That craving to feel new again. To see something new that will blow our minds. Or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales. A place to feel free. To feel alive. And most of all, to feel new again.
Maddie's last night's sleep was spent trying to look up relaxing wave sounds. Tonight's actual wave sounds.
Holidays, Ironman, outdoors, Ironman, whoa, Uber, suspension, lights, roof rack, camping equipment, recovery gear, under Ironman, mate, 100 Ironman. I can't do two things at once, I know. Wait!
Effortlessly refreshing. Byron Bay Brewery Premium Lager. Go with it.
Welcome back. Surfest 2024 presented by Reflections Holiday Parkers. This is the Newcastle Racecourse Women's Pro. And that on the screen there is Sarah Baum, and she won that heat from start to finish. She was super impressive. You can see in the red up the beach, Samomo Sato. She got second and progressed through. So bit of a shock knockout for Oceania Rogers and local girl Logan Dalton, but they all look pretty chirpy and good sportsmanship there from all the ladies. But now we've got a really stacked heat on our hands, I'd say. Annie DeSantos, Safi Vetti, Sage Goldsbury, and Kanon Takahashi. So 4 powerful surfers. A bit of a an international field: Brazilian, New Zealand, Australia, and Japan.
Yeah, busy. It's really cool. And a pretty decent number to start for Safi, 4.5. Everyone loves Safi. I've been around the New Zealand team a little bit over the last, bunch of events. And every time sort of Safi's in a heat, everyone's really excited and screaming and cheering. I assume she's a lovely young girl.
She's the best. Saf has been coming and living with us for maybe 2 months of the year since I was 14, maybe.
Okay.
So coming across from New Zealand, and she's been with us from Narrabeen now up to Cabarita, and She's the nicest human ever, and you just want Safi to succeed just
See.
because she's such a cool human.
And how does she go in sort of waves of consequence like Chopu?
So she never. She's actually. It's pretty. We've laughed about it. She'd never really perfected the backhand barrel riding, and she went to Chopu, and I remember before she went, we were all sitting at our friend Coral Durant's house, and we were saying, talk about throw yourself in the deep end, to learn how to backhand barrel ride it.
So was this a training trip
Yeah, this
for
is
the
a training
Olympics?
camp, the ISA.
This is after she had qualified for the
This
Olympics?
is after.
Yep.
Anyway, and then she got injured, came home, moved back to New Zealand to do rehab, and then came back to Oz, and then went and spent a week down at Urban Surf on beast mode.
Yep.
And finally, it
Only
looks
on the
like
left?
only on the left, and it looks like she's really started to get more comfortable in that backhand barrel riding position. It's kind of hard to know where your body is and where it's supposed to be, and
And it actually worked, going to a wave pool.
yeah, I mean, well, you're getting the exact same
Yeah.
thing every single time, and yeah, she definitely said it was money well spent, and she went down there with a coach.
So
they
you say 1
filmed.
week?
Yeah, 1 week.
1 week and that?
Yeah.
Wow.
And so she goes back to Chopu in a couple of weeks, I believe. So she's going home to New Zealand and then over to Chopu for another training camp. And then, yeah, it all happens in July.
Some of these nations are so supportive of getting their athletes over there and, sort of acclimatising to the wave, the energy there. Like, there's a lot going on over there. Like, it's a real deal. Have you ever been there?
I've never been, but I think the nations kind of have to be supportive because of how scary. I don't think dangerous. I mean, dangerous, of course, but how full on that wave is. Imagine throwing your athletes in the deep and they'd never surfed Chopu before, and their first time is round 1, heat 1 of the Olympics. Like,
but it's really
that's a massive ask.
The problem is too, on top of that, it's really competitive to get a wave in the free surfs leading up to it.
Oh my gosh, of course.
So it's going to be, it's a real test of character for these, young ladies and young men going and competing it.
And all I think is too, there's a set time frame for the event. What happens if it's code red? You know?
You wouldn't want to. Well, I know for sure I wouldn't want to be a part of it, but
No.
some of those surfers would be probably freaking out.
Will you be there for the Olympics?
At this point, more than likely. Yeah, we'll see. I don't know. It's going to be spooky if it's really big to see some of those, because not every heat's going to feature John Florence or Jack Robinson. It's going to feature surfers that have never really, thrown themselves over the ledge, dealt with a big West Bowl or. Ugh.
Yeah, it makes me feel a little bit sick, if I'm being honest.
The thing about it, it's gonna view really good. It's gonna get big numbers if you get some, massive days. But yeah, it's gonna be really daunting. It's gonna be really fun. Second Olympic Games for the surfers.
Yeah, it's a cool place too. When they released it, I feel like everyone was like, "What? Like, you can't throw athletes out there in those conditions." But I mean, if you want to be the best, you have to be able to put yourself in those testing conditions. And here we go, Safi on her backhand, nice second turn there. This is a really nice wave. She picked a nice one, almost lost the fins there, but gets the finish.
Have you spent any time over at Safi's house in NZ?
No, I haven't. So I was supposed to go over at the end of last year, but plans just changed. So Safi's from Gisborne, but we have big dreams of just jumping in a van and travelling up and down the coast of New Zealand.
Unreal.
Like every other fan of New Zealand, I want to go to Raglan and just go left for a week. I'd be so stoked on that. But Annie, the Brazilian in this heat, I don't know if you've seen, but she recently released her own surf film called 22.
No, I have to watch it. Good?
Yeah, it's really good. She basically just packs these big right-hand barrels. Her and Shannon Hayes, one of the female filmers from the Gold Coast, they just chase swells for 2 months in Indo. And yeah, Annie's got a really excellent backhand barrel riding technique, and she got, I don't know, I'd like to say 6 to 8 foot Nias.
Really?
And she's just packing these barrels at Nias.
No fear.
No, Annie surfed in the Red Bull events, the Red Bull Big Wave events, and pretty sure she surfed in the Pipe Masters. They're not the Pipe Masters, the Vans Invitational this year.
Oh, wow. She's only a little girl, too.
Oh, she's tiny.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's tiny.
Here's a replay. This is Annie. Big snap there. Got caught in the pocket for a second, but Nice surfing. Score on the way. A little right-hander here for the Japanese surfer. Moving down the line, hoping to get a closeout section so she can get something. Unfortunately not. We've got 16 minutes remaining in this one. It's heat 6. We are running 8 heats today. And then we'll pack up shop and come back tomorrow to do it all over again. Big score there for the surfer in red. 4.8 for that closeout manoeuvre. So 1 turn and a decent number. Should be thrilled with that one.
We're going to cross down to Sarah Baum. 8.33. You led the heat from start to finish. Just showing that you've done your reps out here.
Yeah, it was super fun out there. On the way out at the start, we got smashed by like 10 to 12 wave set, so we were like kind of exhausted. And then I was kind of in the position for that one, and I was just like, oh, I just need to finish a wave. Like the heat before, I was just feeling a little unsettled, and so I was just like, okay, just be patient with it. 1 turn, okay, patient, 2nd turn, and yeah, I stuck it. So super stoked to start a heat like that.
Yeah, you're one of those surfers that I feel like all of us girls, if we're talking, we pull Sarah Baum in a heat. We definitely get very nervous, and it's for good reason, because you start a heat with an 8.33. I feel like you just managed to do that in every event. Just out of curiosity, how do you start your heat with such good scores?
I wish I could do that in every event. Yeah, I don't know. That's definitely how you, when you're going into a heat, that's definitely how you want to aim to start the heat. That's not how it rolls, not all the time anyway. So yeah, just trying to compose yourself and trying to position yourself in the right place at the right time, and those sort of things you can control. You can't control the wave if it comes to you. So yeah, just trying to make sure you control all the controllables that you can, and yeah.
Feels like it's been a pretty big 6 months for you, Sarah. You've got a wild card at JPay. You showed everyone just how good you can go. Then you're doing the ISA thing. It just feels like you're getting on a roll towards making the crack at the top tier, the CT. How are you feeling about that? You think you're ready for the Challenger Series this time around?
I feel like I've been ready for the last couple of years. Yeah, as I said, I'm just trying to control everything that I can control, and yeah, it was super awesome to get a start in the J-Bay event and get through that first heat against like people that I've looked up to my whole life, and the fact that I got through that heat was like a huge confidence boost for me, and yeah, it's kind of, the ball's just been rolling ever since. Like, we just had back-to-back of events, and had a bit of a break over the Christmas period, and then yeah, just got back from ISAs, which was super awesome to surf against, the main girls that are on the CT and start off the year with, all these events going ahead. And yeah, just kind of trying to do my thing and trying to, yeah, prepare myself as best I can. And yeah.
So how do you navigate yourself over the next couple of months? Because we all know it's a big sort of journey over the next few. You've got the Challenger Series commitments, obviously the Olympics, and look, and then of course if you make the tour, so it could be very, very busy. But even if we talk about the Olympics for a moment, how special is it for you to represent South Africa?
Oh, it's absolutely, like, it's surreal still. I can't really believe it. And yeah, I'm so proud of myself to get to that point, and I'm so proud to represent South Africa on my shoulders. And yeah, it was super awesome. Like, when we went to ISAs now, it was the first time that, me, Geordie, and Maddie were all together in the same place at the same time. We can actually talk about the logistics of everything, and with the coaches and the managers. And I was like, oh my gosh, okay, this is actually, it's coming, like, it's real now. So yeah, just trying to get everything sorted. Hopefully I can do a trip over there at some point before the Olympics itself. And yeah, just trying to surf a couple big left slabs, and yeah, just trying to juggle everything as best I can. And yeah, we'll see.
You mentioned Geordie and Maddie. How's it been, dealing with, like Geordie's without a doubt, the GOAT from, South Africa, along with Sean Thompson and a few others. But Geordie Smith, man, it must be really fun to sort of link up with him and talk tactics on how you can potentially, go for some medals at Chopu.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I've been talking to Geordie and G to try and get boards ready and what boards I should be on. And yeah, it was awesome to get an opportunity now to actually talk to Geordie face to face. And yeah, just trying to, sponge off as much as I can, take my notebook and write everything down. Yeah, obviously he's been surfing there for so many years, and Maddie's also crazy. Like, I try to learn a thing or two off him, and yeah, but he's just on a whole nother level. Like, that 10 he got a couple of years ago was just insane, and yeah, just honestly just trying to take in as much as I can and do the best that I can.
No comparisons at all, but I do see occasionally on Shane Blue's feed, I see a couple of big barrels when Dixon Park's pumping. There's a couple of big barrels up there. It looks like you're really comfortable in the tube. So look, we know you can do it, and we wish you all the best, and hopefully you can kick butt again tomorrow down here at Surfest.
Awesome. Thank you so much, guys.
Yeah, she's one of those women that I've idolised from the moment I got on the QS, not only in water but out of water as well. She's an amazing human.
She's one of those girls, like, as you know, I've worked with Carissa for the last 10 years, and whenever you see her in the draw, like, it's a total compliment. You get really worried just because of her raw power. She surfs, I mean as a compliment again, she surfs with the power of a male. Like, she's got so much in her. Her backhand is dangerous. Carissa actually drew her at J-Bay when she had the wild card, and it was like, oh gosh, really?
Come on.
Yeah, she's a real talent, and I get to see her quite a bit around Newcastle. She's always surfing around sort of East End up at Newcastle Beach or here at Dixon. And today she proved that she means business.
Yeah, she's really cool too, because she's obviously been doing the QS for a while now, but she's not scared to pass on anything she's learnt to all of us who are still kind of trying to figure it out, as this is Anne DeSantos. But whoa, huge turn. Wow, just can't ride up. I love the commitment. But yeah, I think Sarah's incredible. I can't wait to see her at the Olympics. I love that she even entered this event, because she doesn't need to do it. So I just think the fact that she's doing it is sick. That's Sage Goldsbury. That was a 5.83 for that one turn. And then Anne DeSantos, a 4.8 for this wave.
Was that the 4.8?
No, that might have been the one, actually.
I think it was. Yeah, so if she held on to that, she gets the 1.54 requirement easy. She might even get a 4. She might be in the lead right now if she just held out a little bit longer. The judges are cruel nowadays with completion of manoeuvres, and fair enough. You have to be out in front of the whitewash for a second or two, so it's deemed complete. Unfortunately, that occasion, it was deemed incomplete.
Yeah, the judges are really onto it with ride-outs, and we saw even earlier a priority interference in the last heat, or the second last heat of the men's. Unfortunately, Novocastrian, Josh Levy didn't get through.
You see that one?
I did. Jacko and I talked through the replay, and
was it interference?
Yeah, you could see he paddled towards and into him, and it forced Maddie to change his line, and that's why he was late to the section. It was so touch and go.
Why did he do it?
I don't know. In the dying stages, it's just one of those ones you go, what
you get
was that?
Your blood pumping. You got so much, so much adrenaline. You just fired up. I saw it happen. I was like, I think I was saying out loud that it's not interference, trying to make myself sort of believe that it wasn't. But yeah, when you watch it, there's no point to. You didn't have priority, so you just keep away from it.
Yeah, it was one of those ones where you kind of just go, what are you doing? No, stay away.
Yeah.
And Jacko had a pretty cool outlook on it, though. He said, when it's that time of the heat and you don't have priority, you just have to let it play out, and from what the wave looked like, it wasn't a very good one. It looked like a bit of a closeout. That looks like Sophie Fletcher on screen, getting ready for her heat. Coming up next, a three-woman heat.
SophieFletcher.com?
Sophie Fletcher Designs.
Yes,
there
it is.
Yes.
You gave me the rundown.
Yes, she's amazing. I saw her before, actually. She said, oh my gosh, thanks so much for mentioning Sophie Fletcher Designs. I was like, absolutely, it's definitely worth it.
Got some sales because of the boss?
Yeah, you'd hope so. But only a three-woman heat coming up next. Holly Williams, Elise Cooper,
You've got time. You got a board here? Go wax up. Get out
ready.
There. Beach start.
Do you mind the 7 minutes? Do you mind if I go get ready now?
You can do it. I've got faith in you.
I would actually love to surf a heat.
Even Ockie said that yesterday. He spotted a 3-man heat, and he was sitting here. He saw it. He saw it coming, and honestly, a part of him wanted to go and ask the question if he'd get in it.
I wish he did.
I did too, yeah.
I really wish he did. And actually, Jacko was telling me today about the man-on-man event you have in honour of Mark Richards' dad.
Yeah.
He said that you've beat him a few times in that event.
Ooh, it's touchy. He doesn't like that.
I was like, calling it out. Love it.
Yeah, he doesn't like that. I beat him in 2017 when he was pretty good too, so that's the worst part for him. And I beat him right on the buzzer.
Oh,
And he had a tough week too. His mum had passed.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
heartbreak.
So he always reminds me, how could I?
How could you?
Yeah.
On the hooter.
I loved his mum. Obviously, Jacko misses his mum immensely, but I still wanted to beat him.
Yeah.
Sorry, Jacko.
You're a competitor. This is a good-looking wave coming through now. Safi's waited a while for this one. Oh, no. Just buried the top of the nose.
She looked good then, too.
Yeah, she
I'm sure she
did.
was clicking off the bottom.
Looks like the ladies getting ready for the heat. There's Gia Lorenston, Ray Campbell, we spoke to her before, Maddie Poole, Gabby Spake and Bonnie Hills down the line. So everyone getting ready, gearing up. I love it. I love the girls supporting each other. It's epic.
Nova Castro and Maddie Poole.
Yes.
Pretty good surfer.
Yeah. She works with Tez McKenna too, I believe.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Tez wears lots of hats.
I don't know where Terry is this week. He's usually the king of the week down here, but I haven't seen him.
Yeah, I haven't seen him either, actually. You know what? It's so... Terry and I laugh about this because when I first started surfing, Terry was commentating my Grom comps, and now I commentate heats with Terry. It's come round.
You're a grown-up.
Oh, don't. No, I'm not.
On the way.
Not yet, please. I'm not ready. Oh, gosh. It just looks like there's definitely... It's weird because there's an east-nor'east swell, but I feel like the rights are better, which doesn't really make sense, right?
Well, that's what... Me and Matt Hoy were actually talking about this morning. I think it's changed overnight. Yesterday it was just straight nor'east swell, but now I think it's a bit of a combo. I think there's a little nor'east in it, there's a little bit of south in it. Some of those rights are nearly sort of bending out to sea on the right. So, yeah, I think the swell direction is slightly changing. Yesterday it was just, so hard nor'east. It was just banging straight into the rocks at Merida. A lot straighter today.
Yesterday was one of those days where you just would have surfed all day if there wasn't an event on. It just those lefts had something about it that you'd spend all day in the water, come in hangry and tired with massive pterygians in your eyes, just going, why did I do that?
Needs a 1.54.
That's a 154.
Is it?
I reckon.
Yeah.
Got a turn.
I don't think it's much more.
I don't think it's much more either, but I do think it's a 154. There it is, 237.
No, you killed it. I thought it was lower than that.
Really?
I thought it was a score required, but she easily got it. 2.37. 3.5 minutes remaining. Bit of pressure now on Goldsbury in the white and Takahashi in the green. Both surfers. Well, look at what Sage is looking for. Not much of a number at all. A 1.34. So I like the tactics of Anne to get the score required, but at the same time, she waited a little longer and tried to find something with a little bit more.
That's what I was thinking. It almost felt a little bit forced. I mean, she got the job done, right? She's in second right now, but with 3 minutes on the clock and Sage in second priority, needing a 134, it's too close to home. I definitely think Anne probably could have played her cards a little bit better, but in saying that, no waves could come through for 2 minutes 40 seconds and Anne will be cheering. I'm
going to contradict myself as well. Anne's also out the back again, and she should hide where she is right now. You can see her on the right of the screen. She could hover around there right now and hopefully improve on that 2.37. Well, here we go. See, here's the hit back. So one turn there.
Make it, no.
That's not a 1.34.
That's not.
You wouldn't read about it.
That's not. That looked...
Is that pressure? Is that nerves?
That looked like nerves to me. So Sage took last year off competing. She's come back this year. But that did look like nerves to me.
Oh, that hurts.
That did hurt.
She just had to ride that out, and I think she gets the 1.34.
0.87 it came through at, so...
Now Anne just has to stick to her.
Anne is
And there she goes. Look at Anne chasing her up the beach.
If there's anyone you don't want sitting on you, it's Anne DeSantos. She is a gnarly hassler, and she will...
Hungry?
She won't give you an inch. She will not give you an inch. And you just go, oh my gosh, leave me alone.
She's made a mistake there, Anne. It's okay. So she's given up priority. Now, surfer in white We're not even looking at blue and green at the moment, are we?
No, I'm looking down the beach, but she's regained it because Sage isn't out far enough.
Oh, okay, good point. Here we go. Andersouza up and riding. Nice snap there. Looking to ditch a 2.37. I think she's going to do that, make the requirement a little bit tougher for Sage Goldsberry. Moving through the inside, has to whack this section. Oh,
ooh, maybe needed to manhandle that section a little bit more. Come harder off the bottom. We've seen everyone who's committed 110% to that bank the most scores. 55 seconds. Is she going back out? She is.
She's just freaking out. What do? Do you paddle out or?
That betters the 237. Do you think?
Maybe. Yeah,
maybe.
Thereabouts. It looks like it will by 0.13. There you go. So, situation has got a tiny little bit tougher. Needs a 1.37. She could basically go straight and beach a wave, and she'll get the score.
Here we go. Sage needs a 134. Oh, but closing out, it's not. A 137. You don't want to miss out with needing a 137.
You could have just beached it, reformed, and probably done a little turn. You're going to get a 1. Instead, I don't think she's going to stand up. She should even turn around in a whitewash.
Yeah, swing on this.
Oh, the poor girl.
No.
5 seconds. It looks like De Santos has held on. What a heat. Gosh, that was a nail biter.
Oh, that's going to be one. That's going to hurt for Sage, I think, when you look at the scores of what I need. It's a 137. That's going to hurt. So, Safi Vetti and De Santos, the New Zealand and Brazilian, getting the job done. We're going to go to a break, and we'll be back for more action right after this.
It's in all of us. That craving to feel new again. To see something new that will blow our minds. Or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales. A place to feel free. To feel alive. And most of all, to feel new again.
Maddie's last night's sleep was spent trying to look up relaxing wave sounds. Tonight's actual wave sounds.
Holidays, Ironman, outdoors, Ironman, whoa, Uber, suspension, lights, roof rack, camping equipment, recovery gear, under Ironman, mate, and 100 Ironman. I can't do 2 things at once. Wait!
Effortlessly refreshing. Byron Bay Brewery Premium Lager. Go with it.
Welcome back. There you go. Great sportsmanship on show down here at Merriweather Beach for the Newcastle Racecourse Women's Pro as the competitors from Heat 6 there hug it out. And yeah, not everyone can make it through, unfortunately. That's the sad side of these events. And Hoya, you've been on both sides of it.
Yeah, I was nothing worse than losing.
Oh,
nothing better than winning.
That's what keeps people coming back. Well, Heat 7 now getting underway here, and we've got Sophie Fletcher out there in the green, who's got things started with a 2.17. Elise Cooper's going to be out there in the white, get to her feet, and Holly Williams in the blue. But here's the replay of what Sophie picked up during the break.
Bit of a flat one, couple of nice little cutties and flicks out. The conditions have gotten a bit harder now with that onshore wind, but there's still heaps of swell.
Yeah.
I think some good waves just watching just then.
Oh, yeah. And look, Elise Cooper's seen something here. She's making a mad scramble. This one might have a bit of a corner on her if she can get there. But
That's all you need to find is those ones with the corner. It's so hard, though, with that straight bank.
Yeah, look at this one start backing off a little bit.
Oh, here we go.
We've got a little free surfer out there just enjoying himself. He's blowing that section.
He's not even enjoying himself.
No.
He's just out there. What? What's he doing? Or was that further up anyway?
Yeah, way further up. As we see, Elise just trying to get into this one. A little bit late. That wave shuts down on her. But, Matt, another big day of competition already. We're sort of closing in on these last couple of heats.
What's this sign say? How good's that?
Oh, that's gold.
Go Safa, we've got days off school. How good's that?
Yeah.
Good support and good educational value.
No, most definitely. They've just earned another day off by the looks of things, with Safi winning through in that last heat.
That's so good.
Yeah. So, yeah, look.
Yeah, we're flying through it. Is that you're saying, Ronnie?
Yeah, just I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, keep going, Safi. We get more days off school as long as you stay alive in the draw. So, you know.
That is cool.
Yeah.
Everybody's happy. She's happy to get through, and they're happy to get the days off school.
Most definitely. Well, there's a nice hit from Holly Williams. Does well to find some more scoring opportunity on this one before kicking out on the outsides. Sophie Fletcher goes down.
That was a great first turn and finished it pretty well. What about that? When we were up there eating lunch, I saw, I forget her name, did the hugest turn and got an 8.86.
Oh, that was Coral Durant. Yeah,
wow, she did a couple yesterday too. She's on fire.
Yeah, really, really
was
explosive and probably setting the pace for the individual turns in the women's draw at the moment here at the Newcastle Racecourse Women's Pro.
Yep.
But, yeah, I'm with you. But what I was going to say is, you know, we're working our way towards those top seeds and that's going to be so interesting. I've seen the majority of the field, I think, down here watching things unfold and just trying to get a read on what this lineup's doing and what the judges are really looking for.
Yep.
So I think things are going to ramp up in a pretty good way as we move into the next round for both the surfers here in the Newcastle Racecourse Pro and in the Burton Automotive Pro as well. Last year, the standard of surfing, and really every year here at Surfest, the standard's very high. But with a promising forecast, I think we're going to get a lot of highlight moments.
Oh, definitely. We've already had some. The surfing's been exceptional.
Yeah, we've got some high flyers in the mix too.
Yeah, coming in.
Even already, we've seen Huey Vaughan take to the sky big time. Dane Henry, he's in the mix. He's been doing some of the best airs this year. It doesn't matter, you know, what tour you're a part of. Yeah, he's been freakish, and then still waiting. Joel Vaughan, Dakota Walters, just to name a few. CT caliber surfers like Morgan Siblick. It's going to be fun.
Going to be fun. It already is fun.
Same on the women's side too. And yeah, Coral Durant, I think, setting the pace for the big individual turns so far in this division as we see Elise finding a bit more room to move here. That's a bit more like it. Just a throwaway on a first wave, cleaning things up a little bit. Pretty positive start for Holly Williams, though. 4.83. Darts out into the lead.
That was that left, those two good turns.
Yeah.
Yep. Well scored, I think. He's a bit of a flat left here. Nice little cutty at the start. Goes straight into that channel, though. She has to bounce around to get some speed. Little cutty there. Finishes well, though.
Hoy, we're going to go full Newcastle.
Full Newey.
Full Newey. The city of Newcastle, one of the founding partners of this event. And Ogg and I were saying this morning, you know, it's so awesome how they've created that ocean walk now, the coast walk up over Cliff Beach. And
Great North Walk.
Oh, it's awesome.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's a great way to start your day. Incredible cafes around the place. The ocean, so clean here. The beaches are just pristine. And then, you know, when it comes to lunch and dinner, plenty of great restaurants that you can tap into. What's your go-to? What's your favourite restaurant in Newey?
I'd go Verdaluna and Etna's for Italian.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely Verdaluna's over at Hamilton. Etna's in Derby Street. And then, yeah, that's probably if I had to eat anywhere, I'd pick one of those.
Let's wind it back. We'll come back to that, and you can have a think about a couple more restaurants. Let's start your day. I mean, generally, you're up before the sun, aren't you?
Never.
Okay, so you're never up before the sun, but when you do get up, generally it's a ride down to have a look at what the waves are doing.
Yeah, drive by, yeah.
Are you a surf before your coffee kind of guy, or
I don't
coffee
really
first?
drink that many coffees.
Okay,
not a
but
coffee drinker.
All right, that's good. That's good. That takes.
I have maybe like Dare coffees. Like,
oh, there you go.
Yeah, sort of a coffee.
Okay, well, surely you see people sort of milling around the best cafes.
Yep.
Around town then. So what's the sort of the go-to coffee stop for most people?
Dixon Park is probably the best one at the moment. Everyone's going up there. Blue Door, though, it used to be here when it was the only one, because Blue Door had the monopoly on the whole stretch. So everyone would stop at Merrimack. And now there's one at each stop, one at Dixon Park, one at Bar Beach. But
Love
Dixon
that.
Park is probably the most popular at the moment.
And, I know that
can't afford-
half the time you're missing breakfast service. Like, I know that. But when you do go out to breakfast...
I don't mind getting breakfast and then no lunch.
Oh, there you
and
go.
Then dinner, yeah.
So it's a late brekkie.
Yes.
No lunch. Okay,
Yeah.
so what about a big, generous portion of bacon and eggs, or what's your go-to brekkie spot?
I forget what it's called, over the back of Merriweather here. I'm hopeless with the names. I know
That's
where they
all right.
are.
No, it's over the back of Merriweather. Will do. People will find it. That's perfect. And then, you rattled off a couple of restaurants there.
The Etna or Vertaluna. For Italian, they're the best two. The Etna's good for the takeaway and staying in there on Derby Street. And then Vertaluna, if you go and eat and sit down and have a proper sit-down meal, it's unbelievable.
I love it. We've got a lot more to discuss when it comes to Newcastle, but we've got plenty of time to do it. So let's quickly check in with Safi. She's, giving kids the day off school out there with the performances. That's got to feel good, Safi.
Yeah, I mean, it was tricky conditions, but I'm glad I get to give the kids another day of school for sure.
Who are these Groms?
It's just a local family here that me and Taylor Green are staying with through Host a Surfer, and they're amazing. The dad's a Kiwi and mum's Swedish, so that's a bit of a cool combo, but yeah, they just live down the road, which is epic. So.
Oh, I love that. I just love the fact that you are immersing yourself in the local community, and sometimes when you're on the road, you've got your family and friends back home checking in, but it's pretty cool when people will get behind you the way they have.
Yeah, definitely. I'm a little bit far away from home at the moment, so I always love a little family around me, and this is just icing on the cake, really.
We've loved watching you compete here at Surfest over the past couple of years. Is it a stop on the schedule that you really look forward to?
Yeah, I love Newcastle. You guys are talking about all the cafes before, and I think you were talking about Convoy, maybe?
Yes, that's
Hoyo?
it. Yeah.
She knows the place better than you, Hoy.
I definitely go there every other day, and they've got really good coffee. But other than that, the surf's been unreal since we've been here, so I'm glad I get to keep going this week.
Oh, that's amazing. Yeah, you've had some huge results in recent years. How have you been faring on the regional QS this year?
I feel like I've been a little inconsistent. I missed out on NEAS due to an MCL tear in Tahiti last year, so that was a bit of a bugger. But I came away with a 9th at Avoca straight after Puerto Rico, so that wasn't too bad, especially with a bit of jet lag, but I'm sitting in 12th, I think, at the moment, so I really need to make finals day, but heat by heat, no pressure, really.
That's pretty impressive, though, considering that you missed one of the major events, really. How's the knee feeling?
Yeah, it's feeling 100% now, a little niggle here and there, but no, other than that, I'm feeling really good.
Oh, amazing. And you've been... doing pretty well. I know you got a QS win down there at Maroubra. That must have felt amazing.
Yeah, first Kiwi win, which was a long time coming, it felt, but it was nice to get that win and a bit of confidence for sure.
I bumped into a good mate of mine and a teammate of yours, Billy Stairman. You guys are going to be representing New Zealand at the Paris Olympics at Teahupoo, and we know that you've had some experience over there, but congratulations on that honour. That's huge. Everyone must be so proud of you back home.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm really happy. That was just a crazy year, and me and Billy, he's like a older brother to me. He used to coach me when I was a grommet at Raglan, so it's really cool to be going away with him to such a huge iconic event, and I'm really looking forward to sending it over the ledge.
Oh man,
and,
for sure.
I don't know if I'm looking forward to it, but we've got no choice, and I'll rise to the occasion, hopefully.
The reward is so big. I'm sure that you'll give it a good nudge. Are you heading back over there in around a month or so?
Yeah, I'm heading there on the 8th of April, getting a bit of coaching from Trevor David. He's a legend over there, so I'm really looking forward to that, and hopefully we get some fun, scary waves.
Oh man, I think that's like the crazy thing, isn't it? And last time you were there, even though you did hurt yourself, you had it at a pretty nice, welcoming size. And I tell people all the time, it is, as scary as it is, once it gets a bit bigger, it's one of the most perfect waves you could ever ride.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's such a perfect wave. But yeah, hopefully I get a few under my belt this next trip and gain a little bit more confidence.
We sure you will, and it's a pleasure to speak to an Olympian, I have to say. Congratulations on that huge honour and your success so far in the event, and keep gifting kids days off school here. They'll love you for it forever.
For sure.
I'll try my best. Thank you guys. Good to speak to you.
Good luck. Thank you.
Safi,
So
big
good.
year for her. I mean,
Wow.
breaking through for her first QS win, qualifying for the New Zealand's Olympic team. She's a great representative for the Kiwis. She just does a
From
great
Raglan
job.
too, eh?
Yep.
Yep.
And she's going to get back over there and I guess bury those bad memories from her last trip there and look to capture some new ones with some big pits.
With some big pits. I was just going to say, when I went to Tahiti the first few times, I was staying in town. So I was surfing, I forgot what it's called. I just had it.
In town or halfway? Not at Papara?
No, half in town. It's right there. Tapuna.
Oh, Tapuna, yeah.
It's a mission of a paddle to get out there. I was paddling out every day. Ended up surfing a couple of days by myself out there. And I thought it was really good practice for when I surfed Teahupoo.
Yeah.
It's nowhere near as heavy, nowhere near as gnarly, but it's still that ledge you take off into a pit, and it's sort of got that wash through at the end. But it's sort of the same, but it's smaller. So I was just out there by myself. I surfed it a couple of times. No one else out paddled out. Thought there was guys out. Got out. There was no one.
Wow.
And then but it was really good for me. I was just in town, and then I'd go surf my heats out there. But I thought, just for the Tahitian, the drop, and the real small version of Teahupoo. Nowhere near as heavy, nowhere near the wave it is.
But not really making comparisons other than surfing sort of a left-hand reef break with a barrel.
But a ledgy one like that.
Yeah.
You still had to sit under it and go waves like 6-footers, but not 10-footers obviously. But
It's going to be an epic show, isn't it?
I think the practice in there helped me out there. It was
There you
like a
go.
stepping stone to there.
Maybe the Kiwi team will be all
Well,
over
that's what I was thinking about, and I know Poto he would be all over it too. That's his spot.
he know, for sure. So just on 8 minutes remaining here, and it is Holly Williams still hanging on to the lead. Hasn't really been able to back up that 4.83 just yet, but we've been talking Newcastle with Matt Hoy, cafes, the Great North Walk?
The Great North Walk, yeah, that's apparently what it's called. I'm pretty sure that was
Yep.
But it's
We
beautiful.
talked restaurants,
Yep.
Hoyo, and
Couple of Italians.
one thing that, you didn't really come at me with too many names for coffee spots, but I know that you know where some good spots are for a beer. Some great pubs in Newcastle, old school.
There's a lot of good pubs in Newcastle. One, the legendary Burwood Inn, just actually didn't burn down but caught fire, and that's been shut for
it's been on
6
fire
months.
for years.
True.
Great spot. No, the Burwood, the Prince.
The Prince too. They're official sponsor of the contest.
Right here at Merriweather.
Yeah, the Beaches Hotel reopened now. It's the most expensive beers in Newcastle, but it's a great view.
Then just sort of off the coast too, there's some crackers. One of my mates has the Green Roof Hotel.
Oh, the Green Roof, it's real good too.
Yeah.
Mate, there's so many pubs.
The Great Northern.
The Northern, yeah, the Northern. I haven't been up there for a long time to the Northern. There's a lot of good bowling clubs too. Lowlands Bowling Club, Merriweather Bowling Club. The bowlos are good because they're cheap beers. It's sitting outdoors.
Oh, fully. Yeah, bit of
I'm not saying the
breeze.
pubs aren't, but you know the
It's all
bowlos.
good.
A lot of people are drinking at the bowlos who can't afford to drink out the pubs anymore
What-
because of the government and their excises. There's my
What,
plug.
what we're saying is when you come to Newcastle, you got options.
Oh, the food.
Amazing options.
You got heaps of options. The food's really good. The pubs are really good. The weather's good. The waves are good. People are good.
It's all good.
That's all good.
Yeah. Okay, 6 minutes and 20 seconds to go, and Sophie Fletcher just goes all out on that section, loses control. She's not out of this heat, but you know, as we saw in that last clash, even chasing a 1 point ride can be difficult out here at the moment. So, you know, you got to kind of pick your moves. I guess in that instance, when you take off, you have to convert, at least put the pressure back on your rival and get into a qualifying position to force them to execute and use that priority up and gift it back to you in the final stages. So that was a bit of a bummer for Sophie that she wasn't able to bank a 1.2 there and get herself in a second.
Well, she sort of knew when she took off, didn't she? She didn't even try and make that one. It was like I'm not going to do anything here, and sort of kick out, really.
Yeah.
But yeah, it looks so hard right now. But then you see these ones on the end, you just got to find that. Like I keep saying,
Look at that.
Look at that. That's rideable.
That section in particular,
Yeah.
that's a nice steep hunk of wall that you could really rip into.
But it's a hard one. The priority thing, 4-man or 3 women priority is a hard one.
Hoy, been talking with Oki a lot about Newcastle greats. He puts you right up there, right at the top, which must be awesome to hear. The great Mark Okalupo. You spent a lot of years on tour with him, and to have someone who themselves has such a big, deep rail hack, for them to say that your hacks are right up there.
Yeah, it's
that's a mad doff of the cap.
I'll take that. I got goosebumps.
Yeah.
Of course. We spent a lot of time with me. Ock and Luke used to stay in Fiji, Bure 1, mate. There was the most successful Bure in the world. Where I didn't do any good, but they did real well. Both of them won the comp, and I was super caddy for both. It was so good.
I remember the year Luke won, and it was your retirement year, and he gave you his trophy, and it was emotional.
That was very emotional.
It was. I will say this: you're an ugly crier.
Tell me who's a good-looking crier.
It's true. But that was awesome. You still got that trophy?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Wasn't it an awesome honour?
Oh, it was epic. Unbelievable.
That gets me goosebumps now just thinking about it.
It was so good. I was on the Motu having a skull drag. And then going, I'm not coming to the Prezzo, you be right, mate. And he goes, nah. And then someone come go, you have to be at the Prezzo. I was like, mate, I don't have to be at the Prezzo. And then that's what happened. He sent me out. He sort of gave Quicksilver a good jibe too. Went, well, if you're not going to send him out with the party, I'll send him out like this. It was so good.
Oh, that is
amazing.
That's
yeah,
special.
Louis.
That is special. Yeah, I remember the some photos of your head from the presentation. your bottom lip was dragging on the ground. It was emotional.
Yeah, it was very. There's a photo of Ock too, and he's got both hands over his side face.
Oh yeah.
It's actually a really good photo. The one of everyone from back, and everyone's just bawling their eyes out.
So cool.
Luke, mate, you made us all cry, mate.
Yeah.
No, it's
beautiful gesture.
Yep.
And let's.
Look,
these surfers are all at the start of their careers. It's, they're trying to get there, trying to break through. These are important heats, even though we're in the earlier rounds, and we've had a lot of low-scoring heats just because of the conditions. It's sort of held these guys back, and I think that it just doesn't change the fact that even with 4 and 2 point rides, there's so much on the line for these youngsters.
So much on the line, especially in the last event, and it's such a big event of 5,000. It's huge for everyone, and you can just go, like a lot of people are going to be on the verge, right? You can just, if they do really well or win the comp, they're in.
Yep.
From nowhere.
Yeah, definitely.
Look at these winding lefts, close out lefts. Look, the whole beach is. That's how come it's so hard. The whole beach has got one straight bank, pretty much, as you can see there. That's like 500 metres up the beach, and it's just one line of sand with no rips running out. There's usually rips running out.
Yeah, usually a few gutters, isn't there? A few deeper spots.
The beach is just so straight because there's been no rain either, because there's a lot of drain pipes on the beach that cut the beach up a bit.
Yep. Bit of runoff.
Yep.
So 1 minute and 50 seconds to go here. And so what I was touching on before, we kind of ended up talking about Luke Egan's amazing tribute, but great surfers from this region. Occy sort of rattled off the real familiar names that everyone's heard a bunch of times, but who were some of the core heroes in the Newcastle zone that you looked up to growing up?
Same lot of he would have said for sure, but then there's a lot from Merriweather, like Stuart Hughes, Richard Kelly.
I love hearing these names.
Yeah, you know some of them, right?
Definitely.
That's who I looked up to as a kid. Mick Adam.
Yep.
Still charging. Just for me in Merriweather, that was like, and all the, of course, everyone else in the whole club, and there was a few guys from in town and McCabe,
Oh, Pete McCabe.
Saw
you having lunch with him today.
Cole Smith, there's another one.
Redhead's finest.
Yeah, Steve Butterworth.
40 seconds remaining here, Hoy. Love giving the nod to those incredible pioneers in this zone who inspired a generation of world beaters.
Pretty much all goofy footers I just mentioned, which is weird.
That is weird for you. We've got 25 seconds here for Sophie Fletcher to chase down this 1.2. Is this her? No, it's not. It's Holly Williams who has the lead. Wow, good transition to get back out in front of this one. This one's likely going to go into the top two. Wow. But we are wondering if Sophie Fletcher's going to get an opportunity. Needs a 1.2 to get herself up ahead of Elise Cooper here, but it's Holly who's finishing this heat off strong. Doesn't get the end of that ride. Well, have a look at this. Sophie Fletcher needs to stick. I was just wondering if she could find a reform on the inside. Maybe she could get this 1.24.
Wonder if she did anything on the outside, though.
Yeah, I don't think she did. I think she swung on the whitewater just hoping it would stand up, but it gave her nothing. And it's just a 0.87, so very unfortunate and unlucky there for Sophie, and she's not able to change that situation. We're going to take a quick break here, and we'll be back with heat number 8, the round of 48 at the Newcastle Racecourse Pro here at Surfest 2024, presented by Reflections Holiday Parks.
It's in all of us. That craving to feel new again, to see something new that will blow our minds, or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales, a place to feel free, to feel alive, and most of all, to feel new again.
Maddie's last night's sleep was spent trying to look up relaxing wave sounds. Tonight's actual wave sounds.
Holidays, Ironman, outdoors, Ironman, whoa, Uber, suspension, lights, roof rack, camping equipment, recovery gear, under Ironman, mate, 100 Ironman. I can't do two things at once, Wait!
Effortlessly refreshing. Byron Bay Brewery Premium Lager. Go with it.
welcome back. Our competitors just, I think, processing what's unfolded in these last couple of heats. They've been so close, and even though you're relieved to progress through, if someone's chasing just a 1.2 to overtake you, it's been a nervous finish to the heat. That was intense, that last one, and this one will likely be another close battle because we've got Willow Hardy from WA out there in the red. Gia Lawrenson's going to be in the blue. Gabby Spake will be in the white, and Holly Wishart is going to be surfing in the green. But yeah, so the last two heats, it's been as close as you'll get.
And just low scoring too, hasn't it? Looks really hard though with that tide dropping out. Just a lot of closeouts. The wind's messed it up a bit too, so it's very, very difficult.
Willow Hardy there, she's been on the East Coast for a week or so now. Was over for the Australian Board Riders Battle, had a good time on the Gold Coast, got some fun waves. Saw her and her old boy Gene. He said he got a nice funnel out there at Kira as well, which is...
Oh, you've got to be happy with that.
If anyone's going to find it on the back end, it'll be Gene, Big Gene. Don't worry about that.
Yeah, you only need one up there. You only usually get one.
Yeah.
Got to make the most of it. I haven't been up there for years. I forget the last time I was on the Gold Coast. Or at the Superbank anyway. Well, maybe 2 years ago.
Starting to plot a trip at the moment.
I'm maybe
scheming.
Scheming a trip.
Yeah, it's just, you can only see so much of that vision that's been coming our way over the last sort of few days. It's just been firing. But you know what? I'm happy to be here, mate.
Oh, me too.
I don't mind it. It's good to witness, you know, the start of a big journey for a lot of these competitors.
I'm more than happy to be here.
So Willow Hardy just a 2.5 on that first wave. She did a lot of work, but I do feel like it's the turns of real substance that the judges will throw those numbers at. Willow charges, though. We've seen her in the CT event over at Margaret River before. She'll be in the trials again this season, looking to crack that main event as Gia goes down. Heavy wipe out there.
She needed another couple of paddles then. She got up a bit quick, I think. Oh, she got hammered. Did he just come up before the next wave? That was
almost looked like a leg rope was wrapped around her shoulders too.
Oh, was it? Ow.
She's okay though. See if she can punch under this one with a big duck dive. But Willow Hardy, late drop there, not going to get in front of it.
It's like the waves, the bank's so shallow, they're peaking up and then backing off and then hitting the bank. Like they look like they're going to break, but they're not. And then smashing on the inside.
Yeah, let's find out firsthand what's unfolding out there in the lineup, because progressing through that last heat was a victory was Holly Williams, who joins us now. How are you, Holly?
Yeah, good. How are you guys?
Very well, thanks. You know, from the beach, you see the corner of the waves all over the place. You sort of teleport yourself there mentally, and you see a lot of opportunity. But just going off the numbers, I'm assuming it's a lot more difficult than that out there.
Yeah, it looks so fun, and you like these little left wedges, and then you get out there and the rip's kind of like pulling you a different direction, and they look like they're going to close out, and then you watch them and they're like, oh, that could have ran, like, yeah.
Then it must be a huge relief to survive the early round then and continue to move through the draw.
Definitely is happy. That first heat is always the worst, I think anyway, all the nerves and all the anxiety, so I'm glad to get that one out of the way and ready to keep going.
I mean, in comparison to your rivals, you actually put up pretty decent numbers. You kind of edged ahead of them by a couple of points on each of your rides. So, I mean, that's a positive when everyone's dealing with the same lineup.
Yeah, I was stoked to just get those two. I definitely wanted more, but a win's a win, and you're through to the next round. So, yeah, I'm happy.
For sure. How's the equipment feeling? Because even when you're kind of having those tough battles in tricky conditions, you know, a good board can really help you get the job done.
Yeah, I'm on my fave. Darren and I have been working together on my board, so this board is definitely feeling magic under my feet, so kind of got to keep it on ice on those lower tides just so I don't damage it.
Most definitely. This regional QS leg, it's a pretty stacked run of events. I think you've had a couple of pretty reasonable performances in some of those previous contests. How have you felt about your run so far this year?
It's hard because I'm in that 13th place right now coming out of Avoca, and Challenger Series is obviously the end goal, but consistency for me in this event is just kind of what I want to achieve. Just keep getting through heats, keep getting big numbers, and even if I finish outside that ranking, I'll have a good start for next year.
Most definitely. I mean, you're knocking on the door of those quarterfinals. You've been there a couple of times this season. So that must be a big goal for you in this final event.
100%. I always have like a soft spot for Newcastle, so hopefully I can hit those finals and get the job done and smile and have fun.
For sure, and celebrate what has been a pretty big leg for you all. So congratulations on getting that early win. You want to do a shout out at all to any friends and family back home?
I just want to say thanks everyone back home for supporting me and all my sponsors.
Awesome stuff. Congratulations on the win, Holly, and best of luck as you move through this draw.
Thanks, guys.
So good.
Yeah,
the positivity, I love it.
Yeah.
How good a good time. Everyone has a soft spot for Newcastle, which makes me happy as well. Like, yeah, good.
I know.
It's
yeah.
so nice. Everyone does, though. No one's going, it's terrible. Newcastle sucks. You know what I mean? Everyone sort of goes.
Well, they know that you'll just take your headset off, run out there and chase them out of town with a pitchfork. Smart.
Yeah, smart, true. But you know what I mean? It's just it makes me feel good too.
No, it's a beautiful part of the world, and it's, you know, in some respects not for competitive surfers, because, you know, Surfest has been around for so long, but, you know, it is sort of in between some big cities and like on the coastline, so you got to sort of choose to depart off and head east to come in here. And yeah, it's definitely
a lot of people just drive by it and just go, Newcastle's Steel City, it's old, it's that, this,
well, if
that,
you're a Sydney sider, you're sort of thinking I'm 2 hours from home, and
yeah, you don't pull in there for sure.
But yeah, it's
big town, little city, we say.
Yeah, it's a beauty, the biggest little town in Australia.
Yeah, it's good though. Good that everyone loves it.
So
as much as we do.
This one's panning out, you know, in a pretty similar fashion to that last heat, Holly. No one's really got a big keeper score just yet. This is anybody's at this stage. Even though Gia Lawrenson and Holly Wishart both kind of took falls in early stages, they're not out of it at all. In fact, this heat, in some respects, hasn't even really started yet.
No chance it has. And we're already 10 minutes into it. Just look at that, but you can, like I keep saying it, that line, mate, it's just a straight line of sand, the whole beach.
Yeah.
So the swell's just hitting it and just close. It's like a fat closeout too. It's not even thumping. It's sort of bending out to sea and closing out. So hard to surf.
You're really selling it.
Oh, well, no, but it's like I'm trying to sell it, but
no, you and
it's so hard to surf.
I think the scores are kind of telling the story at the moment.
Yeah, definitely.
You know, but there is swell, and at different stages today we've seen, you know, amazing surfing. So, you know, just fingers crossed that these 4 competitors are able to find just a bit of room to move out there at the moment.
He's hoping.
14 minutes to go.
For all that.
Priority is with Willow Hardy, and she's got the best number of the heat. So she, you know, just even with that 2.5, has given herself a very slight advantage here.
And you can see where they're sitting. When the sets come through, they have to paddle out to where probably the good ones aren't breaking. The good ones are in a bit closer. Makes it difficult to get your lineup set as well. You paddle out, get the sets on the head, and then the good ones are in like 20 metres in. They just go under you.
So we've been talking about Surfest history, the rich history of this event, and you touched on it the other day. One of the great finals you witnessed was Occy and Tom Curran, two of your surfing heroes, and we've actually got some vision of that final. We're going to play on the morning show on Friday, and Occy's going to talk through his version of that story.
Make sure you're up for that one. That'd be epic.
It's going to be awesome. But yeah, Newcastle, you know, hosting some big sporting events
too. He should do a couple of mornings because he's got a couple of finals. So
oh yeah.
I think he's got 3 finals actually.
Yeah.
Did he win it as a?
I think he said he thought he'd won it more than twice, but on the honour roll I could only see his name twice.
Yeah, right. Because I know he
did say he had a huge party after he won the first time. So
I can imagine.
Maybe his memory's a little
shot. David, I thought he might have won a QS one here, though.
Yeah, he won 98 and he, 86?
86, was it later 80s?
I think so, yeah.
85. Yeah.
But Ox, obviously competed in a bunch of specialty events here too, and there was a few world champ free surfing expression sessions over at Newcastle Beach when the event was there. So, there's a fair chance Ocky took one of those out, the Eternal Grom.
True. They had them all there, every world champ that year.
Yeah, that was cool.
Yeah, that's crazy. First and last time it's ever been done.
Yeah, and can't be done again.
No, true.
Just under 12 minutes remaining.
Look at the water moving. You can see
Yeah, there's that rip. We weren't really privy to that
until
Holly Williams pointed it out.
Yeah.
She was like, oh, yeah, the rip is, a real factor as well. I guess
the whole beach, all the water's moving out right there from the whole beach. It's the first exit, It's just coming along that one bank and all running out right here.
Yeah.
So all that north swell. Probably from Newcastle, especially from Bar Beach to there.
Yeah.
I
think Gabby's got herself in the spot. I really do. I think this is a great little section of the bank. It's just so hard to hold position there because then the water runs out through the inside here at Merriweather, as you said, through that channel, which basically stretches from Bar Beach all the way down here to the south end.
That's the only exit is right here.
So Willow, again, just working to hold this lead. Gabby Spakes, late drop here. She's going to get herself a 2.23 for this one.
Snaps under the lip. One more snap, and then it flicks out. Goes into that rep. Here's a little runner on the end. First turn, and then it just runs off so fast. It's really hard to surf.
So Willow's waiting for that number to roll through at the moment. Such a charger, Willow.
Really?
Oh, just main break's just a big, scary open ocean wave over there at Margaret's, and she'll go out there on the biggest days and have a dig.
Really?
Even as a Grom competing in the CT event, tackling huge conditions out there.
Here we go, a little runner here. Nice first turn, open face. What's she going to finish? Finish it.
Oh, Holly Wishart. She went the cut back, was hoping to get another turn in on the end section, but it didn't happen for her. So Gabby got herself another 2.27, and that's got her up in the second spot at the moment. Holly Wishart with a score on the way for this one.
That's a nice first turn, and then she just does this cut back here, and then the wave just runs off so quick. I thought she was going to get an ending on that, but
she was looking to kind of flow, maybe 3 turns together, and I mean, hindsight, beautiful thing.
Look at the
maybe
paddle.
Should have just loaded up and then gone for that bigger finishing turn.
Look where she is too. She's got a good paddle ahead of her. Wow.
Oh, that's a nightmare.
That's a nightmare. Stuck in between the bank too, where the channel meets the bank. The water just dead water. You don't move.
Yeah, she's sort of taken a bit more of an angle now.
Yeah, that's the go, I think.
Ride the current down the beach. Try and get back out to the lineup. So time ticking by. 9 minutes remaining here. Scores in for the last wave for Holly. 2.53. It's not enough to see her up in a second spot. She's still after a 1.9.
We said that in the last heat. She's with 8 minutes to go. She should be able to do that.
Yeah, we did say that.
Yeah.
But with 5 minutes to go in that previous heat, Sophie Fletcher only needed a 1.2, and all that time passed on the clock, and she never got that opportunity. So it's sort of like you're kind of out there, Hoy. You could probably speak to it more. You just want to get yourself in the top 2.
Yeah.
But what you don't want to do is put up just a 2-point ride and leave your rival only chasing a similar score to get ahead of you again.
Hammered again, the poor girl.
Well, here we go, Willow Hardy. She's like starting to sort of build, it feels. And she's going to hang on for the finish there, and that's going to be her best wave and should put a bit of distance between herself and her rivals.
Look at these sets pulsing through as well.
What an annoying way to lose, though, chasing a 1 or a 1.2. Nothing worse.
Nothing worse. But you should be able to get it with this amount of time. But she's getting pounded down on that. Oh, she's come in.
No.
Yeah. Because she must have seen these sets. Look how far down. That's the rock shelf. Even past. That might be even the ladies' bit of the rocks. Yeah, she got washed a long way in those in 3 waves in a row, and then she got really hammered when she got onto the bank.
But there is a section down there, though, right, where there's some holes in the reef, though, and you are going to get a bit of reprieve from all that white water.
It's just getting out. Look, she was paddling into this, and she wasn't even over the bank yet. Look, here's a huge wave. Big open face. Finish it.
Oh, Gia's just trying to work some turns here. Oh, can she hang on for the finish? She does well.
Oh, they're going to say she rode out of that?
Oh, she rode out for sure, didn't she?
I don't know. Have a look.
I mean, she rode.
Look at this.
She rode down through the trough of the wave, and maybe eventually the white water caught up to her, but I think she rides out of it. I mean, it wasn't a huge turn. So it's just going to be a low number, but she doesn't have any decent scores to speak of, so she might just be happy to bank a 2 out of this.
Yeah. It's a good looking wave at the start. Watch this. Drops out. And, she pulls the nose out. Just. Oh, yeah, she rode out. And then, they could judge that either way.
Well, I think they give it to her. It's a 1.7. A 1.7, and, that's...
This is fitness right here. Getting a wave, getting hammered on the bank, and then having to run around after all that.
Oh, yeah. Well, Willow's sort of... she's been busy in this lineup, but at least she didn't expend too much energy fighting her way through the white water. She made a quick decision to come in and do this run around.
It's much easier to get out up to the north here. Well, it's a long run. It's a 200-metre run nearly, too. Wow. Fitness plus for these ladies. It's unreal.
Yeah, it's been a sort of a big week of runarounds for Willow, because she competed in the board riders battle.
Oh, that's a good practice for right now, that's for sure.
Sure is. So Willow has extended her lead by a pretty healthy margin now, 4.83 on her last wave. Gabby's still just hanging on to that second position with a couple of mid-range 2s. But Holly Wishart after a 2, basically, to get herself into the top 2. And Gia, she's only after a 2.8 to get herself into second as well. So another really close heat, 5 minutes remaining. And remember, it was at the 8-minute mark we said, Holly Wishart only needs a low number.
Yeah. And she's still not out the back. Is she? Wow.
And she
got a proper workout just then.
Yeah, you're just praying that no sets come in when you reach this point on the bank where you're in the impact zone.
See, I think you got to run further up than the pipe too. They just ran probably up to the pipe. The little rip that's running out and the channel is further up. She's going to get caught again here.
Well, that's Willow on the inside.
Yeah.
She's on the shallow water already, but it looks like if she puts her head down, Holly Wishart might be able to punch through before this set.
Wow, she's had a full workout this thing.
Yeah, she'll be exhausted if she can.
10 minutes of paddling and running non-stop.
Brutal.
Brutal, all right.
I think I'd just come in.
Me too. Look, she's still not out. She's just
she ducks under that one.
That's good. She's out.
Yeah, 4 minutes to go here.
Let's see what she can do. If she's got the energy, that's the bit here. She needs that little burst of energy.
She's also just got to choose her moment to attack.
Well, she's not going to get another chance, right?
No.
This is it. One last go at it.
She knows that she's a little lower on the priority order here, and Gabby is kind of hanging around her at the moment, just looking to really starve all her opportunities to chase down this 2-point ride. But Holly making a move on the inside. She's having a look at this one. Is it the wave? No, she gets out of there. Still time.
Yep.
You could get
Plenty
a little antsy. I'm sure she's feeling the pressure because it's been so long just sitting in this situation, but she can take some breaths now. And
this could be it right here.
Well,
she's letting it go.
She's having a look.
She let it go too.
Let's see what kind of energy Holly Wishart has, and if she has the legs to finish this one off. Doesn't need a whole lot.
No, that would have been it.
She needed to finish that turn, you would have thought.
I reckon it's just because she's so tired after that full 10-minute workout.
Oh, no, and look, set waves. It looks like they're rolling in here. She's got to really put her head down if she's going to get another opportunity. 2.5 minutes to go. Numbers starting to roll through for Holly Wishart. She needs a 1.9. Felt like she did pretty well with the first section, but just couldn't stick the second turn, and that might hold her back on the scale a little bit. Gabby Spade, she can find some room. It was a 1.73. She needs a 1.9 still, Holly. She's going to get back out there in time. So she would have got it.
Yeah, she would have got it. She ran it. She's just tired, for sure. She looked like she was just a bit tentative. Oh, wow. She's just used all her energy.
Yeah, Willow doesn't get much out of that
You can tell
one.
when she's even getting up. She had that bit of wobble to her legs. Like, whoa.
Yeah,
I've
this
expanded all my energy right here.
She's
going to get back out,
This is
though?
nerve-wracking. Willow's kind of in a solid position now, because even if someone drops a really big score and overtakes her, she'll likely just end up in second spot. So the battle for Gabby's position is on. Holly Wishart, Gia Lawrenson, both well within striking distance. 1.5 minutes to go here.
Holly's back out there too.
Yeah. Holly's just going, please.
Oh, yeah, please give me one more go. She's done really well for the workout she's had, I'll tell you that.
Well, she's scrambling to the inside here. 1 minute and 10 seconds to go. Chasing just a 1.97. Drives up into the section. Nice little hit on the tail there. Looking for options. Maybe should have stuck with it and just rode it through to the inside and hoped for some sort of stand-up section on the shore break. The number's starting to roll through for that one. She's going to fall short again, 1.67. So after a 1.9 with 45 seconds to go.
Wow. I feel sorry for her.
Well, it's been the story of the last 3 heats. We've had surfers chasing scores sort of in that 1 point range that haven't been able to turn in the number they need to get themselves into the top 2. And it feels like that might happen again here with just 20 seconds to go. And Holly Wishart, no chance at getting out the back. Gia Lawrenson is a surfer that we can put a bit of focus on at the moment as Gabby looks to up the ante for her rival. There's a nice little backhand hit. Gabby is trying to replace a 2.23. 5 seconds to go. Willow Sweet. She's going to take the heat out.
Nice.
And I don't think G's going to get an opportunity on the outside, Hoy. Amazing how these low-scoring heats can get so exciting in the dying stages there. Because
they all start to scramble.
And you know that the order could change up completely in those final stages.
With one big turn.
But that's going to be us. And Gia Lawrenson,
get one.
Holly Wishart, just not able to do enough in the late stages or the second half of that heat. And it's going to be Willow Hardy hanging on for the win. And Gabby Spake moving on through in second position, Hoy. But another big day of competition. Yes, the win became a bit of a headache for us and the competitors in the end. But still, I think we're seeing form surfers through to that next round.
Definitely. It was hard work this afternoon, as you could see. But, yeah, they did the best they could. And that's all you can do. I feel sorry for the girls having to deal with that. But that's what happened. That's surfing.
We've signed ourselves up to a little afternoon surf.
Yeah, we're going.
This afternoon. So keep a positive attitude.
I'm
Don't
positive.
leave yourself chasing a 1 point ride in the last 5 minutes of the heat. And, mate, get a bit of rest tonight because we've got another big day of competition coming your way tomorrow here at Surfest 2024, presented by Reflections Holiday Parks. Enjoy the highlights, and we'll see you tomorrow for the morning show.
Craving to feel new again, to see something new that will blow our minds, or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales, a place to feel free, to feel alive, but most of all, to feel new again.
Maddie's last night's sleep was spent trying to look up relaxing wave sounds. Tonight's actual wave sounds.
Holidays, Ironman, outdoors, Ironman, whoa, toolbars, suspension, lights, roof rack, camping equipment, recovery gear, under Ironman, mate, and 100 Ironman. I can't do two things at once. Wait!
Effortlessly refreshing. Byron Bay Brewery Premium Lager. Go with it.
Holidays, Ironman, outdoors, Ironman, whoa, toolbars, suspension, lights, roof rack, camping equipment, recovery gear, under Ironman, mate, and 100 Ironman. I can't do two things at once.
Back home, the Wilsons always use proper dinner etiquette. Out here, the stick will do just fine.
Effortlessly refreshing. Byron Bay Brewery Premium Lager. Go with it.
The Racecourse is not just a place to watch the horses thunder. It brings generations together to share memories and experiences that are close to our hearts and runs in our veins. Newcastle Racecourse. Home is where the track is.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
Holidays, Ironman, outdoors, Ironman, whoa, toolbars, suspension, lights, roof rack, camping equipment, recovery gear, under Ironman, mate, and 100 Ironman. I can't do two things at once.